in and balls to read. 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 Go in and balls to read. Go in and balls to read. Go in and balls to read.
Derbyshire and Durham. On Monday 24th of July, the Foundation is starting a weekly walking cricket session here at the Incora County Ground in the Riley Wealth Elite Performance Centre. All abilities and experience are welcome, and the sessions are lively and friendly with a focus on enjoyment. Refreshments are also provided after the session. So why not join them on the outfield during the lunch interval today to find out more? These meet pitch side by the pavilion.
Morning, everybody. Sorry to butt in. We were due to start at 11:05 after a brief shower. Sadly, the rain appears to have returned. The lights are on here at the Incora County Ground. 364 for 4 Durham. We'll give you a full roundup of what happened yesterday and hopefully full commentary of what happens today once the covers are removed for the second time. One or two members of the crowd are making their way towards shelter in the permanent temporary stand. I can see a couple of umbrellas up as well down there at the far end. So officially, we are off for rain, not for the first time today. It was a 5-minute delay. We were due to start at 11:05. And now it's raining again. So hopefully we'll have some play. And when we do, we will be with you on the BBC Sport website and app. And of course, on the Derbyshire County Cricket Club feed. We'll see you shortly. Go in and balls to Reed. 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 go in and balls to Reed. Welcome back to the Incora County Ground. We've got further this time than we did at 11:05, certainly because the umpires and the two batsmen, Matthew Potts and Miguel Pretorius, have both made it out to the middle. So all we need is the Derbyshire team, and here they come now. Dave Fletcher from BBC Radio Derby, Martin Emerson from BBC Newcastle. He'll be with us soon enough, and we should get some play. The new, are they called regulations? I'm not sure. Timings, certainly. Lunch at 1:10, tea at 4 o'clock, and there will be 86 overs. Today we've lost 10. We've been off for an hour and 10 minutes and we've lost 10 overs, which means we'll almost certainly be still here at about 9:45 this evening. Might just make it home to watch the reruns of the golf highlights on the iPlayer before falling asleep into a 12-inch hot and spicy. Lights are on as well here at Derby. I tell you that because even if you're in the ground, you might not have spotted it, but the lights are on. And Alex Thompson is going to open the bowling from the racecourse end, the end at which we are seated. And as I said before, it's good to be back. Alex Thompson with a big towel hanging out the back of his trousers. I just heard the forecast at midday on BBC Radio Derby, which suggested that the showers are likely to become more frequent and some of them will be heavy. Well, the one we had at about 10:30 was very heavy. So we'll wait and see what transpires. He's going to be bowling to Pretorius, and the first delivery is clipped into the leg side, a little aerially, just to the right of Anuj Dal, and it's picked up by Nick Potts. And there is no run. So at least we're going to see some cricket, or we have seen some cricket on day 3. Yesterday was dominated by that enormous partnership of 346 between Beddingham and Lees. Next delivery is turned gently by Pretorius into the leg side. Again, it's Potts who does the fielding, and Durham are underway. 365 for 4. Pretorius on 36. Potts, who's now on strike, has 2. Ollie Robinson, Graham Clark, Bryden Carse, Ben Rain and Matt Parkinson still to come for Durham as this next delivery. Little bit of turn, quite slow turn really. And Potts pushes it into the offside where it's fielded by Wayne Madsen. No slips for the off spinner Thompson. Wayne Madsen's at backward point. Men square on the boundaries either side as this next delivery does turn. It's pushed into the offside. Mitch Wagstaff's out there. I'm looking to see who's not. That's going to be quite the test. Quick scan around. I can't. Oh no, he's there. Harry Kane. Sam Connors is there. Everybody who should be there seems to be there. Where's Zach Chappell? Next delivery, turn into the leg side. There's Zach Chappell. So he's out there. Sam Connors, Zach Chappell and Potts, who I've already mentioned, are all out there. Perhaps they've sneaked an extra fielder on. Lewis Rees is there. Oh, it's Hayder who's not out there. This one is all just spitting a little bit. It is Hayder Ali. And that's the end of the first over. 366 for 4. Potts on 3. He'll be on strike. Pretorius on 36. And it is Hayder who is not out there at the moment. And Sam Connors will bowl the first over from the City end. There's been a result already today in the second division, an unsurprising result with Worcestershire bowling Leicestershire out for 137 in their second innings to complete a 100-run win. Glamorgan 225 for 4 against Gloucestershire at Cheltenham in a game that started yesterday. Yorkshire declared their first innings on 364 for 8. Sussex are 7 without loss. They trail by 141 runs. And up in Manchester, England have moved on to 453 for 5. They have a lead over Australia of 136 as Connors is on his way in and bowls to Potts, who with an outside edge guides it down to backward point where Anuj Dal does the fielding. Good evening, Martin. How are you?
Somebody's onto my seat. It's too
well, they've taken one of the seats off it.
That's what they've done.
Yeah, you need to go and find your other. Go on. That was the interlopers yesterday. Dave Jepson on the club stream yesterday. And a myriad of guests. 366 for 4. Connors is in and bowls to Potts, who turns that down towards long leg. Lewis Rees is down there, as it was for much of yesterday. Went searching for a ball, didn't find it. 5 minutes later, Baz Deleda came up with it from the back of the stand. Tossed it back on and said, we want to play with this one because the changed ball took 2 wickets, and the feeling was that it was a little bit harder than the one that was under the stand. And Lewis Rees tossed it to the umpire, who looked at it and threw it away.
Said, put it in the box of spares.
Put it in the one marked rags. 367 for 4.
Have you gone through all the?
I've gone through the
records.
I've gone through. I don't know. I'll leave records to you. I just did the size of it. As Connors bowls and beats Pretorius outside the off stump, goes through to guest. It was 346, wasn't it? The third wicket stand. Am I right?
No, 305.
Oh yeah, I've taken the wrong one away.
Sorry.
No, you're right. So I shouldn't have even gone near it because absolute nonsense.
You've not been trying to do maths on the radio again.
I did it on my calculator, but I just put the wrong numbers in. Right. Operator error, I believe it's known as. Yeah. After this delivery from Connors, you can guide us through it and give the correct numbers. Connors, who got 3 wickets yesterday, strikes the pad of Pretorius. Half-hearted, really, appeal, and straight away. As he does, umpire Jack Chantry looks at the ground, which is the first indication that he's not going to give it out.
Going down league, as they say.
In the northeast.
Yeah. Anyway, we're not mentioned bins or put any colour or any fun into the commentary today because it's boring and upsetting. Apparently.
Is it?
I saw on a forum yesterday.
So the stuff around the cricket is boring and upsetting.
Yeah.
Wow. We could just be quiet in between deliveries then, couldn't we?
Oh, that's out.
Leg before, surely. Seemed to come back, and Jack Chantry had a good long think about it and eventually raises the finger. Well, I'll tell you what, Miguel Pretorius isn't massively happy. He's just turning to leave now, but it looked out. It kept low, didn't it?
Yeah,
kept low. It seemed to jag back a long way and trapped him right in front. So the first wicket goes, 367. For 5.
Don't like this, Dave. The umpires have come together and they're staring at the sky behind our press box, and I think there might be some more weather on the way here. But that was a snorter. That stayed low, jagged in. Possibly could have been doing too much.
Yes,
but
that would have been the going through Jack Chantry's mind. But he took a long time to think about it and sent Pretorius on his way for 36 off 28 deliveries. Now we get back to the fun and games of Jane trying to work out who the next batsman is.
But no fun. Fun's banned.
Sorry, I was almost strayed into fun there. 7 fours for Pretorius in his 36, just adding the 1 run to his overnight total.
Partnership of 13.
And speaking of partnerships, Martin.
Yeah.
Off you go.
Yeah, well, yesterday, the third wicket partnership for Durham, 305 from David Beddingham and Alex Lees. And I was trying to remember the last time there'd been a massive partnership like that, and I couldn't think. And in the yearbook, it didn't seem right. It was going on back a few years for a third wicket stand. So I looked it up and was reminded that it happened 2 weeks ago.
Excellent.
Yes.
Lovely.
My memory's all over the place.
Oh, mate.
So those two have broken their partnership that they put on in Leicester 2 weeks ago. And I watched that game. I commentated on all of it. That was 243.
Connors into the new batsman, who's Ollie Robinson. Again, one that he makes appear to have kept low. I'm not sure that it kept as low as the one to Pretorius, but a good over from Sam Connors. 1 run from it, a wicket as well. He's now got 4 for 63, Sam Connors, from his 17 overs. And Durham at 367 for 5. Potts for Robinson, yet to get off the mark.
So Lees made 171, Beddingham 138. It was Lees' 4th century in 5 innings.
Was it 4 in 5? Somebody suggested to me it was 4 in a row, but I don't.
No, it wasn't.
It's 4 in 5.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because in the little run chase the other day against Gloucestershire, I think he was out for 22.
Okay.
Yeah. But he got centuries in both innings at Leicester, then 1 in the first innings against Gloucestershire.
So he's in nick.
Oh, he's looking canny. New over being bowled here. And the ball is returned to the bowler.
He's getting a bit of spin, Thompson. If you look when we were in pretty well positioned to see it. It's quite slow turn, but he is getting some turn.
He's quite a tall lad as well, isn't he?
He is very
right
tall.
arm round. from our end of the ground. And Potts came in as night watchman yesterday, pushing that one along the floor to Reese. Had a bit of banter with Reese, didn't we, while we were sitting downstairs yesterday?
Just a little. No fun, of course, but banter.
No, not allowed any fun.
No banter.
Laughing's banned, stories are banned. In comes the bowler again. Played back to him. Don't know how you'd fill sort of 7.5 hours, 8 hours without any colour or any stories or any humour.
We could try.
Yeah. Might not have to today.
No, that is true.
Won't tomorrow.
No.
Potts with a little flick off to mid-wicket for 1 here.
Yes, I think tomorrow, if the forecast is correct, and that is very much a large caveat, but dear oh dear.
The weather forecast for the northeast tomorrow, it's going to start off grey and miserable with a little bit of drizzle around, possibly some overnight fog. So this is played by Robinson to
So
point.
it must be moving that way then, because it's like raining here at 9 o'clock and getting heavier and heavier as the day goes on.
I'm going to get drenched walking to the car in the morning from the hotel.
You are.
But that's colour, and that's information. We don't want that. This is turned away by Robinson off towards square leg for 1 run.
A colourful car?
It's red.
Oh, that's quite colourful.
Yeah, it's a higher car, and it's extremely confusing. It's raining again now. 369 for 5.
It is.
You open the door,
Right.
you hear it beep, and then when you try to pull the door open, it's still locked. I don't understand that.
The batsmen are ready to go off.
Yeah.
And we are going off. There we are. So
So
we've
that was
had
a
9 minutes.
That was a full 3 overs, wasn't it? I
No,
think?
we haven't had 9 minutes. Yes, it was.
Yeah, 9 minutes.
Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah, sorry. Again, maths on the radio. 19 minus 10 is
Well, they started
something.
They started at 10 past
Yes, they
12,
did.
and it's now 19 minutes past. So
yeah.
I would say that's 9 minutes.
Approximately 9 minutes. 369 for 5. I can say that for certain because I can read numbers. Sam Connors picking up the wicket of Miguel Pretorius, a leg before wicket for 36. And off we go.
Some listeners may be interested, but one won't, to know that the sawdust here is green.
Yes, has been ever since I started. They paint each individual little piece of sawdust
And then
green.
put it out to dry.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then they take it out in the middle and it gets wet again. I'm surprised it doesn't all run.
Yeah.
You'd think it would
Well,
run.
there are some green streaks on the grass near it, look, so maybe it has.
It's
He's going to drive
It's going
right
to get
over
run
the
over by
sawdust now,
the.
isn't he?
Yeah, it is. I'm afraid.
I don't think they're going to be off for long here, you know.
No,
I think the
I
drizzle
don't.
might have actually stopped now. I think they're just going to get those covers in place and then they'll wave them back on. In
Match
fact,
it-
some of the players haven't even walked to the dressing room. They're just standing on the ropes on the boundary edge.
Match situation is that Durham still trail, but only by 74 runs with 5 wickets left, and parity would be about the worst thing that could happen. I'm not sure we're going to get a result other than a draw in this game anyway, and I know a draw is a result before we get messages, but you know what I mean. The players, some have gone up to the chair. See, that's going to take time as well, isn't it? Some have gone up to the changing room. A couple are sitting on the chairs. Zach Chappell, I notice, is sitting on one of the chairs at the bottom of the steps. And a further 5 are standing around the water bottles, as though something exciting might happen if they stay there. And one of the last men to actually leave the field, and it's always the case, is wicketkeeper Brooke Guest, who's been on the field of play now for all bar the first wicket in Derbyshire's innings. I don't know what time Lewis Reese was out. Do you make a note of times?
The start of the 11th over.
So he's been all bar 11 overs.
Yeah, so probably about 40 minutes in.
Yeah, something like that. Something like that. So I did ask him at the end of day 1 how he manages to do it. He says, well, I just like to be involved. Well, there's being involved and being supremely fit, which he clearly is.
The Lee's dismissal last night was interesting, wasn't it? Because the ball before, he got
Yes.
dropped by the keeper.
He was.
And
They played almost the same shot.
yeah, let off on 171 and then caught the next delivery.
Yeah. So it wasn't a chanceless 171. Can't go down as a chanceless one, but it was a pretty decent knock. And some of the sixes he was hitting,
Yeah.
a couple off Alex Thompson straight back towards the commentary box. The thud they made.
There was a 4 that he hit right out the meat of the bat, which went off towards the old pavilion. That was juicy.
He did hit the ball hard yesterday, Alex Lees.
Well, there's a bit more streaky sort of cloud just drifting.
What are you thinking, Martin?
I'm reckoning that any second now they'll probably tow those covers off again.
Because without jokes and anecdotes, I think it's going to be quite quiet for a few minutes. But it won't take long because they haven't brought the big covers out.
Because apparently everybody else on the commentary circuit can commentate on the cricket without having to resort to humour.
Oh, there are a few of them aren't very
tiresome was the word, I think.
There are a few of them who aren't very funny.
There's a few of them who were hard work for 4 days, let's be fair.
There we go. The cover's now being dragged off. So we were right not to go off air, I think. Yeah. And one or two of the players have come back to the boundary's edge. Notably, Sam Connors. I'm doing an update. Can you just talk to the people out there, but without being funny, please?
Okay, sorry, yeah. The covers are being towed off in an anti-clockwise direction. So the guy on the tractor didn't actually get off his seat on the tractor, and the players are coming back out now. So the briefest of delays, 4 minutes. So an over's worth, really. There is some weather drifting down from the northwest, and we had a little bit around about 11. It was drizzling initially, and then it got really heavy for a few minutes, and then off it went again. And I think this afternoon there's suggestions that some bands of rain might just clip us, may just miss us. Damo says, I can't see almost 2 days of play here. Offer the draw now. Well, Durham is still batting. They've got to get batting points on the board. And of course, Derbyshire want bowling points as well. Points-wise, it's 3-2. Well, it was. Durham got 2 bowling points. Derbyshire 3 batting points. They've taken a bowling point now to add to that, and Durham have, where are they, 3-6-9, so they've got 3 batting points on the board. So it's currently 4 points to Derbyshire and 5 points to Durham. 2 overs lost. 2 overs lost then. As they resume. And it's Connors bowling from the city end, and that's played by Robinson up to mid-off. So that's now 12 overs lost today, and in terms of the big picture of the season, 364 for Durham, 364 overs lost so far this year in the Championship and T20, roughly. Connors in, right arm over, and Robinson plays this to backward point where it is collected by Anuj Dal. Thanks for all the messages yesterday while we were staging industrial action. Mike says a quick 250 and then a day in a session to bowl them out, get to 450 for maximum batting points, and then foot down. Some quick scorers to come, he says. Connors bowls to Robinson. Robinson forward to this one, plays it out towards the cover area. I think Mitch Wagstaff is on as a 12th man. Took a catch yesterday to see off David Bedingham as he pulled the ball to mid-wicket. Connors on the turn at the far end of the ground. Comes in and bowls. Robinson pushes this one towards point, and Dahl picks it up. So we've had 4 balls in this over. Durham 369 for 5. Potts, the night watchman, has 5. Robinson has 1. Bit of threatening cloud just drifting past us at the moment from the west. Connors approaches the stumps and bowls, and a play and a miss from Robinson. Stayed wide off stump. Derek Allen says...
he does. I like Derek.
Oh, my computer's about to restart.
You can snooze it all day, though, can't you?
It's just going to be annoying now, isn't it?
Just snooze it. Get it snoozed.
Yeah.
It is annoying, you're right.
Derek says, we love this fixture.
Yes, I was going to say he doesn't get out much, but he does, of course. He gets out quite a lot, doesn't he, Derek?
Yeah. He's always walking somewhere, isn't he?
Yeah,
He's not playing his guitar.
Yeah. Or watching his daughter play cricket.
Yeah. Connors bowls. Robinson plays it to Dahl at backward point. End of the over. 3, 6, 9, 4, 5. There was a couple of singles. No, there wasn't. It was a maiden. Chris says, just look to get maximum batting points, which would give us 12 points, assuming the forecast tomorrow is accurate, and most likely extend our lead. Leicestershire lost. Did Leicestershire lose last night?
No, they lost this morning by, eventually it was 100 runs in the end. They lost to Worcestershire at Oakham. Right. They had to go back for...
So our colleagues went back to retrieve their gear, having not been there yesterday.
Yes. Here's Alex Thompson from the racecourse, and he's bowling to Matthew Potts, who goes back into his crease and whips the ball quite wristily into the leg side where Nick Potts does the fielding. So the lights are on, but there's no one at home. There are lots of dark clouds all around us here as Thompson bowls, and it's defended again by Matthew Potts. Dahl does the fielding on this occasion. The man off the field, Mitch Wagstaff, is out there again. Took a catch as a substitute fielder yesterday. Did Mitch Wagstaff to get rid of David Beddingham. Is Haider Ali. Haider's not out there today. As the next delivery is whipped into the leg side nicely by Matthew Potts. Out towards Sam Connors. It comes charging in off the mid-wicket boundary and keeps them down to a single. Potts moves to 6-3-70 for 5.
Do we know why? Because he wasn't on last night either, was he?
He wasn't, and I don't.
Right.
But I will make inquiries at the next available break. Next delivery is turned, or pushed rather, into the offside by Robinson. It's fielded by the aforementioned Mitch Wagstaff. 22 on his back. If you catch sight of him on the stream. And Thompson bowls again off the back foot. Robinson pushes it into the offside, but this time it goes to Harry Kame, who's fielding at extra cover. There are catches relatively close on either side of the pitch as Thompson bowls, and Robinson again goes back into his crease, pushes the ball straight back to the bowler, and it's the end of an over which yielded just 1 run. So 1 run off the last 2 overs. Durham 370 for 5, and for those keeping an eye on the bonus points, lots of time left. There's still 36 overs.
You sure?
Not really, no, but I think it's right. 36 overs. I'm taking
that's 6 to 4. That's 80.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I think you're about right.
Thank you very much. To get to up to a 450. So not a major issue time-wise for Durham. If indeed that is their point, it makes perfect sense, really, if we're to believe tomorrow's weather forecast, which hasn't really changed since we arrived on day 1, has it?
No. Build an arc. In comes the bowler. And this is defended by Potts. Off stump, off Connors.
Well, Britain needs narcs.
Yesterday, last year, was the hottest. That was that record-breaking day, wasn't it? The hottest day of the
yesterday,
year.
last year? It was the day before.
Was it?
I think.
Right.
I heard on the radio, but I think so. But yes, I mean, it was very warm, certainly. Nottingham's just scored 430 for 1. It was a great, great day. What a time to be alive that was. I was ready to go home at the end of it, I can tell you.
Connors in. Potts plays this off towards the covers, no run there. Wagstaff collects it. Yeah, Durham weren't playing that week, thankfully. Probably the worst place to have been that week would have been in that plastic box on the roof at Leicester.
No, in this commentary box was very unpleasant.
You've got aircon in here, though.
Nothing to do with the conditions. 370 for 5. Change the subject before I get into trouble.
If you open the back door at Leicester, then all the roof tiles start to lift up.
You can't do it, can you? No, it's awkward.
Connors in. And that's gone off down towards backward square leg. No run.
Well, they don't just lift up, they actually lift up quite quietly, don't they? It's when they come back down again and they're smacking all day. It's very irritating.
If you're coming into the room and the windows are open at the front, it's like being sucked into a vacuum. think you're going to just get propelled through the window and out onto the field below.
Somebody's opened a window at 30,000 feet.
Yes. That scene at the end of... was it Goldfinger? Not Goldfinger. Was it Goldfinger?
I don't know James Bond.
Ball played to mid-wicket, no run there.
That would involve banter and humour.
It would, yes. Paul Wilson says, hi, Marty and the gang. Greetings from a sun-kissed and warm Costa del Hartlepool, really. Just got in from work to find the Durham batsman in a little bit of trouble. Should be with you until the close of play. Have fun and come on, Durham.
Is that not the chap who normally goes for his fish and chips?
Yes,
I thought it was. Yeah.
It's Friday, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I thought he might have been at the chip shop. So,
Saturday, is it? Does he go to the chippy?
Oh, is it Saturday?
It might be Saturday when he goes to chippy.
Yeah. I can't remember what happened last week, but I had a vague recollection of fish and chips.
Yes. Connor's in, and this is defended. I was just, looking back at these records. So this record that Bellingham and Lees broke was a record that had stood for 2 weeks, and I'm looking at a scorecard and seeing it, and it's coming to me like it's something I didn't know. And I'm looking at the scorecard from 2 weeks ago. It's almost as if it was a game I wasn't at.
Yeah.
It's just because it just all gets messed up in the mulch of T20 and everything else, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
It's a leave from Potts. It angles back in towards the stumps as it's heading past, though. Keeper takes it. Oh, Richard sent quite an email here. This could
excellent.
Be a long one.
Excellent. Well, we need some filler material, don't we?
Richard,
not that it's filler.
No.
I don't want to denigrate the...
It's content.
Yes, that's the word I was looking for.
Yes.
Filler.
Richard Launch says, hi, Martin. Had high hopes that Matthew Potts would be selected for the current test match against Australia.
Oh, in fairness, so did I. But for different reasons. Yeah, get him in. Call him up now. Thompson begins a new over from the racecourse and Robinson pushes it out into the offside.
He said, so James Anderson was chosen, yet he's not really impressed in the previous test and so far only 1 wicket in the last 2 matches. Presumably he got the nod as it was his home ground.
I don't think we can say that, can we? Might be right. Thompson bowls to Robinson who pushes it out into the offside.
I thought Ben would have put some pressure to bring Matthew in, as he has had a decent amount of wickets to date in only a handful of games. He's the leading wicket taker in the country, isn't he?
Does he play golf? As Thompson is in and bowls to Robinson. That seems to be a prerequisite. Turn into the leg side, Dahl feels. Just a feeling I get.
Then he goes on about test allocation. Why, oh, why do Lords and the Oval always seem to get preferential treatment?
I'll tell you a funny story in a minute.
No, you're not allowed.
No, I'm going to anyway, because I think it's hilarious. Pushed back by Robinson. Derbyshire supporters might have heard it, but I think you'll enjoy it. You might not.
We'll see.
Yeah, well, you'll be the judge of whether it's a funny story or not. That one's pushed into the offside by Robinson. They scamper through for a single 1 ball of the over left. 371 for 5. Robinson doubles his score and moves on to 2.
He says, I now live in Wiltshire and I'm looking forward to seeing Durham in Division 1 next season. Their demotion was a travesty. By comparison, Yorkshire have been treated very leniently.
Thompson bowls. I'm going to try and keep it light in a minute. 371 for 5 at the end of the over as that one's tapped back by Potts. Is that the end of his email?
Yeah.
I don't want to cut across that email. I got shouted at last week for doing that.
Did you?
Quite
a few angry people out there at the minute, isn't there?
Yeah, I think it's the weather.
Chill pills, people, chill pills.
So they had a big supporters meeting here at Derby one year, and somebody turned up, open questions to the floor, and he said, yeah, Mr. Chairman, can you just tell me? He says, Trent Bridge seem to have a test match every year. When's Derby going to get one?
Yes.
And that was before there were any seats, I think, in there. They used to park cars on the hill where we are, absolutely. So, when are we going to get one?
They do have under-19s tests here, and they've had women's tests here, haven't they?
So they had women's one-day internationals.
Yeah. I remember when the under-19s playing Sri Lanka here last year in a test match. Was it here? I remember a few years ago on a dreadful wicket which broke up in a one-day game, Durham lost, and then Derbyshire got docked 2 points, which were added taken away the following year when they weren't even in Durham's group. But the day after, England under-19s were playing Pakistan.
How can you say those sentences without actually breathing to allow me to jump in? Go on, carry on.
Yeah. Anush Dal into the attack, replacing Connors, and the first ball is cut away for 4 by Robinson. Past point, nice shot. Yeah?
No, the moment's gone. You're right, yeah, but no, go on. Yeah. The pitch that broke up.
Yeah, but I think there was an under-19s test here last year. Yeah.
You could be right.
Some of the Durham, I think Mitchell Killeen played, Ben McKinney from
Part
Durham.
of the problem is that when they have those games here, Derbyshire are almost certainly playing somewhere else, and it's difficult to. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind coming to a couple of them. Yeah. Same with the Women's International in September.
Darwin bowls, and the ball is played down towards wide third man for 2 by Robinson. I think because England under-19s were playing Pakistan the day after Durham had lost here on that pitch, that cracked them. I think the staff rolled resin into the wicket or something like that to just try and bond it all together. Yeah. Both games were on Sky, that was the issue.
So they didn't want to move the cameras?
No.
Not that they have an undue influence on where matches take place. I say undue, they pay for the privilege, don't they?
Darling. And Robinson turns this past square leg. There's nobody there, so the fielder's coming out from deep backward square leg on the boundary. Reese it is. I think he could have done a lot better trying to get that ball from under the stand yesterday.
He could. As was proved by Basdeleda.
Yeah, Basdeleda turned up, got a chair or something, and went round the back and found it minutes later, after Durham had lost 2 wickets. .378 for 5 is the score. Durham trail by 65. Dahl to Potts. Potts drives at that one, and it goes up to mid-on. No run there. Fielding quite close in on the leg side is somebody who's... I don't have the number down on my scorecard.
Well, it's still Mitch Wagstaff.
Has he got 22 on his back, has he?
Yeah.
I thought he had 15. Now what have the umpires spotted? The next band of rain on its way.
It's raining.
Is it?
Yeah. If you look into the East Midlands demolition stand, they're going to carry on for the moment now. Because otherwise we'd never play today. If they're not going to play in a bit of drizzle, we've had it.
Actually, it'd be harder for the fielding team to keep the ball dry and hard on it rather than for the batsman. As Dahl comes in here, he bowls. Keeper standing up to Potts. This has played the short mid-wicket to Wagstaff. One slip in place, and Madsen, he's quite a long way back compared to where the keeper is, and looks like he's got a towel hanging up the back of his legs. They're going off now. Yeah. So, how many minutes did they lose before? 5 minutes?
12:24 this time. So that's a number of minutes. 16. Yeah, 16 minutes. With Durham having added 9 further runs, by my reckoning. Moved from 369 for 5 to 378 for 5. Potts has moved on to 6, and Robinson has moved on to 9. And they trail.
The ground staff look a little bit surprised to have been called out here, because I think this rain's already stopping, isn't it?
Oh, goodness knows. So, judging by what we lost last time, because we lost another 3 overs in 9 minutes, so they're going to knock off an over every 3 minutes.
So you thought it was 3 overs last time?
No, they knocked 2 overs off after we'd played for 3 overs.
All right, yeah.
Did we?
Yeah, it was 3 overs, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so. This time it was, oh dear,
it's just like
4 overs and 5 balls.
There's a guy down in the corner of the ground in front of the marquee in a bright orange top with a bright orange beanie hat.
Yes, he was there yesterday. Yes, I didn't go around to say hello to him because it looks like he might actually be radioactive.
It's just filmed for Ready Breck.
Yeah. I have some bad news this morning. Nothing to do with the cricket. I lost my... when I go to Tranmere, which is infrequent because of my other job in the winter doing Burton Albion, I usually go with my daughter's boyfriend. Well, Harry has discovered today that the job has in-house commentator for the iFollow that they do. He's been successful, so he's going to be commentating on iFollow, and I've just sent a message to her saying, well, who am I going to go with? Just not thinking, is it?
Can you not sit in the camera gantry with him?
Like a busman's that, wouldn't it, in the end? I sit behind the goal when I go to...
yeah, whenever I've been to Tranmere, I always prefer to sit in the main stand. It's a good view up there.
It is. It's a decent ground. Well, two and a half sides of it are decent.
Wasn't there still a cowshed thing there? Did they call it the cowshed?
We call it, that used to be the home end, the cowshed, but that's now the away. It's all seater now.
Yeah.
That's now the away area. And I normally go on the old cop.
Yeah.
Although, if you can get me free tickets, that'd be even better, wouldn't it? Free tickets would be really good.
I was there once. Sunderland were winning 1-0 at half-time and lost 4-0. And Kenny Irons came off the bench.
They were winning 1-0 at half-time and lost 4-0.
Lost 4-1, sorry.
That's
Kenny Irons, Kenny Irons came off the bench at half-time. I think he got a hat-trick.
Kenny Old Irons,
he just ran riot down
there.
And on the way home, I could smell this sort of burning smell. Hit the puddle on the road at West Derby, and the car just came to a grinding halt. Smoke billowing out from under the engine, and when I pulled the bonnet up, all the electronic management system on the car was just melting. It was like bubbling away like lava.
You're suggesting it was sabotaged in Birkenhead?
I think it was sabotaged in the factory where it was made on a Friday afternoon in Korea. That would be my my initial thought. It was the worst car I ever had for reliability issues. It was shocking.
Wow.
So
that's always my worst fear. Whenever I'm going somewhere, going to a cricket match, going to a football match, the car's been perfectly behaved. It's been serviced, everything. It's relatively new. Am I going to break down on the way there?
Yeah.
It goes out of your mind quite quickly, fortunately, but you're always just thinking in the back of your mind, I wonder if it'll break down today. You always hope that it won't. But then again, people who are listening to me commentate probably hope that it will. Harry Brook is out in the Test match. He has been, I'm not going to find out, looking at the Australian card, am I? He's been caught by Mitchell Stark off the bowling of Josh Hazlewood for 61. Ben Stokes was out earlier, I think. He was out today, wasn't he? 51. Johnny Bairstow's on 27. Chris Wokes has gone into bat England of 486 for 6 now. That's a lead of 169 with the impending Armageddon arriving tomorrow. They'll want to get slightly more than that. I've got more than an eye on the Open as well. Mainly the weather, if I'm honest, because my lad is there today. And at the moment, Brian Harmon leads the way on at 8 under par. Tommy Fleetwood goes out at 10-3. He's 3 shots behind. For those interested, Rory McIlroy doing okay. He's already out on the course, 2 under.
In a different world, I would have worked for the European Tour as a press officer.
Yeah, that would have been a nice job.
I've gone out, I think, the last 3.
So it wasn't through choice that you're not working, it was their choice?
Yeah, it was their choice.
Okay,
yeah.
right, okay.
But,
I thought you turned them down.
No, I just would have been an incredible job to land at the time. It was April 2005. I was invited down for an interview, and they'd already had the interview process a few weeks earlier, and I'd found out about it late and sent my CV in, and they asked me to come down and had the interview, and went down to between me, a guy who'd worked for something like the Lawn Tennis Association, and somebody who worked for the World Snooker. And I think the Lawn Tennis Association person may have got the job in the end.
Right.
So, but there's a lot of travelling involved, obviously, because back then, you know, the swing, the Gulf swing, as they call it, the 3 weeks at the start of the year where they play in Abu Dhabi and Dubai and Oman. Is it Oman or Qatar? So they said the longest you'd be away from home would be 3 weeks at a time, but I just thought, imagine the contacts boot you would have had 2 or 3 years working for the European Tour. Anyway, it wasn't to be.
There's no movement out there at the moment. Is it still raining? It must be.
It's just spitting at the minute.
It's that fine rain that wets you. It's not quite even that, is it? The fine rain. Oh, it is raining. Yeah, it is definitely raining. I think we should go away for a bit because I've run out of anecdotes.
Yeah.
I know you never run out of anecdotes, but certainly ones that we may have heard before you might have run out.
It's just steady drizzle at the minute.
Yeah, it's not great, is it? It's not great. It's grey up above. The umpires are still out in the middle, talking to Neil Godrich, the head groundsman, who's obviously in his shorts.
Well, you see at the front of the pavilion there's 3 of the Derbyshire players just sitting in the seats. They haven't even gone up into the dressing room, have they?
Well, I can tell you one of them is Zach Chappell, because he's very easy to spot. Well, he's just put his cap back on, which makes it slightly tricky. The other 2, Leicester Ploy is on the left, and Alex Thompson has got his hat jauntily placed at the top of his head to the right. So those 3 are staying put on those seats either side of the steps that the players come down when they enter the field of play.
I did go on a weather forecasting course.
Did you?
No, I made it all up, but steady spittiness is how I would describe this at the minute.
I'd have thought making it all up would be ideal for the
Yes.
to become a weather forecaster.
Very difficult at this time of year to predict where the
well, as I said earlier, the forecast that I
rain's gonna bubble
heard
up.
said that the showers were going to become more frequent and they may be heavy. And the umpires are now leaving the scene as well, and that's never a good sign, really. They don't think it's going to stop anytime soon. We can clearly see it's raining. We will be losing more overs. We still won't finish till gone 7 o'clock, assuming that they're on at that point. And Durham are 378 for 5, trailing by 65 runs after 76 overs and 5 balls. So they've got plenty of time to get up to 450. They've even removed the bag of replacement balls, and the 3 players who were sitting at the bottom of the steps are going off. Leicester Ploy sort of threw his hands up there as if to say, why aren't we playing? Well, the reason we're not playing, Liz, is it's chucking it down. And at the moment, Mickey Arthur's on the wrong side of the ground for the pavilion. He's walking around with somebody who looks from the back a bit like Matty McKiernan, who isn't playing in this match. And indeed it is, I think, Matty McKiernan. He's having a chat with him out there on the boundaries edge.
Stuart Manger's emailed. He says, I'm watching the Ashes while listening to you.
Right.
It's dry here, fleeting cloud and sun, a decent northwesterly breeze in Sedbergh. Brooke caught out in a decidedly dodgy foot on, or was it off the Toblerone catch? Is your game going to complete? I don't think it will.
Well, it'll complete, but there won't be a... Yeah, we will get to the end of it.
Not in the completely manner some people might want.
No, indeed. Indeed.
Right, well, we'll
There's
turn
no
the
point
mics
in
off.
the might as well, might we?
Yeah, may as well, yeah.
I'll have a 1 o'clock in 11 minutes' time, and I
Oh,
can't
yeah.
imagine that we'll be back before lunch, but if we are, we'll be here. In and balls to Reed. 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 go in and balls to Reed. Welcome back to the Incora County Ground. I've just had a very confusing conversation about the cameraman. I think I'm there now. 378 for 5 are Durham. Here's the new timings. 3:55 tee. Fixed. Can't move. Unless it's chucking it down, presumably. And 71.1 overs remain in the day, plus the 96 that we won't get tomorrow. So that's where we're at. Matthew Potts has 6. He'll be on strike for the first ball of the afternoon. It'll be bowled by Anuj Dal. And Ollie Robinson has 9, 1 man out so far in the 7 overs and 5 balls, or as we like to call it, 47 balls possible so far today. Anuj Dal will be completing his 16th over, 1 for 64, his figures. Sam Connors could be about to pick up another 5 for if he gets back on. Here is Anuj Dal. Oh, no, he's not. He was on his way in and Matthew Potts stepped away. Weather-wise, the sun's shining. Who knew? And there is some blue sky up above, so we may well get through to 3:55. Who knows? Be quite good, wouldn't it? Very exciting. Martin will be back at some point, I'm sure. No anecdotes, though, and certainly no humour. Good luck trying to spot the difference. Here comes Anuj Dal, who's in and bowls to Matthew Potts, who pushes it out into the offside. It's the end of the over. 378 for 5, 6 to Potts, 9 to Robinson. 77 overs gone in the innings. 71 overs remain in the day. And Alex Thompson, who's bowled 16 overs, will resume the attack from the racecourse end. He'll be exhausted. He's been bowling since 11:05.
17 overs lost today now.
So what did we lose? How many did we lose there then this time?
What did we have before? Well, 15.
Well, I'll try and work it out using my maths. We lost 10 this morning.
Yeah.
And then we lost another 5. Another 2.
Yeah,
so we've lost 5. Okay, thank you. 17 in total.
T's 340.
3:55.
All right, then they've moved it.
And it can't be moved from 3. The first ball of Tom. Dear, oh dear. I'm going to tap on the... T. What time's T? 5 to 4. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Thank you.
I knew whatever it was. I was told it was immovable.
Single's been added by Robinson. First ball of the Thompson over. The second ball of it is defended by Potts. Straight back to the bowler. Too bright, really, now to be playing cricket. And they've got the lights on for no apparent reason. We had some walking cricket on the outfield at lunchtime. That was...
We're almost enough people to bowl.
That was interesting, as that one is turned into the leg side by Potts, who moves on to 7, 380 for 5. All about the bonus points, you'd fancy, as one of Martin's correspondents said this morning. Not the same correspondent who wasn't happy with the jokes. He'll have turned off by now. In comes Thompson and bowls a full delivery, punched up towards deepish mid-on, where Leicester Ploy does the fielding. Robinson moves to...
It's now...
No, he doesn't. Potts moves to 7. Pun.
It's now sparked a debate as to whether bins are boring or not on the forum.
I think bins are quite important.
Yeah.
No laughing matter, really. Yeah. That one is guided. It was Robinson who scored the run in the last delivery. He's moved on to 11, 381 for 5, and there is one ball to go in the over.
One of the lads has put a YouTube link on the forum.
Bin Day.
Bin Day by the Mock Tudors instead of the Mock Turtles.
Thompson to complete his first over after lunch, the first full over after lunch. The ball is punched back to him by Potts. He remains on 7. Robinson has 11. And Durham 381 for 5, and the second new ball is available in 2 overs' time.
Giraffa is the person who was complaining about the bin story.
Giraffa
is now asking, is there a German version? So there you go. It was German bins we were talking about, wasn't it?
Was it?
Yeah, well, because it was it? Did we start on Wednesday this week? Was it Wednesday? It's bin day for you, isn't it, on a Wednesday? That's right.
Tuesdays.
Tuesdays, is it?
Yeah, Tuesday's bin day.
Here's Dahl coming in from the city end. I wonder what day he puts his bins out. It's just
I think he probably
pushed him mid on.
Put his bins out for him. Still no Hayder Ali, and I did ask at lunchtime, and nobody knows.
Right.
So I did my best. You can only do your best.
Yeah. Which you occasionally do.
Which just wasn't good enough.
No. Dahl bowling to Robinson, punched out towards short mid wicket. And Wagstaff, the sub, fields it. It's been a stoppy-starty sort of day, hasn't it?
And it just, yeah. Tomorrow is likely to be a stop day. So if you've got anything you could rather be doing than listening to us, I would do it.
Dahl bowls to Robinson, who plays that up to mid-on, nowhere in there. Chris says, would it not have been more common sense to call lunch at 12:40 to 12:45 so they could get back on for 13:25, 13:30?
I think the problem with that sentence is sense.
Well, you can't tell when the rain's going to stop, can you? That's the thing.
No, but once it's raining, you call lunch, don't you?
Yeah.
But instead they waited to call it at 1.
Well, it's early because it was meant to be 10 past 1.
It was an early
so
lunch, yeah.
This is a 4 down to fine leg. So, it does look to me that there's a band of weather just missing us to the west of Derby.
Well, you did that course.
Yeah.
So you'd know. I think it's all right for the rest of the day, which almost certainly means it's going to rain imminently. I've not heard a forecast for a while.
I'm going to have to go next door and get my glasses in a sec. It's a bit bright, isn't it?
Too bright.
Yeah. Darling, Robinson are playing a miss outside the line of off stump.
Good news for Burton fans is that tomorrow you get to see the new kit. I wonder if I'll be able to get there to see the new kit for 2023-24. Chance to see that tomorrow when they play West Bromwich Albion. Dahl is in and bowls, and that one is pushed out into the offside by Robinson. And there is no run. Yeah, the latest Met Office weather forecast, and it's so specific because it's for the Business and Media Centre at the cricket ground, suggests that there's a slight chance of rain at 3 o'clock, but that's it.
Tomorrow, a wet and gloomy start with fog on the hills, and then heavier, lots of persistent showers, and then heavy rain in the afternoon.
Yeah, I don't fancy tomorrow very much. So there's something on the pitch here, and something's been. I think something has actually fallen off something and has been rolled into the pitch. Oh dear! Yeah.
Oh no.
Jack Shantry has been tasked with calling the ground staff on. This is a perfect thing for binoculars, isn't it? I bought these in the winter, and I'm having a look now. And oh yeah, there's a little like a stud type thing stuck in the pitch, just outside off stump to a left-hander, just short of a length. Everybody's having a look at it. Hannes Dahl's picked it up and thrown it off the field, which is an interesting thing. And out come the ground staff. So I don't know, they ought to have kept it really, because it might be an important part of some machinery or other. But they didn't have a heavy roller on the pitch at lunchtime. Why would they? I think the only course of action is an immediate abandonment. That would save everybody a lot of trouble, wouldn't it, really, of going through the rest of the day and then it raining tomorrow. We might as well call it off now. So let's have a look where the groundsman is going. He's been pointed out the little area on the pitch, and now he's bending down and looking at it. There's a hole in the pitch, and he's looking into it. And now he's picked it up and walking off, and everybody seems relatively happy. I think
It's not a gold tooth, is it? They lost a gold tooth here once.
Yes. Was it here or Chesterfield?
I don't know.
I think it was Chesterfield, from the stories I've heard. 2 members of the ground staff are out there at the moment, but not the head groundsman, who is Neil Godrich, who is now coming out, having just looked at the tractor away to our right-hand side.
It's just missing a wheel.
He's bringing out what
A tyre lever.
Kelvin Tatum calls...
what?
Kelvin Tatum, he's a speedway commentator. He calls it his dirtometer. It's a 12-inch screwdriver. And he's going out with this screwdriver now, out into the middle. Everybody's gathering around the hole apart from Alex Thompson and Lewis Deploy, who were deep in conversation at the non-striker's end. And now, yeah, Lewis Rees just had a look to see if the ball would deviate off the little impediment on the field. Now the groundsman, Neil Godrich, is speaking to Mark Newell, who's the other of the two umpires. They're looking down, and this is absolutely brilliant. Neil Godrich has got a sort of bemused look on his face, and that isn't normal because he's a top man, is Neil, but he looks slightly bemused by this. Anuj Dal's fiddling with his hat.
There weren't any other ancient kings lost in this area, were there?
They're just digging up Richard IV. Was there a fourth? I don't think there was.
I don't know.
I don't think there was.
Imagine the parking fee.
I know. So this is interesting because it looks as though they're not going to be able to carry on until whatever the problem is has been sorted. But of course, we have absolutely no idea what the problem is. So that's all very good. And we've been stopped for, I would say, 5 minutes now.
0.67 millimetres of showers possible between 2 and 3, and then that's it for the day.
Yeah, not much is there this afternoon. Lewis Rees has just punched the air. I think they might have suggested we'll have to call the game off. This will be remarkable. Absolutely. Now, Mark Newell has just looked at his watch. So he's obviously concerned that tea might have to be moved because it is an immovable feast at 3:55, we were told.
Well, they had Batgate here last year. Now we've got
Pitchgate.
Trackgate.
Oh, I like Trackgate. I like Trackgate. Meanwhile, over on the left-hand side, somebody who looks very much like George Scrimshaw is bringing drinks on. They must be parched out there. They've been going for at least 7 deliveries.
Shall I go downstairs and try and find out what it is they've seen?
I'm more than happy for you to.
And
I'll just waffle and talk nonsense. So there'll be no change in the commentary box, but Martin will try and get some information. Presumably, they will tell the scorers what's going on, but at the moment, there's just an awful lot of consternation and confusion, and Matthew Potts is doing a bit of gardening, tapping it down. Wayne Madson's just leant forward to have a look into it. Brooke Guest is saying, well, it looks perfectly fine to me. Alex Thompson's saying if you leave it there, it's on a length, and I might be able to turn one a bit sharper than the ones that have already turned this morning. And I don't know what the upshot is here. Out comes somebody from Durham in a Durham tracksuit. Unfortunately, I don't recognise him, so not having Martin here at the moment means that I can't tell you. We've now got a fairly good sight of the pitch, but in all honesty, I can't really see anything. But it is definitely right in the middle of the pitch. So what's happening here? Martin's got info. He's putting his headset back on.
Well, I've just been to see the match referee, Simon Hink, so he's about to go on the walkie-talkie to the umpires to find out what it is.
It looks to be right in the middle of the pitch, though, on a just about on a length. And
I've just had a thought. What if it's flying ants? They're all about to emerge out of a hole in the wicket.
And it looks as though we're just going to carry on as normal. So at least we haven't wasted 10 minutes of our lives looking into a very small hole in the middle of a cricket pitch. Absolutely bizarre. I'm going to put 10-minute hold up for that. 10-minute hold up for looking into a hole. It can only have been a small hole as well, can't it?
Right, he's getting the information now.
Martin, go and get that information. We'll find out what the small hole was made by, possibly. Ground staff have left, 12th man's left, George Scrimshaw, and here's Alex Thompson bowling to Nick Potts. Doesn't quite hit the hole, and the ball is turned into the leg side. Sliding stop by the non-hat-wearing Zach Chappell, who has the best haircut in the Derbyshire squad, as I've said many times. And Martin Emerson is back.
There is a washer.
A washer.
Embedded in the pitch.
Lovely.
And it's decided...
Next delivery is pushed straight back to Thompson by Robinson.
That it's been there since the start of the match, and they can't get it out without damaging the track, so they're going to leave it where it was. Or where it is.
And they've only just spotted it.
Yeah. Must be the way the light is.
Yeah.
Washergate.
Thompson balls. I'm going to call it that now. Should we call it Washergate?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So small washer, was it?
Yeah, it was probably off a washing machine.
Yes, well, they did have one out there at the start of play.
Yeah.
Here's Thompson bowls, and that was just spins back into Robinson, who pushes it out into the offside. They go through for a single. And it's fielded by Harry Kane. It's all good stuff for the 2 o'clock update, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Small washer, been there all match. Just spotted it. I can go more at 2:30. This one is turned into the leg side by Potts, fielded by Dahl. But a full 10-minute delay while they looked at a washer.
I wonder if it's...
Later on, there'll be some paint out there and they'll be watching it dry. This one is turned into the leg side by Potts. They're going to come back for the second as well, as there's a slight misfield by Sam Connors. Obviously listened to my joke. And anyway, as he took the ball, the bail was knocked off by the foot of Brooke Guest. So there was never a chance of a run out. 389 for 5. Robinson 16, Potts 10. Sorry, mate, I interrupted. You were going to say something amusing.
I can't remember what it was.
Well, I wanted to stop you right there because we're not having any of that nonsense.
No.
All right, don't try to be amusing today.
Whatever it was, it's gone in and out of my head, and I can't remember what it was now.
Lovely.
It was at least a minute ago.
Now, Goose, who's out there, he's one of our travelling companions. He says, I've just heard the umpire say it was a peg in the pitch. So, Alex Dahl's going to continue, and the new ball, second new ball, is available, but they're not taking it.
Anyway, here we go. Dahl balls driven by Robinson down towards deep point for 1.
You couldn't make it up, though, could you? I think they should have dug it up. And then they could have just carried on for the rest of the square.
I was picturing archaeologists arriving from natural England, or...
It's definitely fragments of a human skull.
Yeah.
It isn't.
Gone down towards backward point there, no run.
It's all kicking off. Got an email.
Dahl to Potts. Potts defends. Came in as a night watchman 4 days ago.
Jonathan Case, enjoying the coverage from the unofficial branch of the Chinese Derbyshire Supporters Club.
Oh, yeah.
Unfortunately, we can't offer any assistance in how to remove a small washer from a cricket wicket.
Oh.
Regards. So, thanks for getting in touch, Jonathan, but yeah. When you know somebody who can remove a washer, let us know.
Yeah. Dahl in again here. Comes in and bowls. And defended by Potts.
Yeah, washer, Nigel. Small washer. Put it on a spin cycle, and I was hoping they might dig the washer up and then just carry on with the rest of the square.
Yeah. Well, you know, day one was good drying weather, wasn't it? But
yeah. I didn't realise they had a washing machine out there.
Yeah. In comes Dahl bowls, and Potts drives it now. A couple of three tracks across. We've got those carved lines through the grass.
But it's not carved.
Yeah, so it's dead.
It's hydraulic
fluid leak.
Yeah.
Now, I would reckon, being a detective,
the
washer might be linked
ping.
to the hydraulic leak.
And then they've rolled it in without noticing it.
Yeah.
Because it's only a small washer, apparently. Could be a green one, who knows?
Yeah. It's, well, I'll tell you what, it's given a new name to sports washer ring, hasn't it?
Sports washering, very good.
Write that one down, because I'll forget that in a minute.
Sports washering. You want that for 2 o'clock? I might use that at 2:30. We've had sport washing, and now we've got sports washering.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. Sports.
Yeah, sports washering. I like that. Your audience in Newcastle won't hear it. So it won't hear me say it at 2:30, so I think we'll get away with it.
Well.
Here comes Sam Connors then, looking for the 5 for 4 for 63 from 19 overs. They've presumably taken the new ball. They're looking very eagerly next door. I haven't seen them wave it, but that's not to say that they haven't taken it. They might bowl a couple of deliveries with the old ball, which never makes any sense. George Scrimshaw's on as well as Mitch Wagstaff now, so slowly but surely they're getting through the entire squad. And everybody seems to be going onto the leg side, apart from Anuj Dal, who's gone from the leg side to the offside. If this game could get any slower...
Well, the sun's out now, that's going to shine on the washer.
Yeah, it could. Oh, wouldn't it be funny if you said, I'm sorry, it's glinting. Could be glinting, couldn't it? New ball? Not yet, thank you, Jane. Here's Sam Connors then from the racecourse end. 390 for 5. Cricket's going to break out in a minute. Bowls to Robinson, who guides that one. Backward of square on the offside and goes through for a single to move to 18. 391 for 5.
Talking of the racecourse end, they need to get a gallop on, don't they? This day's going nowhere. Oh, it's raining just over there, look. Yeah,
I think we're going to get that, by the way. Yeah. After this sun's gone, it'll be raining. And it's not far from the news.
The washer might go rusty.
Shiny happy people. 391 for 5. Robinson has 18, Potts has 10. And we've still got 66 overs and 5 balls left today. Got no chance of getting them in before it goes completely dark. As Connors is in, and that one is defended by Potts out into the offside. Dahl fields.
Things you don't expect to see or read out in the day.
Yeah, go on.
Rob says, it reminds me of the time the groundsman rolled his teeth into the wicket at Jesmond before a tour game against Australia. Surely that can't be true.
What a wicket with a bit of bite.
Oh, Damo says, I'm sat in A&E watching and listening. Any chance we can actually have some play for the afternoon, so I'm not bored.
Sorry, Damo, not a chance. Here's Connors in and bowls, and that one is defended by Potts into the up towards a very straight mid-on, actually. And there's big George Scrimshaw with his magnificent moustache.
He was at Worcestershire, wasn't he, originally?
Yeah, he played 4 T20s for them, I think, and then was released. Now then, they're going to take the new ball. There we go. Yeah. He's asked for the new ball.
New ball taken Sunday, 11 p.m.
Make a note of that, because it might be the most exciting thing that happens today. New ball taken, 81.3 overs with Durham on 391 for 5 as the dark clouds continue to roll our way.
On day one, the new ball wasn't taken straight away either,
No, it wasn't. Well, Borthwick was bowling and taking wickets, wasn't he? The new ball, first ball with the new ball by Sam Connors was defended by Potts. Right, that's Pam on news. So I need
new ball was taken 83 overs in on day one, and it's 81.3 today. Is that right?
Yeah. You got a 2 o'clock?
Yeah.
I'm only asking.
Yeah, I'll go next door.
Okay.
See you in a minute.
Thank you, Martin. Agatha Emerson, as he's now known. Next delivery is defended again by Potts up towards mid-off. 10-minute delay. We had 2 rain interruptions. And now a 10-minute hold-up for a washer. Sam Connors on his way and conceded just the 1 run so far from this over, which has been used. Oh, and he beats Potts outside the off stump. Good delivery, 391 for 5 at the end of the over. Potts has 10, Robinson has 18 at 3 balls of the over with the old ball, 3 with the new ball. Mark Newell is already looking to the skies because he's starting to fill in away to the west, and that is not good. So the Derbyshire fielders are just starting to run around a bit out there now. I think it's Lewis. No, it isn't Lewis Rees. Oh, it could be Lewis Rees because that's Mitch Wagstaff. Although that looks like Lewis Rees, so it's not Lewis Rees who's gone off. Oh, here we go. Yes, Pam, we've had 2 rain interruptions today. They are back out there, but we just had a 10-minute delay because they found a washer had been rolled into the pitch. They reckon it's been there all match and they can't remove it, otherwise they'll destroy the playing surface. Durham are 391 for 5. Matthew Potts has 10. Ollie Robinson has 18. They've just taken the new ball, Derbyshire. Sam Connors had taken the new ball. He's got 4 wickets already and looking for a fifer. Durham 391 for 5, still trailing by 52. Not sure that made any sense at all, so apologies to everybody. No, Goose, not a washing machine, a washer. In comes Chappell, who beats Robinson outside the off stump. Ball goes through to wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. He might have pulled the bat inside the line of that one for those watching on the stream. I'm not sure that he did that. To have a look at the scores elsewhere, because we're the only ones who've been having these extensive delays. England now lead by 205. They're 522 for 8 now. Mark Wood's gone for 6. Chris Wokes made 0. Stuart Broad's there on 6. And Johnny Bairstow has 46 as Chappell bowls off the back foot, forced out towards the cover boundary. Nick Potts is there. Robinson picks up a single, moves to 19, 392 for 5. Elsewhere in the second division, you already know about the result at Oakham School. Sussex are 33 for 1 in their second innings, trailing Yorkshire by 115 at Headingley. And in the game that started yesterday, Glamorgan are 321 for 5 against Gloucestershire at the start of the Cheltenham Festival. Here's Chappell again, in and bowls to Potts, who guides this one off his pads down towards long leg. Again, a little misfield there by Sam Connors, who's an exceptional fielder, it has to be said. He gets applause from Harry Kane. There's some irony in that. Kane's still looking and Connors is ignoring him. Connors has got a drink there off Matty McKiernan, and it was Matty McKiernan walking around earlier with Mickey Arthur. What did I put? In comes Chappell and bowls. That's driven very nicely out towards backward point for a single. Yes, I put a washer as opposed to the washing machine. .394 for 5. It's absolute carnage. In comes Chappell, bowls, and he's driven. Chappell tries to stop it with his left foot, can't. It gets past Mitch Wagstaff as well and goes all the way to the long off boundary for 4 runs to Matthew Potts. His first boundary. 398 for 5.
I think that was probably lost on the audience at 2 because it's a new show starting. I think if I'd used it at 3, might have been a bit of interaction, but there was a bit of tumbleweed there.
I'm going with it at half 2.
Right, you might. We'll see how it works on your audience.
Yeah, it's the sports washering bit that I'm struggling with. It is bizarre. That was the end of the over as well, that boundary. 7 runs off the over, 398 for 5. 20 to Robinson, 15 to Potts. Robinson on strike, lights still on, clouds gathering.
In comes Connors. Played by Robinson off towards the covers, no run there. Fielded by Anuj Dahl with his wide-brimmed hat on. We've had a full, probably 10 minutes worth of play now. There's got to be another
interruption.
Yeah, there's got to be another delay.
I think the rain's going to come and stop us.
I think that might miss us, you know.
I think you're right. It looks like it might. Gloomy again, though. The window is slightly tinted.
Connors has taken 4 for 64 from 20.1 overs. Robinson plays this off towards the deep point area for 1. My
mates from last of the summer wine look very agitated next to the old scoreboard there, just to the right of it. I can see Goose and Dave out there, and they're starting to look slightly agitated. Goose has got his dark glasses on, so he probably thinks it's midnight.
Yeah. I can see them.
I don't know who the other 2 are. Apologies.
It's a good crack sitting chatting to them yesterday.
Yeah, no, it's a good laugh. It's a good laugh. You've got to make your own entertainment and get somebody to translate what Goose is saying. But
Connors from the racecourse end, defended by Potts. This partnership He's worth 32 runs, and they've been together since Tuesday morning.
They could be
Feels
there.
like it,
They
doesn't
could be
it?
there at the end of the game in 10 minutes' time.
Yeah. In fact, this partnership started last Friday. Is it? It's Friday today, isn't it?
It is very much Friday. Yeah, second day of the Open, Friday.
Right.
Yeah.
So I've seen the day when I would have been so excited about the Open. Connor's bowls driven nicely by Potts. That's way past point for 4 towards the car park. Lovely shot. I went to quite a few. First one I went to was Troon in 2003.
Lovely.
Was it Todd Hamilton win that?
No idea.
Carnoustie. The worst place to watch it, St Andrews. Dreadful to watch it there. You're not allowed in the course. Everybody's got to stay on the outside, and you can't see much.
Well, it's too complicated, isn't it?
Too many shared greens as well.
Yeah, very complicated course.
Turnberry's good. Hoylake was good.
Yeah, as I say, I was screaming at the television last night when they kept suggesting that it was Liverpool. I know it's Royal Liverpool.
Birkdale's very good with all the natural sand dunes and natural vantage points.
Yeah, no, it's nice up there, isn't it? Birkdale, Ainsdale, all around there. Formby.
Connor's in. Dropped short on the leg side by Potts, no run. Our friend, there is a course at Ainsdale, isn't there? So you've got Birkdale and Ainsdale sort of run into each other, don't they?
Yeah, there's 3 or 4 on that little coast round, either in between Liverpool and Southport or just north of Southport.
We had a weekend down there, stayed with some friends who had a lovely house right opposite the golf course at Ainsdale. Most people who've been there probably go to Butlands. Wasn't it Butlands?
It's either Butlands or Pontins. I've been.
Have you?
Yeah.
Oh, that's well wide of off stump left alone. Daisy cut it through to the keeper as well.
You
went on holiday there from where you lived?
Still live.
Did you just go on the local bus?
No, but there was my lad who was a lot younger than he is now, played for a Lee Rugby Union club, and they had a weekend away at that Butlands/Pontins. I'm not sure which it is. It's Pontins. I've just looked it up.
Just catching the edge of the rain here.
It was really good.
Really good. Get them off. It's been 10 minutes since they last had a delay.
Yeah, umpires coming together. They don't like the look of the clouds. I can't say that I do either.
We're right on the very edge of it.
Oh, get them off.
I think it'll be past us in a second or two.
If it softens the pitch sufficiently for them to get the washer out, though, that might be useful. Umpires Mark Newell and Jack Shantry are going to carry on for the time being. I wonder if they're worried about potential lightning. There shouldn't be any, but it is absolutely hosing it down now, by the way. The umpires will feel that fairly shortly. If they weren't wearing those wide-brimmed hats, they'd already be feeling it. Here's Zach Chappell, 14th over. He's bowled in this innings, and he's in to bowl to Robinson down the leg side. Taken by Brooke Guest.
How many overs have we actually had today?
Not many. I don't know. It's tricky to work it out, really.
Hang on, it normally gives you the close of play, doesn't it?
Oh,
right, close of play yesterday. Durham 69 overs.
69 overs, yeah. We've had 15 overs and 1 ball. Is that right?
I don't know.
Thanks for your help. It's Chappell bowls. Oh, and that's a thick inside edge off Robinson's bat. Out towards the mid-wicket boundary. Alex Thompson's out there. Ollie Robinson comes through for a couple. Moves to 23, 405 for 5. What it is.
Yeah, I agree with you.
15 overs and 2 balls we've had now. Yeah, they're all south of Southport, Birkdale, Ainsdale, Formby. Formby's the posh bit.
Yeah, well, my uncle Tony came from Maghull.
Yeah, that's in North Liverpool.
And he always had a dream of one day being wealthy enough to be a member of Formby Golf Club.
Did he ever manage it?
Oh,
what a catch that is by Anuj Dahl. It was driven by Robinson out into the covers, and Dahl has leapt to his right, taken it one-handed, and Robinson goes. The one moment of class that we've seen today from either side, I think it's fair to say. Durham 405 for 6 now. What a catch that was.
That was all right. That was absolute perler, wasn't it? I didn't think he was going to get to it. I saw him leaping through the air, but I thought, that's way past him. How on earth he got to it? Corker.
Out in the covers, full-length dive.
Is it a bird? Is it a plane?
And Zach Chappell has his first wicket of the innings, 1 for 72 now for Big Zach.
Partnership ends at 38. Oh, they've got to 400 at some point recently.
Oh, yeah.
When was that?
That was during your over. Because in my over so far, they went from 403. They got 5 in the previous over, so you're over.
All right, well.
You're over.
Not that I've written any of the milestones down in the innings.
No,
We weren't here
it's a
yesterday.
waste of time. And 2 4s in his 23 for Ollie Robinson.
Oh, by the way,
Yeah.
sad news.
No, no, what?
In the news, Tony Bennett has died
Yes,
at
I
the age
heard
of
that
96.
at 2 o'clock in our, the old crooner. Still 38 behind, 6 down. You know what's going to happen. They're going to get bowled out for 443 and we'll have wasted the last 2.5 days of our lives. The new batsman is Graham Clark. Still Bryden Cast, Ben Rain, and Matt Parkinson to come for Durham. Greg Watts has been in touch. He says, "Hi Dave, you're a big campaigner for speed guns at grounds." Yes, absolutely. Very good, Greg. Maybe you should also start a campaign for metal detectors. Chappell is in and bowls. That's left alone by Clark, who immediately looks behind
Good
him.
leave,
I
that.
thought he thought that was closer to the off stump than it actually was in the end. He says, "I don't know if question of sport still exists. I think it does, but not in any kind of form that I recognise. But if it does, it would show a photograph of the players, umpires and ground staff staring at a hole and ask what they were looking for. I doubt any of the panel would say washer." Well, no, I think you're right. I was going for like a small bolt or something. That's what I would have guessed. I'd have been wrong, but that's what I'd have guessed. Chappell in, bowls to Clark, who gets struck on the pad. A little tucked up by that delivery. Ball dribbles out into the offside. It might have taken an inside edge, and in any case, it was too high for an appeal. Ball is fielded by Nick Potts at backward point, and there was no run. Yeah, that unpleasantness has passed to the south of us. Now there is more blue sky on the way, and the sun's coming out again. Every time the sun comes out, the commentary box warms up by about 5 degrees. Chappell bowls, that's driven but not timed, straight back to him by Clark, and a good over from Zach Chappell comes to an end in which he took a wicket, thanks in no small measure to a magnificent leaping one-handed catch by Anuj Dal away to his right-hand side. For all money, it looked as though Ollie Robinson was going to pick up another boundary, and he sort of stood there in amazement, did Robinson, and I'm not surprised because it was a terrific piece of fielding. I hope that the stream was able to do it justice, but it wouldn't be surprised if they didn't see it because it went so quickly.
Connors to Potts. Pushes that off towards the covers. It's Potts' highest score this year. 25. I think that was in the win against Yorkshire. Ended up with the last pair at the crease. He was out with 2, needed the win. And Bryden Cast walked out with a runner and edged a 4.
A thriller.
It was.
Yeah. What were they chasing?
I can't remember.
Excellent.
Connors in. It's gone down the leg side. It was a low-scoring epic.
Yeah. I don't mind them.
No.
Sawdust required for Sam Connors.
Was it 184 or something like that? It was the match after Derbyshire lost by an innings and 7 runs.
Well, you don't need to mention that.
Just seen it in my book. What was the target? They were chasing 296 and they were 227 for 9.
Wow. Shame for Yorkshire.
No,
that.
sorry, that's the wrong match. Sorry.
Wrong game.
Totally wrong game. That was close to. They were chasing 246
Yeah.
and they were 173 for 8 and needed 73. As this is played by Potts out with the covers. When Ben Rain got together with Matty Potts and they put on 71. Potts out for 25. Ben Rain made 50 not out. Bryden Cast not out 2. He actually scored 4, but
They ran 2 before it hit the boundary.
Yeah.
And if you do that, the game's over,
yeah,
isn't it?
that's right. That's what happened.
Yeah. It causes confusion, that kind of thing, because you just look at it and you think, oh, it's gone to the boundary. But it doesn't count if you complete the runs that are required.
Connor's right arm over, bowls to Potts. Potts plays it back to him.
Every day's a school day.
Now, the lad at the other end, Graham Clark, having been given his chance this year by Ryan Campbell, who saw something in him that the previous couple of coaches didn't. He's had him in the championship side this year, and he's paid back that faith. He's had 100 at Bristol. He's had 350s as well. Potts on top of this one. It's a shortish ball, and he cuts it hard past point and away to the boundary for 4 down the far end of the ground. Got run out, unfortunately, at Leicester a few weeks ago when he was nearly on 100. He was on 92, and Ollie Robinson ran him out.
I bet they laughed about it in the change room afterwards, didn't they?
Cost Robinson a few quid that, because he had to buy a round of drinks. He made 82 against Gloucestershire last week, 80 against Glamorgan in Chester Street in a draw a few weeks ago.
London now 9 down, 5:37 for 9. Jimmy Anderson's out there with Johnny Bairstow. They lead by 220.
Connor's in, bowls, and that's whipped away by Potts off towards that long leg. Chappell comes round and cuts it off in front of the demolition stand, 2 runs. Tell you what I have succeeded in doing.
Yeah.
The ready-to-go feed forum for this match has now become a complete discussion about bin day.
Lovely.
So,
I was saying the other day about how poor Germany must have been because they lost to a Northwest Cricket League 11 in the T20 warm-up.
Yeah.
Well, they've beaten Austria by 9 wickets with 59 balls to spare. So goodness knows what Austria are like. Scotland will be playing Jersey later on this afternoon. Ireland have beaten Denmark by 9 wickets with 33 balls to spare. Zach Chappell begins a new over from the city end and bowls to Clark, who pushes this one out into the onside.
where are the games being played?
There is no, they're all in Edinburgh.
All right.
At 2 grounds, I think. One of them is the Grange, obviously. But
Yeah, Grange Cricket Club is one, but then there's another place called the Grange where a different cricket club play or something.
Oh, is it?
I discovered on Twitter a few weeks ago.
And of course, later on today, the Seattle Orcas take on the Texas Super Kings in a competition that is so appallingly bad that it's almost laughable. In comes Chappell and bowls. That one is whipped into the leg side by Clark. He gets off the mark with at least a couple of runs here. Around the boundary goes. Well, that's Tom Wood now, who's on the field. They've got more substitutes on the field than actual starting 11 players, I think. I'm sure that's Woody. Looks like him. One game earlier this week, one of the teams was bowled out for 50. Sunderland Orion's team, in fact, after he raced back and missed finals day here to play in the Stars and Stripes T20, whatever it's called. In comes Chappell again and bowls. That one is again turning to the leg side, and it beats the man in at mid-wicket, who is Alex Thompson. He's going to get 2 more here, and it is Tom Wood who races around the boundary once more. Clark moves to 415 for 6.
450 is obviously the target for Durham here, and maximum batting points for the 6th time this season.
Got a magnificent amount of batting points, haven't they?
Yeah.
I mean, twice as many as just about everybody else.
36.
And of course, lots more wins than everybody else as well, which also helps with when you're at the top of the table.
They're 11 ahead of what Leicestershire had.
That one is off an inside edge into his pads by Clark, Chappell's latest delivery. This is an interesting game there. Montreal Tigers against the Surrey Jaguars at Brampton.
Brampton?
I don't think that's the Brampton at Chesterfield. I think
There's
it's
one at, there's a Brampton next to Carlisle.
No, it's not that one either. It's the one in Canada. Well, I imagine it is, because the other game that's at Brampton is between Toronto and Vancouver.
All right. I have watched a cricket match in Vancouver.
Be a bit difficult, wouldn't it, to come to this country and play in Cumbria. That one is off an edge down into the ground, fielded by Potts.
Can he walk back to the dressing room? Yeah, when we were on honeymoon in Vancouver, and down in the harbour where all the cruise liners come in, there's a beautiful park there, and there's a lovely cricket ground. Sat one evening watching a cricket match there.
This is the Global T20 Canada, or Canadian T20 as it's known. It's got nothing to do with the rest of the world. Here is Chappell in bowls. That one is pushed out into the offside by Clark. And there is no run. End of the over. 61 overs to go. 415, good grief. 415 for 6. That's, that's 4 hours, isn't it? Is it?
What?
61 overs. It's about 4 hours. And it's now 25 past 2, so that's 25 past 6 plus 20 minutes for tea. That's 10 to 7. Plus the fact that they don't bowl the number of overs in an hour that they're supposed to bowl, that's 10 past 7. Plus any further interruptions, call it 9 o'clock.
Just get home for the 10 o'clock news.
If we're lucky. Yeah. Northampton lost again.
Connors in bowls. And this is pushed off to the covers by Potts. No run there.
We'll be back at Wantage Road. Well, you won't, obviously, but we'll be back at Wantage Road next season by the look of it. Wantage Road and potentially Lords, which would be very amusing given that Derbyshire's current skipper will be plying his trade with Middlesex next season.
When was that announced? At the beginning of June?
It hasn't been announced yet, but it's happening. Everybody knows.
Connors to Potts. Potts firm to this one. Forward he comes, defends.
It's a very small community, cricket, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And everybody sort of knows everything.
Yeah.
Whether it's been announced or not. And that hasn't been announced by either Derbyshire or Middlesex yet. But it's happening. So
yeah, it is a very small community, isn't it? And you know, especially at close of the day, and members are in the bar with the players and the players' families and whatnot. Yeah. Word gets around. Connors bowls. This is played off by Potts to vacant square leg for 1.
I had a phone call about it about 5 weeks ago from a reliable source.
Right.
I got a second source, so I've done all the right BBC things.
So you've gone HP source, then Bats source, have you?
Yeah, gentleman's relish. Yeah, so...
You know how to cut the mustard with your sauces. It's nearly 2:30. It's nearly time for your sports washing ring. Bet you forget it.
I've been cut. I appear to have been cut off anyway.
Oh.
I have. There we are. I'm back now.
Oh, that spits up. As Clark goes forward to that one and pulls his bottom hand off the bat and tries to get the bat out the road. Goes through to the keeper. Twisted says on the forum, by the way, this is all about bins now. My neighbour on one side's taken all the bins in for one of the other neighbours on the other side of the street to help them out because they're away. But my paper section's been nicked in the recycling.
I've only got a paper one. Uptown funk in my ears at the moment.
Connors in, driven out through the covers by Clark. He'll get at least 2 here. Chase all the way across the field.
Who's that? Who's chased that, Martin? Go on, tell me who's chased that.
It was the other one who's come on, who I can't remember. Like Scrimshaw.
No, George is 12 foot tall. That's Tom Wood.
Tom Wood?
Yeah.
When did he come into the... Cast of thousands on it.
Are
they going through the entire squad?
They've gone through all 15 players who were named in the squad. They're showing the ball to the umpire now. They named a 15-man squad, and those who didn't make it were George Scrimshaw, Tom Wood, and Mitch Wagstaff, and they've all been on 12th-man duties at various times. I think, I'm not sure if Wagstaff's still out there, if I'm honest.
They're just having a look at the ball. It's only 6.5 overs old.
Yeah, I know. They've been pretty reliable this year, haven't they?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't make me feel more Friday-ish.
In comes the ball that tries to York Potts, but it's played safely up to mid-on, no run there. End of the over. 419 for 6 here on the BBC. And Durham trail by 24. Zach Chappell to continue. Bright sunshine we've got now. Never been far away from showers either. There's been quite a lot of delays today. 17 overs fallen to the weather so far. Chappell bowls and it's edged and caught by Madsen. Harry Kame, is it, at first slip? Diving across to his right, and the 7th wicket falls and Durham are still behind. There's a thick edge there from Graham Clark. Kane went into first slip, Madsen had moved across to second as the edge came in. So Durham still trail by 24, and Clark has fallen to a diving slip catch. First slip, Harry Kane off the bowling of Zach Chappell. So Chappell gets his second of the innings. He now has 2 for 76. And Clark is out for 7, just after I was reading all the big scores he's got in recent weeks. Durham 419, and the partnership there was just 14. So left to come out and bat, got Bryden Cars, Ben Rain, and Matt Parkinson. And here is Bryden Cars. Ball just rose on him a little bit there, and Clark chased it instead of just letting it go. Thick edge, came diving to his right, taking the catch. In comes the bowler to bowl to Picasso. He's off the mark, first ball, and it'll flick off down to fine leg. Taking a while to clean the ball and dry it every time there's been a shot here. This all adds to how long this day is going to take. 60 overs remaining, including this one. Potts is on 26, and he gets up on top of a shortish ball and fends it down into the ground on the leg side. No run there. Chappell in, turned nicely by Potts out towards deep square leg for 1. Here we go, here we go. This is Dave doing a bit in the Radio Derby. He's now having to explain what sports washing is. Oh, there we go, he's got it in. Chappell from the city end, bowling to Cars, who leaves that one. That stayed really low as it went past the off stump. Pitched again before it reached the keeper. Chapel bowls. That's well wide of off stumps, left completely alone by Carson. That is the end of the over. Durham trail by 22, 421 for 7. So they're 19 runs away from a fifth and final batting point for a 6th time this year. The cut-off for that is 110 overs, so they've still got 21 overs of time to get those runs. Connors coming in to bowl from the racecourse end, and bowling to Potts, who's forward to this one. Meets it on the bounce, just plays it back into the bowler's end. It's actually collected by the non-striker Cars, who flicks it away to one of the Derbyshire players to give it a clean. Connors to Potts. Potts plays the ball off the back foot out into the covers. Dahl collects it, no run. Oh, there's a riposte from the other end here. Potts bat raised as Connors comes in, and he plays this to point. It's another dot ball. Woodfields, one of the many 12th men out there at the moment.
Just had not an explanation, but a suggestion from Sally Pepper, our afternoon show host. She said, but the first thing that popped into her head when I mentioned the washer was, I wonder if it was left by the Who concert.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. Good point. Connors in, bowls. Lead off towards mid-off, because they covered the square, didn't they?
They did cover that, but that was the only thing that was covered, just the square. The sports washering thing, just for information, she didn't really know what sports washing was, so it didn't really work.
Well, I heard you explaining what sports washing is.
Yes, so
it got a bit laboured.
It did. It got very laboured, I'm afraid.
I think you've got to know your audience, really.
Well, I thought Sally would have known about sports washing, but obviously not.
Connors in, and an attempted drive this time from Potts. He plays and misses at that one.
But I did hear that Tom, who's the afternoon producer, his arms are covered in tattoos. I assume he's got some on his legs as well. I don't know if he's still listening and he can confirm that.
Is that part of his job?
No, but he's having a large design put on his back.
Oh.
9 hours it's going to take tomorrow, and it's still not going to be finished. And he can only lie on his front after he's had it done for a while. So that's inconvenient, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't think it'll affect him putting his bins out.
Connors bowls, and good defensive play here from Potts. Steady away, end of the over. 421 for 7, so that was a maiden. Sally Pepper, that sounds like a stage name, but it's a real name, is it? Or is it a stage name?
No, I think that's a name.
Yeah,
it's a name. Yeah. Did you read Bernard's tweet?
No.
It was quite good, actually.
No, I haven't been on Twitter for a while.
It was good for Bernard.
Was it?
Yeah.
Was it brief as well?
Well, it could only go up to 170 characters, isn't it now? I think he said, surely the washer should be painted white. And it could have been whitewashed. Very good, Bernard. This one is outside the off-stump. It's a new over from Zach. Chappell begins. Ball goes through to the wicket-keeper, Brooke Guest. It's not like Bernard to be funny. But I enjoyed that one. Well done. 421 for 7, deficit 22. And still another 20 overs, including this one, for Durham to get the 29 runs they require for maximum batting bonus points. In comes Chappell again and bowls. And that's turned into the leg side by Bryden Cass. And there's no run. And the same number of overs, of course, for Derbyshire to get 2 more wickets to get maximum bowling points.
Somebody on this forum I was mentioning.
Stop reading forums.
Yeah, but it was said the neighbour only comes out once a week to put the bins out and really enjoys it. She's 80, that and playing her half-man, half-biscuit records at full belt. And somebody says, does she wear a Duke of Prague away kit when she's putting the bins out?
Well, that's all she wanted for Christmas.
Yeah.
Cass waits. And Chappell is in again. Bowls to him. That's driven for 4. Out to the cover boundary. There isn't anybody out there. Bryden Cass moves on to 5 for 25 for 7. I always avoid those forums. There's some interesting opinions on those quite often. Not always correct, but certainly interesting. Deficit now down to 18, so Durham will almost certainly have a first innings lead for what it's worth. It was in the minor counties where you got a point for an innings lead, didn't you?
Yeah, I think they used to do that in the Durham Senior League as well.
Yeah. Then comes Chappell again, bowls. It slightly squares Cass up, plays it back to the bowler with the edge of the bat.
You could have a winning draw and a losing draw, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Which I think is a good idea, actually.
Yeah.
But it means more maths, Dave, which is a worry.
Well, I leave that for other people, obviously. But Northwest Cricket League, you get an extra 2 points, I think, for bowling a side out, which I think is a good thing. 425 for 7. In comes Chappell and bowls. That one is guided off the back foot. Now it's the cover boundary for 4 more by Cass. Ball's taking its time to get there, but it will. There we go. Yeah. It was being chased in a sort of half-hearted manner by Nick Potts, who obviously thought it was going to get to the boundary before he could have got there. I think Anish Dal probably could have hauled it in, but he wasn't chasing it. Cass moves to 9, 429 for 7. By the sounds of it, Bairstow's gone mad. He's now on 86 off 73 balls. He's in with Jimmy Anderson, 573 for 9 now England, leading by 256, and the reason I thought he might be going mad, as Chappell is in and bowls to Cass, who defends this out into the offside end of the over, 429 for 7. As I just saw a tweet that said, Ben Foakes is a good wicket keeper, but ... from one of the national newspaper guys there, and the but is clearly that he perhaps can't do what Johnny Bairstow can do on the odd occasion when he goes mad. He is an infinitely better wicket keeper. Should be in the side as a result. George Scrimshaw's out there again, so Scrimshaw and Wood are both out there at the moment.
What about the other guy?
Ploy's gone.
Wagstaff, was he?
No, I don't think he's out there at the moment, Mitch Wagstaff. I think Leicester Ploy and Haider Ali are the 2 men off the field at the moment.
It's a cracking moustache, that, isn't it?
It's a belter. It's an absolute belter.
Looks like he's out the French resistance.
Yes, I think a part-time job on a low.
Connors in to bowl to Potts, and that's played back to him, and he gets down sharpish to stop it racing away for 4. Test match special said no test matches north of Nottingham in 2027. The mayors of Greater Manchester and West Yorkshire have urged the England and Wales Cricket Board to rethink the venues for the men's Ashes tests.
That's not going to happen, is it?
No. Adrian Pickering says, I'm sure Durham Cricket would be happy to take one of them on as well. It's a disgrace there are no tests above Leeds normally. This
is cricket played north of Leeds?
Apparently. Well, you've just mentioned Scotland, haven't you?
Oh, yeah.
The Cricket Scotland League. Paul Summers side, draw likely, especially as you're south enough for the rain. Yes, everywhere's going to be south tomorrow.
Yeah, it's not going to be very nice, sadly.
In comes the bowler, cut away down to vacant 3rd man. We're open for business by Potts, who moves on to 31.
Leicester Ploy is poised like a coiled spring, ready to come back onto the field at the end of the over. He's sitting on one of the chairs at the bottom of the steps away to our left. Still no sign of Haider, who I can only imagine is ill or he's pulled something, but he didn't look like he was limping. Yeah, to me, yes, I didn't notice him limping. I know I wasn't paying as much attention as I would normally do, which is precious little anyway.
Stephen's asking, the washer they found in the pitch, is it like an Electrolux? Connors bowls, defended by Potts, runs up to Scrimshaw at mid-off.
I reckon he must be the 700th person to come up with that joke.
Yeah. I think I went for hot point, didn't I? Are they still a thing, hot point?
I believe so. Oh, I think I've got a hot point.
Have you?
I can't remember. Might be a Hoover. It's just very confusing when you push it around the lounge trying to get the dust up. It doesn't work at all.
Rips the carpet to shreds. Leaves water everywhere.
Very damp.
Connors in. Potts forward to this one. Nearly sort of overbalances as he plays that. Runs up to Scrimshaw again. Can you ask Dave why Sam Connors is called Youthy? Because that's what they call people around here, isn't it?
Not to my knowledge, but
yeah, they do.
We call them youth.
Yeah, youth. Yeah.
Yeah. He is local-ish. Came through the academy here, but he was educated in Nottingham.
He said he's 24.
I say educated as much as anybody in Nottingham's educated. Sorry.
He said he's 24. Is it just a case of the fact he's one of the younger players in the group?
He's been in the team for a while now.
Connors in, and ball played. One strip across on the offside by Potts. Defensively, he's on 31. Cars is on 9. 4-3-3 for 7. 450 is the target for the next batting point. Oh, that boogie's going at a rate of knots there. Whoa, slow down, you're going to hit the wall. And away he goes.
Where is he?
He's gone. Just came racing out the back of the permanent temporary stand and thump, like the clappers.
Yeah, one overtook us yesterday when I did a lap with Jack Timon.
Might have been chipped.
I said to Jack, is there not a speed limit inside the ground? There should be, shouldn't there? Changing the bowling, Anuj Dahl is replacing Zach Chappell. Chappell 5 overs, 2 for 23 with the new ball. He's gone to, he hasn't gone to graze anywhere actually, he's gone to mid-on. Means a slight change in the field because of course Anuj Dahl is usually in the covers. Alex Thompson's gone in the covers, as has Lewis Rees. One is catching, Thompson coming closer, just moved across the hydraulic fluid lines. Close to the washer, as in comes Dahl. That is a wide half volley that's driven away to the extra cover boundary for 4. Not a good start. Cast moves on to 13, 437 for 7.
Paul says, oh, that other email must have been from yesterday, because today's greetings from a showery but warmish Costadel, Hartlepool.
Oh, okay. Unless the
so the one I read out yesterday was when we weren't around, was it?
Unless the weather's taken a turn for the worse.
It suddenly has, yeah. Just gone in from work. Decent effort by the Durham batters.
Off to the chip shop.
But I fear a draw due to the weather forecast for Saturday. Hope I'm wrong. Keep up the excellent commentary, banter, wit, and funny stories, and have fun.
I don't think the forecast is wrong, as Cars pushes this next delivery from Dahl out into the offside, fielded by Harry Kame, who's fielding on the cover boundary. Cars moves to 438 for 7. The deficit just 5 runs now. 438 for 7. I might have said it the wrong way around, but it was a few seconds ago and I can't remember. You sort of go into automatic pilot. I'm there in automatic pilot. There's a slight alteration to the field, which is why there's no cricket taking place. One of the many reasons no cricket is taking place today is now the field has moved. Tea at 3:55 for those planning ahead, so another hour and 8 minutes or so. As Dahl is in and bowls, that one is guided down towards third man, backward point region. The sliding attempt to stop by Nick Potts fails. He's overtaken by Wayne Madsen, which is a concern as he chases it. Because Potts is clearly the youngest player in this Derbyshire side, and Potts picks up 2 more to move to 33. Durham are 440 for 7.
There's a slight alteration to the field. Somebody's creating a rockery down at third man.
Might as well, mightn't they? And the umpires would say, oh, we'll play around it. We'll just play around it like we are with the washer. We'll just play around it. Got the man at silly mid-on. He's not that silly, as this one is left alone outside the off stump by Potts. It looks like Alex Thompson, mainly because it is. And there is only one substitute fielder on. Now, there are a couple of the Durham substitute fielders with, well, one of them is definitely Baz Deleda.
Yeah. Drizzell will be the other one.
Drizzell.
Yeah.
George. You can tell Deleda by the hair and the orange boots. As Dahl bowls, beats the edge of Potts' bat, ball
And
goes
his face.
through. And the fact that it's him.
Some pigeons have just been let out their cree, look.
It looks like that, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Are they pigeons or
I
are they
would say-
starlings?
I would say they're probably pigeons.
I think they're starlings.
Coming our way.
I think they're starlings.
Oh,
then.
do you?
Yeah, the way they're flying. And as Dahl shown the umpire the ball, wants a little bit of the ball removing or something hanging off it, presumably. So there's a, for the first time today, a slight delay
Yes.
in proceedings.
It's gonna be dark, isn't it, when we leave the ground tonight?
And dark when we get here tomorrow, and dark all day, I think.
Yeah. As dark as my soul.
Here's Dahl, final ball of the longest over of the match. And Potts defends it straight to Alex Thompson. End of the over, 440 for 7, 33 to Potts, 14 to Cars. 12 men on.
How many Potts has faced? 81 balls for his 33.
Very watchful. 4 fours for him. And Cars in his 14 has got 3 fours. And 2 of them out to the mid-wicket of the extra cover region.
They've just brought a tablet out for Potts by the looks of things.
Salt shattered, wasn't he? Longest session of the day by a distance, this.
"17 overs lost today. Can't gain any back now." And then the weather forecast's not good for tomorrow. Sometimes it doesn't turn out the way they predict.
Often.
Connor's in. Attempted Yorker, played away by Carson. That's rattled through his fingers. He's giving his right hand a shake right off the toe of the bat.
Horrible amount. They make
Yeah.
your hand go numb.
Yeah, they do.
Don't like them.
And you can put a claim in for vibration white finger.
Yeah. Thompson warming up, or keeping himself warm by doing some stretches.
Big bank of murky cloud just missing us to the south. Connors to Cars. Cars defends. Ball runs up to deploy at mid off. No run.
It's hit Loughborough because it's raining in Loughborough.
Yeah.
Sort of over there.
My niece is at uni in Loughborough.
You must have an enormous family.
Or Lowbro, as a newsreader once described it on it.
Loughborough?
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Connors. Oh, that's absolutely slapped away by Cars. What a beautiful shot that. Cover drive. Right out the middle of the bat. Nailed through to the pavilion for 4. Durham lead by 1. How many overs has that taken? What over? I mean, 94th over.
93.3. Derbyshire's innings lasted. I did write this down. 120 overs. So they've done it 27 overs quicker.
Some people have noticed and have clapped. Connors comes in and bowls. Play out a no ball. Playing a miss. Nearly an edge, but it's a no ball.
Not his first, I would suggest. I'm going to double check. I know it's not his first. How many no balls he has, in fact, bowled Sam Connors. And that is his 5th, which indicates a slight problem. 5 no balls in 25 overs and 3 balls. Nick Potts and Lewis Rees have bowled a no ball apiece as well.
Shortish ball down the leg side, flicked off to long leg for 1 here by Cars.
Just alert listeners, every time you hear that little creak, it's Martin edging close to falling off the double chair that he's managed to erect for himself. Yeah. Anish Dahl has miscounted. He forgot the no ball. He thinks it's the end of the over. there were still 2 balls to go. He'd removed his hat and was marching to the far end. Things are going that slowly that it had to have been an over completed, but no. Still 2 balls to go. We'll get there in the end.
Connors in, and that is defended. Just rolls off the offside. Durham leading by 4 now here on the BBC. Coming up to 7 minutes to 3. Next update in the 3 o'clock news on Radio Newcastle and Radio Derby.
Australian Smythes hit a hole in 1. It's exciting.
Connors bowls. Ball played away by Potts out through the covers for 1. I never got a hole in 1. I should really take golf up again. I've got a nice set of clubs in the garage, which are probably going rusty now. But came close once on a par 3. My ball was on the lip on one side of the hole, and my mate's ball was on the lip on the other. He couldn't even get a shoe between the 2 balls.
But
close.
not a hole in 1?
No, close as I got.
Brian Harmon's at a 6 under 65 and leads on -10 on 10 under. Tommy Fleetwood, who was the overnight leader, or joint overnight leader, has just begun his round, and Rory McIlroy remains level par. As Dahl begins a new over to Matthew Potts. He pushes it up to Alex Thompson at silly mid-on, and there's no run. There was a protest on the 17th. Orange powder.
I saw purple powder being thrown on the 18th at Hoylake when was it Fathers for Justice were they called?
That's what, there was a protest group called Fathers for Justice. Sam Connors has left the field now. There's Dahl bowls, and it's driven by Potts up towards deep mid-on, and there's no run. So George Scrimshaw is back now, but without a cap. I just think he looks better without a cap, although he looks a bit like Super Mario when he's wearing the baggy Derbyshire cap. I like a non-hat-wearing George Scrimshaw. He's down at deep backward square leg as Dahl bowls. That one is driven out towards the cover boundary. There is cover out there now. It's Mitch Wagstaff who's back with us. Good to see Mitch after all this time. He's one of 2 substitute fielders. So Harry, all three are on, because I've just spotted Tom Wood as well. So they've got 3 substitute fielders on at the moment. We know that Haider Ali's not out there. I don't think Harry Kame is out there, and we know that Sam Connors isn't. Dahl bowls. It's defended by Cast. No run. So remarkably, Derbyshire have got 3 substitute fielders. At New Road in Worcester a couple of games ago in the championship, they had 7 different 12th men, including one who wasn't even part of the group. He just fancied a day fielded, I think. He came down from a Birmingham League side. Here comes Dahl again, and bowls using his feet. Cast sort of runs towards Dahl and then pushes it out into the offside. The 450's up for Durham, so there is the maximum batting bonus points. Soraka Lakmal's just left in his Derbyshire branded car away to our left hand side. That 450 coming up in the 95th over, 94 overs and 5 balls.
6th time this year Durham have got maximum batting points.
It's an absolute triumph. How many will they get next year in Division 1? Next delivery from Dahl. It's played off the back foot by Potts up towards Deploy at mid-off, and it's the end of the over. Potts has got 35 from 87 balls. Cast has got 20 from 18. The partnership already worth 31. Durham 450 for 7. And leading by 7 as Nick Potts returns to bowl. Harry Kame returns to field. George Scrimshaw's left us. So it's just Connors and Haider who are no longer on the field. Confirmation that Nick Potts is coming on to bowl. Very exciting for everybody. Just there's no urgency, is there? There's no excitement really at the moment. It's meandering.
Down a nice little sleepy river.
Just nothing really to talk about. Not that we're allowed to talk about anything other than the cricket, of course, so that's that.
Here's Potts then. 2 bowlers called Potts in the same match. Right arm over.
You've just spotted that, have you?
Yeah, because when he came on to bowl yesterday, I wasn't there.
No, but he was always going to be a bowler because he came out to bat at number 11. If he was a specialist number 11 batsman...
I never saw him bat either. He batted yesterday and he bowled yesterday.
You saw him bowl yesterday.
Did I?
When you were here.
I know, but I couldn't say it on air because I wasn't on air.
No. No. This is his 9th over.
Right arm over, right arm medium. This is played away by the other Potts for 1 through the covers.
Brian Adams and that Spice Girl. One of the Mel's. I think it's B, isn't it? Is it B or is it C? C. No, B. I'm not sure. The one who was supposedly sporty because she had a tracksuit.
Oh, yeah. Potts bowls to Cars, and it's just lobbed over the top of backward point for 4.
He was interested momentarily, Mitch Wagstaff, but not for very long.
Were you into girl power?
Oh, yeah, I was a big exponent. Yeah. No, I wasn't an exponent. That's the wrong word, isn't it?
Fan.
Yeah,
No.
that'd have been a better word. No, I clearly wasn't. No. I mean, I've got nothing against it.
Are you going to tell me what you want, what you really, really want or not? I'm going to have to go next door, matey boy.
Load of old nonsense. Here's Nick Potts bowling to Bryden Cars. He's on 25 and he's going to remain on 25 as the ball is guided down to Mitch Wagstaff at backward point. The news already on. Partnership currently worth 37. A slightly abrupt end to that news item. In comes Potts and bowls. Oh, little fiddle at that one by Cars. Goes through to wicket-keeper Brooke Guest. Just a reminder, and a reminder to myself as much as anything, tea is at 3:55, so the thick end of an hour's play before tea. And the sun is out now, and it's quite pleasant. The lights remain on. In goes Potts. Racecourse end. But past umpire Newell, left alone by Cars through to wicketkeeper Guest. And that's the final ball of Potts' 9th over, 0 for 78. His figures, 96 overs gone in the Durham innings, 456 for 7. Derbyshire need 2 more wickets to get their final bowling bonus point. They got 5 bonus points last week down at Hove and picked up 10 from the match. And if this game finishes in a draw at the moment, they'd get 10 and Durham would get 12. And Ajdal to continue from the city end. He's in and bowls to Cars. Pushes out into the offside. Single taken, 4-5, 7 for 7. But Durham have nudged in front in this one, Pam. They're 457 for 7 now. Potts has got 36, Cars has 25. They put on 37 for in just 49 deliveries. Sam Connors with 4 wickets, the pick probably of the Derbyshire bowlers, although 2 for Zach Chappell this afternoon. But Durham are going pretty nicely here. They lead by 13. They're on 456 for 7. I might have given them an extra run there. couldn't remember Matthew Potts' first name, and the whole thing just went to pieces. You all know what's happening now, hopefully at home. It remains 4.56 for 7. That latest delivery is pushed by Potts into the offside. There's no run. The lights are going off. I hope that's deliberate. They've gone off. In comes Dahl and bowls. That's chipped into the air to the left of Tom Wood and to the right of Zach Chappell, and away to the members' pavilion for 4 runs to Matthew Potts. He moves on to 40. 460 for 7 now, the lead up to 17. It was a slightly risky shot. He meant to thread it in between those two fielders. He did very well because that's what he managed to do. I'm not entirely sure that that was what he was trying to do. But a profitable shot nonetheless for Matthew Potts, who defends this. Bryden Carse, rather, who defends this. The scoreboard says Potts, and it's Carse who's on strike. It's because Jane's looking at her phone like a teenager. I think I might have to tell her. Got the batsman the wrong way round. It's Carse on strike who pushes this with a leading edge out into the offside. I think Carse is on 29 and Potts is on 36. It is 460 for 7. Now he's gone down to 37. Oh dear. I might have caused some confusion next door. 461 for 7. Even I'm getting confused now. That's Carse on strike. He pushes the ball up to mid-on and they go through for a quick single. It's a comfortable single in the end. That's right now. Carse has 30. Potts has 37 and Durham are 462 for 7 at the end of the over. They lead by 19. Who's going off now? Looks like Tom Woods is trotting towards Sam Connors, who's back on the field. So Connors back. Wood off. Wagstaff still out there. I think that's the only substitute we've got now. Nick Potts begins a new over. From the racecourse end, he's in and bowls to Bryden Carse, who defends the first delivery of the over into the ground. And the ball dribbles back towards Nick Potts, who picks up himself and marches back to the top of his mark. The only jeopardy left in the remaining 12 overs and 5 balls before we get to 110 is whether Derbyshire can pick up 2 more wickets. Potts on his way in again. Past umpire Newell and bowls to Carse, who turns this into the leg side. They're going to get 1. I think that's all they'll get. It'll be fielded there by Lewis Rees. Carse moves to 31. 4.63 for 7. Harry Kane back out there as well, so confirmation that we're down to 1 substitute fielder again.
Which song did they come out the news on? Did you hear?
No. I don't stay that long. Will have been the same one as you. What was it?
Somewhere in the city where the air is still.
And the overkill.
Yeah.
Potts bowls. It's clipped nicely by Potts. Up towards a very straight mid-wicket. I suddenly realised the error of my ways there. And Matthew Potts moves on to 41. Partnership up to 48. 467 for 7. The lead 24. Ball retrieved by Alex Thompson. Sun shining brightly. Looks like all the horrible stuff's gone for the time being. We may well get through to 355 when T has been fixed. Potts bowls to Potts, who goes up onto his toes and hammers it away to the cover boundary for 4. Short and wide outside the off stump from Nick Potts. Matthew Potts takes full advantage. Moves to 45. 471 for 7. The lead is 28. Sam Connors was chasing that as though his life depended on it, but he couldn't quite get there, which was a bit of a shame for him, really. And now he stayed on the boundary. If it had been there before, he'd have just stopped it and they'd gone for a single. Nick Potts in. Matthew Potts turns it into the leg side. They go for another one at least. One is all they will get, as Lewis Rees puts the slide in to stop the ball. Matthew Potts moves to 46 for 172 for 7. The bowling doesn't look massively penetrative at the moment. Durham leading by 29. As Potts goes in and bowls to Cars, who pushes this one out into the offside, fielded by Anuj Dal. And it's the end of the over. Dal keeps the ball. Is he going to continue his spell? He's only bowled 3 overs in it, 3 overs for 15. He removes his hat. Matthew Potts has 46. Bryden Cars has 31. The partnership is worth 53 now. And Durham are 472 for 7, leading by 29.
Bright sunshine now. This is just a silly day. A silly, silly weathery day. Good drying day now, Dave. Dahl to bowl here from the city end. Potts plays at a half volley, which is wide of off stump. Doesn't time it well, and it trickles out of the offside to Rees. No run there. Dahl in, turned by Potts to mid-wicket, no run there.
I didn't win the chocolates again.
Oh, nightmare.
Yeah, I got a mention this week though. Shout out to Dave for brightening my day with his Brighton hotel tale. Yeah. Wrong hotel in Brighton.
Is it, what's this, the staff newsletter or something?
Yeah.
Yeah. They have a weekly chocolates thing, do they?
Yeah.
Huh?
The shout out. I've won it a couple of times.
Dahl in, flicked away down towards fine leg 4-4. Dahl's not happy, he kicks the ground in disgust.
50 for Potts.
Potts reaches 50.
Does he?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, so he does.
Comes in 95 balls. And lots of other bits and bobs, which I'll tell you about now.
That was his 7th 4.
7 4s. What's his highest score? Has he got a score in the 70s, is it?
81.
Dahl in, bowls. Potts plays this to mid-wicket, no run there. 81 against Northants 2 years ago in a partnership of 149 for the 9th wicket with Liam Travascus, who made 77. He also made 53 not out against Derbyshire in 2017. He's batted nicely, hasn't he?
Very nicely.
Dahl in again. That's over pitched and played into the ground, and a bump ball up to silly mid-on, no run there.
Not bad for a night watchman. He's still there at 3:10 on the next day. I know it rained this morning, but he's seen Miguel Pretorius, Ollie Robinson and Graham Clark perish while he's been out there.
Next ball pushed to the cover area to Rees. That is the end of the over. 4-7-6 for 7. The lead is 33.
Roy Dahl took his sweater from umpire Chantry. So just basically told us all we need to know about his mood, and he's usually a very happy kind of character, Anuj Dahl, but not so much today. And now Wayne Madsen and Lewis Deploy are having a chat. Why not? The over eight's +2, so they can do what they want, unfortunately, in terms of slowing things down. We've still got 49 overs left today. Blimey. That is, well, that's in excess of 3 hours, plus the 20-minute tea break. So if we get finished by 7 o'clock, it will be a result. Here's Nick Potts bowling to Bryden Cars. And Cars goes after a short, wide one and gets 4 runs down towards backward point. Poor delivery. The ball rolls into the car park. This is exciting. All the way to the first car and hits the back tyre.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's a sort of... I don't know what colour that is, really.
It's a silver car, that one.
That's never been silver in the memory of man.
It is.
It's not silver. It's bronze. It's almost...
It's gunmetal grey.
It's beige.
Look through your binoculars that you spent a load of money on.
Oh, they weren't that expensive. Yeah, silverish, isn't it?
It's a Volvo.
It is.
It's a Volvo SUV.
Whatever. What does that mean?
Sports utility vehicle.
All right. So it's a car.
Yeah.
Yeah. Excellent. 480 for 7. Lead 37. Potts in again to Cars, and this one's on target. Cars pushes it up towards Leas deploy. Nick Potts, 10 overs and 2 balls, 0 for 92. He's in a race with Sam Connors to get to 100, but Connors has bowled 16 overs more than him and taken 4 wickets. Potts is the better bowler than this. Just struggling a bit in this match. Lewis Rees 6 overs for 45. Thompson 18 overs for 77. In goes Potts and bowls. That's better. Pushed out into the offside by Cars. Dahl 1 for 88 from 22 overs, so 4 and over. I can do that one. And Zach Chappell 17 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 86. I'm not sure whether Chappell's 100% fit, but missed the last game with an Achilles issue, I believe. But he's out there. He's down at long leg, having a chat with 1 or 2 of the people sitting in the East Midlands demolition stand as Potts comes in and bowls to Cars, who chops this one away down to backward point for 4 runs. Cars moves to 39. The partnership now worth 65 off 70 balls. Derbyshire don't seem to be able, or seem to know how to keep things tight, because 65 off 70 balls is the antithesis of keeping things tight, I would respectfully suggest. England were all out in the test match for 592. Australia 11 without loss in their second innings as Potts goes in again and bowls to Cars, who leaves this one alone outside the off stump. He's already plundered enough runs from the over, 8 of them in all, with a couple of boundaries. He's on 39. Potts, Matthew, that is, has 50. Partnership worth 65. And Durham a 484 for so. It wasn't the last ball of the over. I'll go through all that again in a minute. I felt sure it was the last ball of the over. But I'm just going to plunder under the boundary. He's in now, past umpire Newell, and balls. It's driven very pleasantly, and it might go for a boundary, you know. It was missed by Anuj Dahl, and it's going to race away from Leas deploy. And Nick Potts rather wishes it had been the last ball of the over, the previous delivery, because he now brings up his 100. 11 overs, no maidens, 0 for 100. Durham 488 for 7. Matthew Potts on 50. Bryden Cars on 43. The partnership worth 69 off 72 balls. And Durham's lead in the blink of an eye is 45 runs.
Gone quickly, hasn't it? About the last half hour or so.
Well, look at the 69 off 72 balls. You cannot go at that kind of rate in first-class cricket and expect to do anything, really. That would be my suggestion. I've just been asked to fill in the BBC centres. Yeah, I think I'm all right.
Yeah, I keep getting that email. New over from Dahl, played by Potts to short mid-wicket, no run there.
I'm not bothered.
What is it about?
I have no idea. I can read the bit where it says last chance.
All right.
Yeah, last chance. Yeah. I'm not getting the answers I'm looking for on who's going to go to Tranmere with me now that my daughter's boyfriend is commentating.
Potts plays this to silly mid-on, no run there. Maybe you could put out a pleat, a half-man, half-biscuit, and see if you can go with them. Or take their advice and put out an announcement.
I'm more than comfortable with my own company.
Yeah. So people start pointing at you for being on your own. All in. This is played by Potts to mid-wicket, no run there. You ever been to the pictures on your own?
No, don't think so.
I used to do that regularly. I used to have a monthly pass, but you didn't have to do it by direct debit, so you could just buy it when there were a few good films on. And then come the summer holidays when it was all kids' films, not bother going. And then wait till the October period when the films come out again. But then they went to spoil it, didn't they? They had to spoil it. Played away by Potts to long leg for 1 run. They made it direct debit and a continuous thing, so that was the end of that. Sadly, our cinema in Sunderland closed 2 weeks ago.
Forever?
Well, the company who run it have gone into administration. One of 2 cinema chains that I think have gone into administration in recent weeks. $489 for 7. Little tickle down the leg side. And leg by is going to be signalled here as it goes for 4. Indeed they are. I've been offered a share in a really good business venture that I think's got legs.
Was it in Nigeria?
No, not this one, no. That one didn't turn out how I thought it would.
I could imagine.
Bit of a letdown there. No, this one, is, you can get this franchise and you set up a shop where people come and hire videotapes from you.
Oh, yeah.
And then they have them for the weekend and then they bring them back.
Could they just post them through a letterbox?
Yeah.
Oh.
Whoa, where's he walloped that to? That's gone for miles. Did that go in the stand or over it?
It's certainly in it. Yeah, there's a spectator coming to collect. We'll see where it's landed, but it might have come down a step or 2. That was quite a big shot, wasn't it, from Bryden Cars to move to 49? Or was it Potts?
Cars.
Cars, yeah.
It's about 6 or 7 rows back.
499 for 7. It seems like 2 minutes since they were getting to 450 and getting that batting bonus point, and never as another bowling point seems so far away.
That was 94.5 overs, so what are we on now?
101. 7 overs.
Wow.
11 off that over, 12 off the previous one.
Slogs on.
Well, if they can get a lead of 150 and then put Derbyshire in after tea and bowl them out, win by an innings and not worry about the rain.
Yeah.
Well, Lewis Deploy's warming up now. The occasional left arm spin of Lewis Deploy. But it's going to be the left arm medium pace of Lewis Rees instead. He's only bowled 6 overs in this innings, gone for 45 runs. Potts on strike on 51. Bowls to him and clips it into the leg side. There is the 500 for Durham. 500 for 7. Coming up in the 102nd over.
So that is 6.2 overs for 50 runs.
Yeah, ridiculous, really. Well, the partnership's worth 81 off 79. In the last 5 overs, they're going along at 8.6 and over. The overall run rate's just a touch under 5. Which is a good effort. As Rees is in and bowls, that one is pushed up towards Deploy at mid-off by Cars, who's on 49. No run there. Bryden Cars, of course, has a first-class century or 2 to his name, certainly 1.
He's had a 90, 92 this year, and then 100 the next match.
He's got 108 not out as his highest score. No, it isn't. Yes, it is. 108 not out. But he does average 32 in first-class cricket, so a very useful performer. The applause was for Alex Thompson coming down to long on. Cars waits, Rees bowls too, and he guides this down to third man for the runs that he requires to get to his half-century. It's not quite going to have the legs to get all the way to the boundaries. It's chased down by Mitch Wagstaff, but they do get back for 3. And Bryden Cars is 52 not out from 41 balls. That is fairly sharp.
Yeah. So
in first class terms, he's got 7 fours. No, he hasn't.
He got 9.
He's got 9 fours
and
and a 6. I'm looking at the wrong bit.
Yeah.
Clearly, it's Cars.
But
He's
your
got
Potter's
7
figures
fours.
were quite good as well as you were reading them.
Yes. All the wrong ones. They were Potts's.
Not necessarily in the right order.
Absolutely. Here is Reese, who bowls when it beats him. Potts is beaten outside the off stump. Both batsmen on 52. The difference being that Potts has faced 104 deliveries and Cars has faced 41. I wonder if they're going to shove out of the Derbyshire changing room this evening. I didn't speak to anybody last night, but Sam Connors did speak to Nigel, who does the match report. As Reese is in again and bowls, and that one is tucked into the leg side by Matthew Potts, no run. So the lead's already 60. .503 for 7. It's difficult to see Derbyshire picking up 2 wickets in the remaining 8 overs and 1 ball to get that maximum bowling points haul. As Reese is in again and bowls. That one's chopped away by Potts out towards the point boundary. It's fielded by Sam Connors. And the over comes to an end, and Potts keeps the strike. He's on 53. Cars has 52. The partnership's worth just slightly better than a runner ball, 85 off 84 deliveries. 504 for 7. Durham leading by 61. And we are going to see the lesser spotted left arm spin of the Derbyshire skipper Leas deploy. See, Jane read the right line. Dear. Good little partnership, this. Not so little anymore. There we go. I got to Leas deploy before her, but she got the right numbers.
Yeah.
So I call it
It's
a
all
draw.
about numbers.
I call it a draw, I think.
Yeah. He's not going to sell many ice creams going at that speed.
Very good. Ish.
Deploy around the wicket. And that first ball played away by Potts off towards the cover boundary for 1. Next ball in and defended. Balls again, quicker delivery, played off towards point for 1 by Cars. Cars this year, in terms of scores, he got that century, 108. Not out against Derbyshire, bizarrely, in Chesley Street.
Nothing bizarre about that.
Next ball is bowled and defended by Potts. I think that was the week before. I'll just find it on here.
Week before you played Yorkshire, wasn't it?
Yeah, the week before, he got 91 in Cardiff against Glamorgan in a rain-affected draw. This is played away by Potts up towards long on for 1.
Potts should have absolutely smashed that into next week. It was a full toss and he's very angry with himself.
He also got 62 in a draw against Gloucestershire. No, he didn't. It was the win against Gloucestershire last week. This one skids in low and is kept away by Cars.
You got that one.
Yeah. End of the over.
I'll give it the score then. 507 for 7. Potts has 55. Cars has 53. Partnership 88 off 90. Seventh bowler used, Lear's deploy. Not sure he's quite in the all-rounder category yet. The Derbyshire skipper, soon to be Middlesex middle-order batsman, as Rees is in and bowls to Matthew Potts, who defends this one out into the onside. Nick Potts does the fielding. And there is no run. Deploying conversation with Alex Thompson. Lewis Rees with that very familiar walk back to his mark. Has to go around Alex Thompson. I think he was best pleased with that, really. Left armour, of course. Wayne Madsen at slip. We haven't seen a slip too often today. As Rees is in and bowls, that strikes the pads of Matthew Potts. Going down leg side too high. No appeal. And Madsen trying to keep spirits up.
Four people arrested at the golf.
Lovely. Nobody called Fletcher, was there? Fletcher or Marsh would be the two names I'm looking out for. The normal designated clapper, Harry Kane, is all the way out on the square leg boundary. Oh, that one is a leading edge. He tried to turn it into the leg side, and it came off the edge and went towards Mitch Wagstaff, substitute fielder. It's a false shot induced by Lewis Rees, worthy of note. Oh, that blinking Kylie Minogue song's in my ears again.
Which one?
Padum Padum.
What?
That's their new song. Oh. It's their first top 10 hit for 28 years or something. Rees is in short delivery, just guided down into the gully by Potts and fielded nicely by Wagstaff, moving across to his left-hand side. I'm surprised it's in the charts. It seems to be played every 5 minutes. 507 for 7, 55 to Potts, 53 to Cars.
Is this you about to do your 330?
Potentially, yes.
That's why you're hearing it, yeah?
That's why I can hear it, yeah. It's awful. Rees is in, bowls. That one is pushed by Potts up towards deploy. There is no run.
Wonder if she sells tickets behind the stage.
I imagine so. All the little Kylie fans. They might not be little, who knows. Final ball of the over from Lewis Rees, his 8th, he's gone for 50. And he's in now and bowls, and that one is whipped into the leg side by Potts. They go through for a single, 508 for 7 at the end of the over. Potts has 56, Cars has 53.
Bright sunshine here, but quite a lot of grey, miserable looking cloud to the south of us. Deploy balls and an attempted drive here from Potts. Meets the ball on the bounce and sort of toes it into the ground. Roundabout off stump. Left arm round. This is pushed away off towards the point boundary for one by Potts. He sprints the first one and then looks to come back for a second, but Kame's already got the ball heading back towards the keeper's mitts at that point in time. You're done. That was quick.
Yeah, it was good, that one. No sports washing explanations required.
It's a half tracker, this one. Medium pace half tracker, and it's cut away by Cars out through the covers to Kame once again for one. There's, I heard on the local news this morning, problems on the, was it the Diamond roundabout or the Hexagon roundabout in Derby? Is that one there?
Pentagon Island.
Pentagon, that was it. I knew it was a shape.
Yeah, it's definitely a shape.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I heard that as well.
Yeah. This one skids in low and is played late by Potts off towards point. So I was worried when I looked out.
Absolutely no problems getting in.
No, when I looked out the hotel window, having heard this terrible news, there was nothing going on.
Yeah. There was a skeleton staff in on breakfast this morning. They might even have been making up the travel news.
This is made away by...
I don't think they were, by the way.
Potts to the covers.
Jersey won the toss against Mark Watts, Scotland, and have chosen to field, which is an interesting choice.
Next ball pushed away up towards mid-off, end of the over. Just the averages will be live, won't they, as the game goes on Crick Info?
Yes.
So I'm just looking up to see.
Yeah.
There are total stats. Ben Rain 44 wickets, Matthew Potts 42. Durham batting and bowling averages. Bryden Cart at the moment, where is he? Has an average of 76.2.
Decent.
That's from 8 innings, including this one.
Tell him to come back when he's caught up with Liz Deploy. And goes Lewis Rees at the start of his 9th over. Ball pushed out into the offside by Cast, fielded by Dahl.
Leading run maker, Alex Lees 1,087. Somebody still in the 900s is a guy called Lewis Deploy.
What's his average?
981.
No, it's not. That's not his average.
His average is 98.1. It was above 100, wasn't it, at the start of this game?
Oh, Deploy. I meant Lee's average.
Sorry,
I know what Lee's
67.9.
Deploy's average is. I know that. Oh, inside edge, down into the ground, out towards backward square leg. Cast picks up a single, moves to 55, 511.
Deploy's average going into this match was 108.7. It's now 98.1.
He's having a disastrous season.
Rishi Patel's third, 890, with an average of 52.
He won't be here next year, so the bowling figures are taking a bit of a hammering. Nick Potts has got 2 wickets. No, he hasn't. He's got 3 wickets this season at 60. In comes Rees. This is turned into the leg side by Matthew Potts for a single. He moves to 58, 512 for 7. The top 3 players in the Derbyshire bowling averages aren't playing in this match for various reasons. George Scrimshaw, because he played last week and can't play this week. I assume he's averaging 15. Henry Brooks belongs to Warwickshire. Played 2 games and picked up 9 wickets. And Mark Watts playing in Edinburgh for Scotland. He's averaging 27. After that, it's a bit of a nightmare, as that one is played out and missed by Cast outside the off stump, going for the drive out towards extra cover. Missed it. Lewis Rees averaging 30. Zach Chappell 36. Alex Thompson 39. Sam Connors 45. Anuj Dahl 53. And Nick Potts 60. Liz Deploy doesn't have an average because he hasn't taken a wicket. It's a tale of woe. Rees is in again over the wicket, bowls. A couple of steps towards him by Cast, turns it into the leg side for a single. Nick Potts does the fielding, 513 for 3. The lead up to 70 now. Cast on to 56. Just praying that next bank of cloud hits us rather than goes around to the south, if I'm honest. It's going nowhere. They're batting pretty quickly, but the lead's only 70. Rees bowls, and it's pushed out nicely by Matthew Potts towards Sam Connors on the point boundary. They pick up a single. Potts keeps the strike, moves on to 59. Cast has 56. It's 514 for 7. The partnership's 95. The lead is 71. And we're still some way from tea, which is at a disastrous time, because there'll be a 4 o'clock update 5-6 minutes into tea, and then about 5 minutes after the update, and then we'll be back again.
Yeah.
It's at the worst time possible. Anybody would think I wasn't having a good time.
Potts plays this next ball out to covers to came on the boundary, the hotel side of the ground. 1 run.
Keep an air of mystery, don't describe too much.
Deploy in. Get after that.
Straight up
Got
in
too
the air.
high, he's going to be out, isn't he?
No.
No. Oh. Slid in and missed the ball completely. It's landed on the Daffabet sign. 2 runs. Which one of the many substitute fielders was that? Number 22.
Which Wagstaff. He's the only one now.
Right.
As I was saying. He was never going to catch that.
Just went up, didn't it, rather than long.
Yeah.
I've got men at long on and long off. He is at long off. I don't think Carr's connected with it well. He defends this one instead, and the ball rolls back to deploy. 5:17 for 7. Lead is 74. Deploy balls again. That's a quicker delivery, wide of off stump and into the keeper's gloves. Madsen's the only man in the slips. Keeper standing up to the stumps with a helmet on. Deployed from the city end bowls. And that is a slower ball, a little bobbly bounce as it went through to the keeper. Wide of off stump. Sky's great to the south of us. Doesn't look nice at all down there. Cast round the track, drives this one to Wagstaff at long off, 1 run.
I like the look of it.
Glamorgan have picked up maximum batting points today. They declared at 450 for 6.
They finish at Cheltenham on Sunday.
Yeah.
Then have to come up here and start here on Tuesday.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
It's just straight up the A38, isn't it?
Well, it is, but it's still ridiculous. Lewis Rees to begin a new over from the racecourse end, bowling to Bryden Cars, who clips that one into the leg side. It goes beyond Nick Potts. They fancy 2, and they'll get 2 as Harry Kame comes in to do the fielding. Then his throw is a little wild.
Is Cheltenham on the A38? Because it goes all over the place, doesn't it?
No idea.
Goes down through Worcester and Tewkesbury.
That's the Century Partnership, incidentally. 101 now from 115 deliveries.
Oh, this must be a record, right?
That's your department. In goes Rees and bowls, and that one is guided just out into the offside, backward of square by Cars. Those 2 runs he overtook Matthew Potts. I'd be surprised if it was for the 8th wicket, wouldn't you?
Well, I mean, the 3rd wicket wasn't that high this year, really. I'll have a look.
I would be surprised. I'm happy to be surprised. 520 for 7. Rees bowls, and that one is defended rather uncertainly by Bryden Cars on that occasion. Sort of fiddled at it a bit, went out into the onside.
This is the 8th wicket. 213 Ben Rain and Paul Coghlan last year against Worcestershire when they both got centuries.
What about against Derbyshire?
Yeah, that would be my next port of call.
Rees
132.
Yeah, not far away then.
Yeah. Collingwood and Potts, 2017, Chester Street.
Happy days. Rees is in, and that one is guided down towards backward point, gully region, where it's fielded by Mitch Wagstaff, the substitute fielder. Cars remains on 61, Potts on 60. Sun shining brightly, lights long since turned off. They might need to be put back on in the not too distant future. As the dark clouds roll in from the west, it's raining to the south. And Rees is in again. That one is defended, or pushed, defended up towards deploy. Deploy has a shot at the stumps that misses. Cars picks up a single and was moving so quickly as he took that single. He actually runs a further 20 yards beyond the stumps. He moves on to 62, 521 for 7, the lead up to 78. Potts back onto strike. He's faced more than twice as many deliveries as Cars. And Potts just pushes this out into the offside. They're going through for another, what looked like initially a sharp single. Tom Wood back out there. And they get through comfortably enough. Potts moves on to 61, pinches the strike. Cars has 62, partnership 103, Leeds 79, Durham 522 for 7.
Barley Mumba, the former Sunderland player, has signed for Plymouth Argyle on a permanent basis. I think he left Sunderland to go to Swansea and then never really featured for them and was on loan at Plymouth. Did they? They came up, didn't they?
They certainly did.
They did, yeah.
They went up, from my perspective, but
Yeah.
came up from yours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Deploying. And Potts pushes this out towards the covers for 1. Came Fields.
Yeah,
So
good
it was
sign.
them in Ipswich, wasn't it? I think in any other year, Sheffield Wednesday would have gone up automatically with the points they had.
They know the rules at the start of the season, though,
Oh,
don't
yeah,
they?
but it just shows you how those 3 teams dominated.
They went up and dispensed with managers' services, Sheffield Wednesday.
Yeah. Last ball was just a defensive shot, short on the leg side. This one's driven to wide, long off for 2 by Cars.
Deploy shows its frustration by hurling the ball from the non-striker's end to the other end for no apparent reason. He perhaps had his reason.
Full toss pushed away up to long off by Cars for 1. Did you see that story a few weeks ago where the lady had put an advert in a pub in Sheffield that were going to run a bus to Wembley? But it was before the first leg against Peterborough.
Yes, and they lost 4-0.
They lost 4-0, and some builders spotted the advert on the wall in the pub, so they took a photograph of it and put it out on Twitter, and it absolutely went viral. All kinds of people taking the mick out of her, and of course, eventually, she was able to run a bus to Wembley.
It was a remarkable second leg.
This is defended by Potts, a loopy ball which dies on him at the last there. Bowling-wise, there's absolutely nothing doing for Derbyshire here.
Well, we've got 7 deliveries to get 2 wickets, and it ain't going to happen.
Deploy in. Potts plays it off to Came on the cover boundary again for 1. That is the end of the over. 526 for 7. The lead is 84 here on the BBC.
Only 9 minutes till tea, everybody. And then we'll have an evening session, I would think, of around about 37 overs.
Oh, nightmare. It's going to be about 2.5 hours, isn't it?
Yes, I would have thought so. So that's it. Would,
Surely they can get 3 overs in now.
yeah, because they're racing around here, aren't they? It's the batsman who's slowing it down at the moment.
Damo says, are there any limits on the amount of sub-fielders you can have on the field at any one time?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I think the opposition captain might object if he brought
Yeah.
8 on or something like that. But Reese begins a new over, bowling to Matthew Potts. Short delivery. The Potts ducks out of the oil very comfortably indeed. Ball goes through to Guest.
Seems a long time since Reese was having a bit of crack with Alex Lees out in the middle last night, doesn't it?
Well, he had a word with him after he was dropped, didn't he?
Yeah.
And then the next ball he was out.
Yeah.
A Yorkshireman and a Lancastrian walked into a pub. 5:27 for 7.
Said, ouch, who put that there?
Its delivery is driven out into the offside by Potts. Nicely fielded by Tom Wood. So somebody's on for Hayder, obviously, one of the 2 substitute fielders, because we haven't seen Hayder all day, which means that if Derbyshire do bat and get far enough down, he can't come until 7, or is it 8? I'm never sure. I'm trying to work out who the other fielder who isn't out there is, if that makes any sense. as Reese is in and bowls to Potts, who turns it into the leg side off an inside edge, fielded by Nick Potts. Sam Connors is still, in fact, all the bowlers are still out there, which suggests it must be a batsman. Where's Anuj Dal? It's Anuj Dal. Can't see him out there.
It's clouded over. It's got a bit chilly, hasn't it? Got a bit drafty.
It's going to be, well, it got windy before Wayne Madsen's cap blew off. I think it's quite baggy on his head because it's about 1,000 years old. Reese is in and bowls wide of the off stump, driven but not timed by Potts up to Wood. And there's no run.
Barley Mumba went to Norwich, according to Davy Fenwick.
So where's he got? Plymouth.
Plymouth.
Yeah. It's of no consequence to me.
Might be a sell-on clause somewhere.
Anybody going to Plymouth makes no odds. I know I don't have to go to Plymouth, and that's the good news. As his next delivery from Reese is pushed out into the offside, and it beats the man at backward point. They think about coming back for a second. Potts was more keen than Cars, and Connors does the fielding, so keeps them down to a single. Potts has 64, 109 the partnership lead of 85 at 528 for 7.
I suppose you've only been there and back for matches. You haven't spent any time in Plymouth at all?
No. I went down there for a job interview once.
All right.
Didn't get it. Here's Reese. Racecourse end, bowls to Cars, who pushes it out into the offside, and that completes Lewis Reese's 11th over, 0 for 60. His figures. Durham are 528 for 7 with 64 to Potts and 65 to Cars. They put on 109 so far for the 8th wicket and helped Durham to an 85-run lead. And Anuj Dal is back.
I got me new iron from Tesco's in Plymouth 13 years ago.
God. Hang on, I've just gone to see if we can get any further down that barrel.
Still consider it new. Still got its box.
Yeah, in case you need to take it back.
Yes, it's a canny drive though. We were down in Devon for a fortnight. We stayed in this apartment in an old mill. It was lovely. Some nice little areas around there.
Oh, it's a nice part of the world.
Deploy bowls. This has gone off towards backward point off Potts, who hasn't connected with it well and goes off for a wander and a little chat with himself just before tea. Remember to keep track of when tea is meant to be now, because everything's moved all over the place today.
Can't move though.
Deploy balls, played to short extra cover. Yeah, Plymouth's quite nice. Went on a boat trip around the harbour. It was like one of these tourist trips, and all the naval dockyard and everything. There's quite a lot going on there. That was when we had ships. This one's played off to the covers, no run.
A lot of them are in Falmouth.
Yeah.
My daughter went to university because she couldn't get any further away.
Yeah, somebody I worked with went to uni there. Steam Packet Radio was the local radio station.
Was it?
Yes.
It's a long way. She used to come back by plane.
This is defended by Potts. Rolls out on the offside, no run there. From where? From Exeter Airport?
Newquay.
Newquay.
Newquay to Manchester. Newquay International to Manchester.
This is defended on a length by Potts, no run.
I took her down there one day for she had a netball league meeting that she had to go to. So I drove her down there and we stopped down one night and came back. That's a long way.
It is.
It's too long, really.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
I think Potts has got a bit of sweat building up in his... there's something flowing into his helmet. Something's putting him off.
That'd be a washer.
Deploy City end, floats one up. It's played back to him. He snatches that in front of Cars at the non-strikers end. End of the over, 5-2-8-4-7. The lead is 85. I think when we drove down there, been down Cornwall and Devon twice, so first time we split the journey up and stopped at Long Eaton on the way down and back at my brother-in-law's. And then when we went down with the kids to Devon, stayed with relatives down near Banbury. You can't really do it in a day from ours. It's just such a long, long way.
Well, you live too far north, don't you?
Yeah. When you get to Taunton, there's still miles to go, isn't there?
Oh, yeah.
It's still a long, long way.
It's a long way. Lewis Rees begins what we hope to be the final over of the afternoon session, and it's guided by Carse out square on the offside towards Mitch Wagstaff. They go through for a single. Carse moves to 66, 529 for 7.
Australia are 36 for 1.
Who's out?
I think Mark Wood has just got a wicket. Let's have a look. He has just
About time he did something.
caught Bairstow Boldwood for 18, Usman Khawaja.
He's done well there to get Bairstow to catch one as Rees bowls. Edged and caught by Wayne Madsen. Matthew Potts' long stay out in the middle has come to an end. He had a drive at that one, and I think that will be tea. The bails have indeed been removed, with Durham on 529 for 8. Potts caught by Madsen for 64. Terrific innings from him, 138, probably 39 deliveries, and he hit 7 fours. Came in as a night watchman a week last Thursday, and it's just been removed. 139 deliveries confirmed. Smart catch by Wayne Madsen, who is a reliable pair of hands in the slips.
Put on
Lewis Rees's first wicket of the match.
Put on 109, those two.
No record. That was for the 8th wicket with Bryden Carse, and confirmation that tea is now being taken. And further confirmation that this evening we will have 36 overs and 4 balls, which is absolutely staggering. 36 overs and 4 balls. And yet the over rate is +2. And if anybody in the world can explain to me how on earth they work this out, don't bother, because I'm not interested. But it's just ridiculous. So there we are. T 529 for 8, a lead of 86 for Durham. They were trailing by 24 when those two came together. Matthew Potts, it was a terrific innings from him, but Bryden Carse has the power to add, with Ben Rain and Matt Parkinson still to bat for the visitors. We'll see you in the fullness of time, really. In and balls to Reed. 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 Of Matthew Potts, caught by Wayne Mountain in the slip. And the slip's rather off Lewis Rees for 64. Terrific innings. Bryden Cast is still there. The new batsman is Ben Rain. Matt Parkinson still to come. Ben Rain can bat. We'll have the conclusion of the Lewis Rees over. 11.2 overs, 1 for 61, Lewis Rees. It's quite an attacking field. I'll tell you what it is in a moment. For the left-handed Rain as Rees bowls two. That's wide of the off stump and through to wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. Quite an attacking offside field, certainly. In addition to the slip, there's a backward point. There's an extra cover and a mid-off. Man close in at mid-wicket. A mid-on, a long leg, and a man on the square leg boundary. Durham leading by 86 runs at the moment. In comes Reese again, bowls, and that one is pushed up towards mid-on by Ben Rain. Alex Thompson does the fielding. Slightly overcast now, some horrible looking dark clouds away to the west, but so far we've got away with it this afternoon. They've skirted to the south. Thanks to Jane, off the scorer, for the leftover sandwiches at tea. Just the 36 overs to go in the day's play as Reese is in and bowls, and that is crashed away for 4 runs by Ben Rain. Aerially, past Harry Kame and Zach Chappell. Liz Deploy goes to fetch the ball. Rain off the mark. 533 for 8. The lead is now 90. Slightly risky shot, but Durham have a 90-run lead. The forecast for tomorrow still isn't great, but it is getting slightly better. So whether or not the weather forecasters are getting cold feet about the horrible weather, as Reese is in, bowls to Rain, who defends this one out into the offside. And there is no run. 112 overs gone in the innings. Durham 533 for 8. The run rate 4 3/4. Sam Connors is going to come back at the City end. Ben Rain has 4. Bryden Cass has 66. And Durham lead by 90 with 36 overs left in the day's play. One or two people had a little look at the washer that's embedded in the pitch at tea. I say one or two, probably just one. There aren't that many people in the ground, in all honesty. Disappointing attendance for this fixture so far. And I don't imagine it's going to get any better tomorrow. 533 for 8. Sam Connors then from the City end, bowling to Bryden Cass, who's on 66, and he just pushes this out into the offside. Anuj Dal does the fielding, and there is no run. Elsewhere, you know all about the victory earlier today for Worcestershire against Leicestershire by 100 runs. Glamorgan declared their first innings on 450 for 6, having got maximum batting points, as Martin said earlier, and Gloucestershire are 15 without loss at tea. Sussex 118 for 3, still trail Yorkshire by 30, as this next delivery from Connors is driven out towards the extra cover boundary. Harry Kame is running around, gets a nasty little bobble. Batsman come through for a couple. Cast moves to 68, 535 for 8. Mark Watts, Scotland, in a spot bother against Jersey. Would you believe they're 75 for 4 after 11 overs in that T20 World Cup qualifier. And Australia are 39 for 1, trailing England by 236. Driven again by Cars. This will be 4 runs this time. Just to the right of Anuj Dal and to the left of Lias Deploy. Cars played it nicely. Moves on to 72, 539 for 8 now.
This side, did you see Griff's stat at tea? Durham's highest score on this ground?
No.
Well, this is it now. 3rd time this year they've got past 500 as well.
Unsurprisingly, as Cars waits, Connors bowls. That one keeps a little bit low. He guides it down to backward point. Nice stop by Nick Potts, scrambling away to his left-hand side. Cars moves to 73, 540 for 8. The lead up to 97. Ben Rain just does up one of his straps on his pads and waits. The over rate is +4, so Derbyshire can take as much time as they like, which is never a good thing. Bryden Cass thought that Sam Connors was going to come around the wicket, but he's not. He's going to continue over the wicket to the left-handed Ben Rain, who's on 4. And oh, how on earth has that not hit the stumps? He's got an inside edge, and it's missed the stumps completely, but almost gone straight through them. It appeared from here. He moves on to 8, 544 for 8. He went for quite a swinging slog, really, and got what he was looking for, but not necessarily in the way that he was looking for it. There are 3 Durham either players or members of the coaching staff, I'm not entirely sure which because I don't recognise them, but walking around, could just come out of the pavilion. They're confident that these two are going to be around for a while. I wouldn't have as much confidence in Matt Parkinson.
It's Ollie Robinson, Graham Clark, and Ian Other.
Excellent.
Beddingham, I think.
They're very confident. As Connors is in and bowls, and Rain pushes it out into the onside. Fielded by Anush Dal, end of the over. 27 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 102. Sam Connors, so the second Derbyshire batsman to get to his century. Anush Dal's got half a chance if he comes back. Zach Chappell, 2 for 86. Alex Thompson, 0 for 77.
Do you go on the wall or anything? The honours
Yeah,
board?
I think so. Yeah, you get a little badge.
The dishonours board.
544 for 8. The lead, 101.
Durham's highest score against Derbyshire, 625 at Chesterfield, I think. This played away. Back to the bowler. So I've got written in 19, but not the years.
Lovely. So it was in the 20th century.
Yes.
Yeah.
I would go for 94.
Splendid effort.
Could make things simple, but that's the point. Reese comes in and bowls left arm, and that's played out through the covers by Carlos. That's gone for 4 up towards the pavilion. Derbyshire, 625 for 6 declared against Derbyshire. 1994, is that what I said? Did I go for that?
You said 19, I can't remember.
I said I was going to go for 94.
I wasn't listening, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
It is 1994, though, you're right. 648 for 5 declared is their highest score.
There's no point in that today, though, is there? That was trying to win the title, or winning the title against Notts in the 2009 season. This is a bouncer which has gone down the leg side. They basically just battered Notts out of the game in that one.
You know, the previous highest score here was 520, is that right?
Mm-hmm. And a draw in 2018, I think it was.
I've lost it again now. Yeah, 2018. Too many of the Derbyshire players who were playing in that are playing in this. I'll ask you to guess.
Reese bowls. This is defended by Cars. I would say he's one of them. Madsen. And that's it. Is that right?
Yeah. And not one. Oh no, Graham Clark. 63.
Did Stewie Pointer get a century in that game? Is that the one?
Yeah, 170. Yeah. And Mark Richardson?
Yeah, Michael,
beg your pardon, 115.
Reese, another bouncer down the leg side to 2 Cars. I think they were in a spot of bother when they came in and put a big partnership on.
Those two, Richardson and Pointer. They were 175 for 5, yeah. And they moved on to 453 for 6.
Yeah. Stewie Pointer was in the press room a few weeks ago. He's coaching Durham's under-15s, I think it is. Reese in. Oh, nearly a nibble. Cast forward to that one, but it moved and left him. End of the over. 548 for 8. 4 runs from it at the start of the over.
In that game, Lewis Reese made 48 in the first innings, Wayne Madsen 85. And in The second innings, Rees made 12 and Madsen 32. He was batting at 3 at the time, Madsen. Dropped down the order a bit since then. Of his own volition, I'm told. Sam Connors begins a new over. Rain defends the first delivery back to the bowler, and there is no run. So the Scots are 84 for 4 now in the 13th over against Jersey. That international powerhouse of T20 cricket. They've done well to get to the top table, if indeed it is the top table. It's sort of the second tier of the top table. G. Barrington on 34 as that one is driven into the ground by Rain and half stopped by Sam Connors at the end of his follow through with his left hand. Again, there's no run. India West Indies Test Series is horribly one-sided, and at 99 overs and 5 balls, India are 347 for 5.
So do you think the Windies are on top then?
Yeah, they are struggling. Here comes Connors again. And bowls to Rain on his pads, and he turns it nicely down to backward square leg, possibly in between a couple of fielders. Thompson comes around though and gets there. The ball just runs out of steam, and Rain picks up a couple to move to 10. 550 up for Durham, 550 for 8. Sussex in a spot of bother at 126 for 3, trailing Yorkshire by 22, which is good for Durham.
Glamorgan are sort of on the rise a bit, aren't they?
Nah, they'll come here next week then.
All right.
So you'll be all right. They've got to play Derbyshire twice yet. Next delivery from Connors is an effort ball that's left alone by Rain outside the off stump to go through to Brooke Guest.
That's strange that you haven't played them yet this late in the season.
Yeah, haven't played them yet. Play them next week. Then we'll have played everybody, but we've already played Leicestershire twice.
Durham had played Glamorgan twice by mid-June, I think.
Yeah, that computer can be a little bit strange, can't it?
Yeah, first game of the season, Sussex away, and then they don't play them at home until the last couple of weeks of the season.
Something to look forward to. Connors bowls. That one is a no ball. It was flicked up into the air, potentially off the bat. Definitely off the bat, and a no leg bite. So signaling the no ball first, Jack Chantry, followed by the leg bite. Rain remains on 10, 553 for 8. You're not finished them crisps yet. Unbelievable.
No, they're a bit peppery.
Well, those peppery crisps.
Yeah, could be risky this.
Could be very unpleasant. Next delivery from Connors is driven, but not really timed, by Cars out towards the cover boundary. Kame does the fielding. Cars moves to 78. 554 for 8, the lead 111. The clouds are rolling in again. Won't be long before the lights are on once more. Then it rains.
I didn't notice them turn them off.
It was when it was really sunny. I noticed one go off, but I wasn't sure if the fuse had blown or they were being switched off. You don't notice them being switched off, you barely notice them being switched on. Next delivery, a thick inside edge off Rain's bat out to backward square leg, and off the boundary comes Thompson. And Rain moves to 11, pinches the strike as well with that single off the final ball of the Connors over. 28 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 108. Durham 555. Quintuple Nelson for 8. They lead by 112.
There's going to be 2 really juicy red marks on that inside edge of Rain's bat.
He's had a couple there, haven't they? Paid for it though. As they say, blimey. Scotland are collapsing into a large heap against Jersey. That's ridiculous. They're 89 for 6 in the 14th over on an absolute minefield in Edinburgh.
Maybe me they've been threatened by the Jersey boys.
What is in to bat? He can bat, as he showed in the World Cup qualifiers.
Is it T20, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Reese to start a new over from the racecourse end, left arm over. Bowling to Rain, who plays the ball up to deploy at mid-off, no run. Michael Jones was with Scotland out in the World Cup in Australia last year. Is Tom McIntosh playing for Scotland today, the wicketkeeper from Durham?
No, Matthew Cross is keeping wicket.
Did you ever cover a Derbyshire game against Scotland up in Scotland or not? Or
No,
they stopped by them?
No, they'd stop by them.
Reese bowls to Rain. Rain taps the ball back to him. Went up there to a place called Titwood in Glasgow. There's a sports ground in the middle of this sort of tenement block housing estate type thing.
Picturesque.
And initially, I'd been told they'd set up a commentary position for us on a balcony on the side of the pavilion, which didn't look too bad. My only worry was if it rained, and it was a bit of a day like
in
this.
Scotland?
Really. Yeah. Reese to Rain. This is flicked away off towards long leg for 1 run. Anyway, they said we couldn't sit up there because the players were going to use that balcony area. It's next to the dressing room, so they set up a trestle table for us outside in front of these changing rooms, which were very old, and there was so much mud that had dried on the floors that the doors wouldn't close properly. So the doors were open all the way to the toilet block, which was not particularly good. Hope you're enjoying your tea. As Reese bowls this one, and it's played by Cars out in the covers. Anyway, we're sitting outside. Me and David Slight. He lives in Glasgow, so he offered to come and help me. Everything's fine. It was quite hot to start with, and then these thunderstorms started to roll in. So we ran inside during one of these storms, and players eventually came back out, and then the heat seemed to get to the ISDM box, and it was really hot to touch, dangerously hot to touch. And then the ISDN land went down, as this is played away by Cars off towards long leg for 1. And we could not get the line back. No matter how hard we tried, we just couldn't get the line back. And it was one of these afternoons where they were off and on about 7 or 8 times for rain delays, so we ended up having to do the rest of the match commentating into a mobile phone. Unfortunately, poor Michael, back at work, every time we went off the field, he then had to run in and take us off air because we were on medium wave back in the day. So he was back and forth from his office, and it was a day from hell, really. Durham did win, but every time I handed the phone to Slightly so he could comment on what had been going on, he kept putting us on mute. So it was a nightmare. Reese in, edged. Oh, it's gone between the keeper and first slipping away for 4 from Rain there. And they left it for each other, didn't they?
Somebody take control there.
End of the over, and he should have been out there. The keeper, I think, thought first slip was going for it. First slip for he was. So between them, Madsen and Guest have let him go for 4. Anyway, I was then told at the end of that match that Scotland were pulling out of the one-day competition because they'd been in it 10 years, very rarely won a game, had achieved nothing, and decided it wasn't worth it anymore.
They've lost the ball. Village.
Gone under the sheet, hasn't it?
I'm just going to do an update.
So Titwood in Glasgow, they were playing there because they used to play at the Grange in Edinburgh, but that range of matches was taking place during the Edinburgh Festival, so they moved over to Titwood in Glasgow instead. There's lovely sports complexes around at Stirling University. They've got some nice grounds there. I think that's the Scottish Centre for Sport. Nice little town called Bridge of Allen between Glasgow and Edinburgh. There's a nice sports ground there. It would appear the ball has managed to go off the field. It's leapt up off the boundary rope, gone over the advertising hoarding, and then gone underneath the permanent temporary stand. And it's been retrieved from round the back by Madsen. Downstairs is celebrating a birthday by the sounds of things. The man with his bright orange top and bucket hat sitting down at the right of us reminds me of the EF Education colours at the Tour de France and their snazzy bucket hats. They're more of a bright pink. Connors to start a new over to Cars from the city end. Cars pushes it to mid-off and goes for a quick single. Very risky. He got there and the throw came in from deploy, side on, just missed the target. And Cars was going like the clappers to the point that he's ended up right down past the stumps at the sawdust at the far end. So he's run the distance twice there. That moves him on to 80. He's on a 92 this year and 108. 108 his first century in first-class cricket. Rain is on 16. 562 for 8. The lead's 119 now. Connors round the wicket to Rain. Rain plays it back to him and he snatches it both hands. Dave says, how many more wins do you think Durham need to get promoted? It's the never-ending question because it depends how many wins other teams don't get, doesn't it, really? If all the other teams just continue to draw matches, then Durham are probably already near enough there. But Connors in, balls, this is play 2, mid-on. End of the season last year, Durham, with Notts absolutely piling on the runs against them at Trent Bridge, and not secured promotion. And, they presented her with a trophy for winning the 2nd division, as Dave Bracegirdle at the time pointed out, was effectively finishing 11th. Connors in, driven by Rain. It's stopped in the covers, no run there.
I'm back.
You been anywhere?
No. Nowhere interesting. I don't think I missed much, did I?
No. I think there's been the one run since you went off. That was the run-out throw. Run-out cast, that was it. Somebody's birthday downstairs outside.
Is it?
Yeah. Connors round the wicket and Rain drives at that one. It's gone away past point. Might have the legs to go for 4. Indeed it will as it crosses the rope now towards the pavilion. Connors standing there with his hands clamped on the top of his head. Been a long day in the dirt. A long day and a half, isn't it now, I suppose? In fact, Durham started their innings just before lunch yesterday, didn't they? What were they at lunch? 4 for none.
Yes, a couple of hours, didn't they? A couple of hours. Yeah. Happy days.
Round the wicket he comes. Oh, it's a no ball.
Another one.
That was a good leave, that, actually, from Rain, because it was very tight to the stumps, but maybe he heard the shout before he made the decision.
7th. No ball from Sam Connors. They haven't all been at the same end either. You know what I mean? There isn't nobody's specific, neither umpire specifically looking out for them. He's just overstepping.
5, 6, 8 for 8. The lead is 125. He's gone Yorker length this time, and he's tangled Rain up a little bit. He's trying to get his feet out the road of that and play round through the leg side, and it's thumped into his pad and ran off for a leg by. Behind point. Had it not hit his pads, I think it would have gone down the leg side.
Yeah. I think you're right. Nick in Nottingham, Nick Buxton's been on the email. We really need to rethink the wickets being prepared at home. He says 2 seasons of draws apart from the Worcestershire game doesn't give the team much chance of promotion if they're having to win 70 or 80% of their away matches, and they're clearly not going to do that. Yes, to a degree, but this is the same pitch on which they were bowled out for 443, and Durham are now 569 for 8. There might be a bit more in the bowling attacks as well, potentially. Pat Brown coming next season. Will he play first-class cricket? We'll have to wait and see. Lewis Rees begins a new over, and that one is crashed away by Ben Rain out towards the extra cover boundary. I thought he'd actually hit it much better than he had, because it stops before it reaches Harry Kane.
Just looped out, didn't it?
Yeah, I thought he'd really given that one a wallop. He moves up to 22 with a couple and moves Durham up to 571 for 8, leading by 128. The forecast for tomorrow is improving.
Is it? What's it now suggesting? Only
Just-
a 90% chance
Just
of rain.
torrential rain all day. No, it is improving slightly. Might be slightly more patchy than we'd expected as Rees bowls, and that one is forced into the offside by Rain this time for a single out towards Kame. 23 to Rain, 572 for 8.
Well, we'll be here anyway.
Only until they call it off.
Derek's just sent a poster for his next charity walk, and this is late in the year, this one. From Broome Hall Cricket Club in Dunfermline down to Alnmouth and Lesbury Cricket Club.
How far is that?
Saturday, it's a canny way.
Yeah, I thought it was about that.
Dunfermline's north of Edinburgh, north of the Forth, isn't it?
Rees is in. That one is down the leg side. They're asking for a feather through, and he's been given. Cars has gone for 80.
I don't know if you
Just
get that, you
a
know.
little feather through, but he doesn't complain much, and he didn't stay and stare at the umpire, did he? As soon as the finger went up, Cars was happy to walk off. 572 for 9. Getting closer to Derbyshire having to bat for a second time, you fancy. A really good innings from Bryden Cars, though. 80 off 79 deliveries. And he hit a couple of sixes in there, did he? 1 6, 11 fours and 1 6.
I wonder if it's come off his glove. I thought it had flicked his arm as it was going through.
He didn't complain, did he? I don't know if he's a complainer, but he didn't complain. Lead 129.
The angle is showing it from's down at third man.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Rees has taken a couple of wickets now, the last 2 wickets.
Yeah, 2 for 78 off 14 and a half overs. Parkinson's, he's not coming. He's not even got, oh, there he is, look, there's Matt Parkinson. Just putting his trousers back on. He's on his way down the steps now. Ordinarily, the batsmen cross way before they get to the bottom of the steps to the pavilion. But in this instance,
Well, we were having a
Parkinson doesn't.
discussion at tea as to whether they would declare 9 down, and was there any point in Parkinson coming out to bat?
So the answer is no. And no, probably. A 129 lead. If they could nip, I mean, there's still 30. Even now, there'll be 28 overs to go. If Parkinson's out early. So 28 overs is an hour and a half's worth of bowling with a new ball, and it will be relatively new tomorrow morning, should there be any play. So Durham will be fancying their chances here. I don't blame them. Tomorrow it now looks like it starts raining about 4 in the morning and essentially carries on until, well, for 24 hours. So there's 24 hours worth of rain on the way. They say it was a month's worth of rain over the weekend.
Which month, do you know?
It was June 1936.
Oh, that was quite a dry year.
Yeah, so hardly any rain. No, it's going to rain tomorrow, we expect. But forecasts are there to fool us and be changed. Lewis Rees bowls to Matt Parkinson, who turns that one very nicely off his hip out to square leg. They've run 1. He fancies 2. Yeah, he's going to get 2 as well as Sam Connors comes in to do the fielding. His throw's a little erratic. Parkinson off the mark with a couple. 574 for 9. The lead 131. You look perfectly competent there, Matt Parkinson.
This is their 13th highest score.
Of all time. Wow. Obviously. Ever.
I was waiting for it.
Here is Rees. Balls. I didn't say it though. They're appealing for another leg side catch, but Parkinson didn't get anything on that. George Scrimshaw's just stopped to have his photograph taken with 3 lads over on the grandstand, and now walking away. David Griffin is sitting there.
Is he talking at people?
He's talking to 2 people. I can't see who he's talking to though without looking at through the binoculars.
Oh, at the front there.
So I shall have a look. Almost.
He might be the couple from Durham who moved away from him yesterday.
Here's Rees in Bowles, but the ones who are sitting in front.
Yeah.
Did they not like him?
I don't know. They just
Turned
got up and went for the tee, didn't they? I think.
They never came back.
Did they come back?
No. Parkinson gets a single. He moves on to 3. Durham are 575 for 9. They lead by 132.
I think his book's going to be a good one when it comes out, isn't it?
Yeah, if he ever writes it.
Hasn't he said he started right?
No, he's got notes, but he's too busy.
Got babysitting duties these days as well, you see.
That couple includes Goose and another man, so it's 2 men.
Right.
But nicely done.
All I could see was somebody in a
I should tell
fairly tatty-looking hat.
That's not Goose. Goose is the one in the tatty-looking T-shirt. I haven't seen Paul today. Mustn't be here.
Connors to
Not a major
continue from the
surprise.
city end. Parkinson is on 3 and is having a look to see where the fielders are. 2 in the slip cord and backward point. The leg gully, short mid wicket, short cover. Oh, he's bowled him. There you are. That's the end of that. He's out for 3, so he's got a 5 for 115.
Well, Matt Parkinson lasted as long as we all expected.
The futility.
Well, pretty much. Did he make 3 or 5 deliveries? 4 deliveries. And poor old Ben Rain. Left high and dry. Not out on 23. So Durham 575 all out. They lead by 132. And we will have, has that already been taken off? I don't think it has. 27 overs between now and the close of play, or the rain, whichever comes first, for Durham to put Derbyshire under a whole heap of pressure.
So 10-minute break. You lose a couple of overs for that, plus the over you're in. So 3 overs go, don't they?
Yeah, but it's already been taken off.
Has it already?
Yeah. 27 overs to go, I believe. It certainly moved to 27. Sam Connors will lead the team off. Sam Connors fan club down below us, and he holds the ball aloft, specifically for David Griffin to take the photograph, because there's nobody else in the ground. You could carry on talking for 10 minutes if you want.
No, I'm quite happy to shut up.
We'll both shut up, as Martin so eloquently puts it. The heavy roller's going to be on, so they better watch out for that washer.
Sam Connors bowling figures 29.1 overs, 5 maidens, 5 wickets for 115 runs.
In and balls to Reed. 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 Similar field for Lewis Rees, but the mirror opposite, of course, because he's a left-handed batsman. Rain is going to come around the wicket with those 3 slips and a gully, point mid-off. As he leaves the first delivery that he faces from Ben Rain, alone outside the off-stump, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long, well, a deep backward square leg, really. Matt Parkinson. Good grief, thank you for being a friend. What kind of song's that? One without lost Derbyshire, trailing by 131.
Wasn't that on some sitcom?
Yeah. Can't remember which, though.
Golden Girls?
I think you might be right, you know. Yeah. Now it is 4 slips because Alex Lees has gone closer to Matthew Potts. And Rain is in and bowls outside the off stump. Ball goes through to Ollie Robinson.
Anyway, the good news is a little piece of pepper's now lodged in my throat just in time for the 4 o'clock news. Oh,
Yeah.
5 o'clock. 5 o'clock.
Thought you were time travelling again. So 26 overs after this will take us an hour and 20. In which case we might get finished by 6:30, which would be an absolute result. When you consider how slow things appear to have been going today, as Rain bowls to Rees, pushes it up to mid-off.
Also depends how many wickets fall, doesn't it, I suppose?
Take the extra half hour.
I wasn't thinking that, just I have to build in so many minutes per wicket. Is it 3 minutes per wicket or something?
Oh, it can't be that much, surely. Is it? So 6 wickets fall. And there'll be an update coming up fairly shortly. Tom is shouting in my ears. No need to shout, Tom. Here is Ben Rain in and bowls to Rees, who leaves this one alone outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. End of the first over of Derbyshire's second innings. Harry Kame has 1. Lewis Rees has yet to get off the mark. And Derbyshire are 1 without loss. And we're going to see Matthew Potts bowl the first over of the second innings from the racecourse end. Get him written in. Ink him in.
Ah, he's there.
Yeah.
It is definitely him, is it?
Looks like him.
Yeah.
Are you going?
I'm going.
Excellent. Yeah. It's just easier if you go. I mean that in the nicest possible sense as well. Again, 3 slips and a gully. Of course, the makeup of the slips has changed because Potts is no longer there because he's bowling. Potts is on his way in to bowl to Harry Kane, who defends this one into the onside, where it's fielded by Graham Clark, and there's no it's Ben Rain gone into the gully. Alex Lees is at third slip. Michael Jones and David Bedingham, the other two. Next delivery is left alone outside the off stump by Kane. Kane walks down the pitch, has a look at the washer. Taps the pitch. I don't think he was looking at the washer. Current over rate for Durham is +4. So both sides bowling their overs quicker than it would normally be expected to, as Potts is in. That one is crashed into the offside by Harry Kane off the back foot. Nicely fielded. In the point region. By a player, I think it's Drizzle or Drizzle. I didn't write his number down yesterday, but it's at 27 on his back. Here comes Potts. That's Martin who he's on for. Oh, that one keeps low. It was off target, so it missed the stumps, but it definitely kept low. Potts enjoyed that one. Potts back to his mark. Potts bowls, that's left alone outside the off stump by Kane. And Derbyshire are batting for a second time, having dismissed finally Durham for 575. That meant that the visitors led by 132. Derbyshire currently 1 without loss. Bryden Cast with 80 and Matthew Potts with 64. The big contributors today to Durham's total. Sam Connors 5 for 115, probably the pick of the Derbyshire bowlers. Harry Kane has 1. Lewis Rees yet to get off the mark. Derbyshire 1 without loss in their second innings, trailing by 131. Potts' next delivery is turned into the leg side by Kane, who picks up another single and pinches the strike on this occasion. He's on 2. Derbyshire 2 without loss. Lewis Rees has faced 4 deliveries so far, as yet to get off the mark. Is 27 Drizzle. I do apologise for asking again, but he's just there. I don't have a 27 on my sheet.
Is it not delayed?
Is that? I can't see his hair.
Delayed.
It's delayed, is it? So when the ball was stopped in the point region in the last over, just insert the name Delader in the highlights and you won't go far wrong. I had no idea who it was. So Baz Delader, 27. See that one keep low?
No, I didn't.
Potts really enjoyed it. A huge smile. He's got a smile on his face most of the time, but a huge smile on his face when the ball kept low. Unsurprisingly.
Ben Rain bowling to Kane, who is on 2. From the city end, right arm over. That stays relatively lowish and goes past the off stump to the keeper. Decent leave. Does leaves go, Dave? Wasn't a bad one.
It's a beautiful leave. Yeah.
More leaves.
Very stylish.
Why don't you now start talking about players who get themselves out while leaving the ball? Like you did on day 1.
I didn't tell Lewis Rees that yesterday. Don't be held responsible.
Ooh, inside edge there. Nearly. Because I thought he hasn't walked, no one's appealed.
It jagged back a long way, didn't it?
Yeah. Oh, I've had this message off Twitter. You have reached the limit for seeing posts today.
I thought that had been stopped.
I thought that was a myth. Yeah.
No, it was a real thing because it happened to me. But I thought.
Well, I've not been looking at it. It's just been scrolling on.
Well, if you will scroll.
I'm rate limited, it says. Rain in. And this is pushed towards mid-wicket, no run there. Honestly, Twitter used to work wonderfully, didn't it?
Yes.
And then they just had to break it for some reason. Decent lead, Marty, says Paul. Can we skittle him out tonight? 4 slips, 2 gullies and a bat pad, nothing to lose. Rain balls. Ball's pushed up to middle, no run there.
Got all sorts of updates after 6 o'clock.
Have you?
Yeah. News at 6, 6:15 in the sport headlines, 6:30 when it finishes. Chaos. Genuine chaos. I'm bound to forget one of them. If not all of them.
Rain balls, a play and a miss from Kame. Took a big stride there. Down the track. Just wobbled on him. I did move across to threads.
I tried threads, but I couldn't really get to grips with it. There's about 4 followers. I haven't got that many on Twitter, in fairness. Enough.
Rain balls. Ball goes through to the keeper. And that is the end of the over. 2 for none. A made-on.
Yeah, just getting through to the end of the day now is Derbyshire's top priority. As, Matthew Potts looks like he's going to come around the wicket to the left-handed Lewis Rees. The umpires, of course, have swapped ends. So we've got Jack Shantry at the racecourse end with Mark Newell at square leg. He is officiating from the city end, the washer end, as it will be known henceforth. Potts is in to bowl to Rees, who turns this into the leg side. There's no run available there. As Bryden Cast does the fielding. At square leg. Scotland eventually made 149 for 6 with Mark Watt and beaten on 31. Putting on a few for that 7th wicket. 63 by my calculations, so that's probably wrong as Rees pushes this out into the offside. Harry Kane sets off with a single, it's not there. Clark is fielding and throws it to the keeper. So the alarm is over. I don't think Jersey have started batting yet. Used 7 bowlers. The Jersey side. I don't know what people from Jersey are called. Do you know what people from Jersey are called?
I know a lad who lives there called Andy.
So the Andes have done quite well. He grabs Potts and bowls to Lewis Rees, turning to the leg side.
The Channel Islanders?
Well, I know, but there is a Guernsey team
There's
as well.
Guernseyans, are there?
Old, and he
Jersey
probably don't have a team because it's very, very small. But
I bet they don't on Sark.
no, they have cars on Sark,
Yeah.
or electricity, or nylon. 2 without loss, Derbyshire. Ready meals. In goes Potts. Bowls to Rees, who clips this off his pads down towards long leg for a single, and he's off the mark. Derbyshire 3 without loss. Ball fielded down there at long leg. In the last 5 overs, they scored 45 runs at 9 and over, which has helped them enormously. Whether 149 for 6 is enough, the Scots remains to be seen. They play Italy on Monday. I think that's when Wayne Madsen is hoping to make his international debut. Potts is in. That one's wide of the off stump and going wider, left alone by Harry Kane. Goes through to Ollie Robinson. And because it's Scotland they're playing, you'll be able to watch Wayne Madsen's Italy debut on the BBC iPlayer. All of Scotland's games are there. In this ICC T20 World Cup qualifying group. Italy lost to Ireland yesterday or the day before. Potts in and bowls. That's on leg stump. Turned into the leg side by Kane, fielded by Cars. No run. End of the over. Decent one. 3 without loss, Derbyshire. After 4 overs, 23 overs left in the day's play. And they still trail by 129 runs.
There is no standard demonym for Jersey people. Common denomins include Jerseyman, Jerseywoman, or Geriers. 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 Geriers.
Martin hasn't been drinking. I don't think. He sneaked out for a quick snifter in between
Jersey
innings.
people are colloquially known as beans after the Jersey bean crock, a traditional meal of
beans.
Crapauds, the
Yeah,
Geriers
I
word
don't-
for toad. What on earth? This is through to the keeper. I don't think any of this is real. The reason being, Jersey has toads and Guernsey doesn't. Yeah. There's no hedgehogs on Arran. On the Isle of Arran.
Marvellous. Every day's a school day. Apparently.
In comes rain. Oh, it's gone through to the keeper. One of the Durham supporters was telling me yesterday he'd been to a particular pub in town, and he said it wasn't bad crack. And I'd passed it a couple of times and wondered whether I should go in or not. And then I thought I'll have a mosey in last night. As I walked in, first thing I heard was a woman talking to a guy at the bar saying, "I've been barred from just about every pub in Derby." So I turned around and walked straight back out again.
This is my last hope.
Rain balls, and that one moves on Reese, goes through low to the keeper. It started showing me things again now.
There you go.
Suddenly cracked back into life. What's all that about?
I felt sorry for you. It's like having your right arm cut off, not being able to see Twitter. Is there anything on it? No.
Sun's shining brightly through the corner here, isn't it?
Too hot.
You're hot again now.
Yeah, I've warmed up again.
Rain around the wicket from the city end to Reese. Reese plays the ball to Borthwick. It's an awkward bounce on him, and it goes through his legs and gets a single from a misfield, and Borthwick then retrieves the ball and has a go at the stumps at the bowler's end, but misses the target. Somebody tweeted earlier, which website was it? CricViz analyst Mark Wood dismisses Usman Khawaja with a decent paced delivery back of a length. This early victim got the speedster going. The rest of his first over was ramped up. First ball, 138 kilometres an hour. Next one, 137, 144, 143, 144, 144. I was like, what's that in real money?
It doesn't mean, I'm glad you said that, because it doesn't mean a lot to me.
Kilometres an hour.
144 would be about 92, would it?
Rain 2 came up on his toes, plays that down into the ground. I prefer to do my journeys in miles because
144 is 90 or 89 and a half.
Right.
It's quick. It's quicker, isn't it, if you do it
yeah,
in
well,
miles an
if
hour?
you get into France, you're at Calais, and I think Paris is something like 300 kilometres away. But if you do it in miles, it's a lot less.
Yeah, it's a lot nearer.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember going to France as a child. My dad, who was driving, said, "How long do you think it'll take us to get to such a place?"
Rain into ball 2 came. It's pushed off towards the covers and overrun.
All these numbers, they just meant nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Meant nothing. How far is it? I said, I don't know, about 140. Then he speeded up. I said, don't speed up, it'll be nearer. Of course it won't.
Where were you going, can you remember?
I got no idea. Somewhere in France.
Did you get lost?
Yeah. I remember having to walk into a shop and ask where the nearest toilet was. Got short shrift. Twiggy's phoned me, always does during a cricket. Listen to the radio, Twigs. I'm on the radio. Matthew Potts. I don't think he really understands cricket, if I'm honest. Into bowl to Lewis Rees, who defends this one out into the offside. Takes 2 steps down the track and then screams no as Clark comes in to do the fielding. 4 without loss, trailing by 128. 2 apiece for Kame and Rees, the Derbyshire openers. 21 overs after this one to be bowled today. They'll want to get a couple of wickets in the bag on the off chance that the weather behaves tomorrow. Durham. Somebody's opening a bag of crisps as that one is clipped nicely by Lewis Rees for the first boundary of the second innings, out towards the straight mid-wicket boundary, slightly over-pitched from Matthew Potts, which is unusual. Derbyshire move on to 8 without loss. Rees up to 6. I wonder what they were opening. They were opening something. sounded like a bag of crisps. Can't see anything. Well, I can see people who aren't eating crisps, so that can't have been it. In the very small stand down to our right-hand side. Drizel is on now. He's number 8. As Potts goes in, that one's turned towards Drizel. They go through for a single. I'm going to write his number down as well now. Clearly Baz had had enough. Unless he's still out there. End of the over. 9 without loss. Kame has 2. Rees has... No, it's not the end of the over. They've taken a single. That's why everybody's moving. It's only halfway through the over. Just need to concentrate. Here is Potts. In and bowls to Kame and beats him. Takes the edge. Ooh, I tell you what, it was close. Potts wants a referral.
Yeah, I think he thought he had him there, didn't he?
He did, yeah, and he just said it might have flicked his pocket there. That was the signal that, or the indication that Potts was giving. They're looking across at something. Both umpires were looking across towards the hotel.
Well, a bit of weather on the way.
Well, there is, but it's no worse now than it has been for the last hour. It's getting a little bit over anxious. Doesn't look too bad away to the west. Ought to get through till 9 o'clock. Potts, he's in again and bowls. That's down the leg side. It's going to run away for 4 byes. Signalled by Jack Shantry. Poor old Ollie Robinson couldn't get across because it sort of went down the leg side and just kept going away from him. Derbyshire moved to 13 without loss. Potts isn't smiling now. That one hasn't pleased him much. Ball is eventually retrieved and slowly makes its way back to him. He's ready. Harry Kame's ready. We can all get on with it. He's on his way in now. Bowls to Kame, who pushes this one out to Borthwick on the offside. Again, there's no run, and that is the final ball of the over. 6 gone. Kame has 2, Rees has 7, Derbyshire are 13 without loss in their second innings, trailing by 119. And Drizel, his time on the field has come to an end as Matt Parkinson returns. I don't think Baz Delayed is still out there, he might be, but I can't see him.
I'll take my sunglasses off again now, the sun's gone in. The lights are going on, by the way, Dave.
Are they?
Yeah.
Oh, they just asked for them next door?
Yeah. Rain with a bit of funky fielding going on. And this ball is a half volley away from off stump and it's pushed out through.
It's not a half volley.
All right, then we'll describe what it was then.
Well, he played it off the back foot on the up. Wasn't a half volley.
That was short.
Well, therefore it wasn't a half volley then.
All right then, but
Well, it can't be a half volley.
fair enough. Fair enough. Anyway, it went out through the offside for some runs. Rain bowling to Came. 2 slips and a gully, short leg in there as well. That's left. Outside the line of off stump. Lots of words being shouted out there and encouragement.
Jones and Bedingham keep hugging each other.
First delivery to Reese went for 3. The next one is a dot ball. Here's delivery number 3 of the over. Rain balls pushed to the gully via the ground by Kane. How many do you reckon are in the ground?
100. If that. Not many. And there are plenty leaving every minute.
That's Alan Walker, one of the Durham coaches, come down the steps. Rain balls. Kane tucks the bat in.
Well, if he's going, we've got no chance. Found a replacement though. He's going to use the new facilities, is he? No. He's gone to the bar. He's had enough.
There's 55 people at that end. And
Is there? Oh, there might be 200 in
in
there.
and around that temporary permanent stand. There's a little posse of Durham fans I've spotted there. Rain coming in, Came back raised, plays it nicely back past the stumps at the bowler's end and away for 4. Nice shot.
Well, it's almost a half volley.
Yeah. Of course, you haven't described anything incorrectly today because the wrong words have automatically come out your mouth.
No. You've done half volley a few times now, and I've been biting my lip.
Fair enough. I thought it was a half volley.
It's very difficult to play a half volley off the back foot. It can be done.
Especially when he went forward to it. The sun's out again now. Time is it? You nearly got an update, have you?
Yeah, about 6 minutes.
Rain comes in, bowls, no ball. A late leave from Kane. The umpire Mark Newell at that far end signalling the no ball. Have you been up those ladders yet on that?
Those?
The scaffolding camera academy thing?
Goodness, no. Too high for me, really, that. No idea why it's there, really. It's not likely to be anything on telly anytime soon.
There's probably a production company somewhere saying,
What's that?
where did we put that scaffolding gantry, the camera gantry? We've got one spare somewhere. Where is it? They'll be looking down the back of this settee, you know, all over the place. Rain in. And the ball pushed short on the leg side to wide. Mid on for 1 by Kane. End of the over. 23 for none. They had it on, yes.
Yeah. Is there any need for these lights, do you think?
Well, I think there was a big splodge of dark stuff coming our way, wasn't it? So that's why they've put them on. But then the cloud's broken up again.
It does take a while to warm up. Should be ready for lunch tomorrow.
They're like the original Subbuteo lights, aren't they?
Yeah, well, they are in excess of 20 years old now. There are dark patches at T20s when they're played at the right time of the year. New over begins from Potts. First ball defended by Kame to Parkinson at mid-on.
Remember, there was a big controversial saga in a FA Vars match between Morpeth Town and South Shields at South Shields. I think Morpeth were winning 4-1 or something with about 5 or 6 minutes to go, and the floodlights failed. So,
inexplicably.
Yeah, so there were all kinds of allegations of underhand stuff going on.
Potts in, bowls to Kame, gets an edge, nicely fielded by Ben Rain, tumbling to his right at gully.
Anyway, the match was abandoned, replayed, and South Shields won the replay. So you can imagine what this weren't happening.
South Shields should win a game like that, shouldn't they? Given the amount of money that's pumped into them. Or was it a long time ago?
Well, they were both in the same division at the time, I think.
South Shields
About
have been funded,
four years
quite well funded for a while now.
Yeah. Anyway, the South Shields said there's no way anybody could have got round to turn off the...
No switches here. That one turned into the leg side by Harry Kame, fielded by Cars.
Well, it would have involved leaving the ground, running round the block and round to the back of the stadium to nobble a generator. And they said basically the real matter of fact was that the generator, which failed on the night, had previously been down Westow Pit. It was one of the things retrieved before the pit was shut down and was at least 30 years old.
Brilliant.
So, but the nobbling of the lights makes a better story than a generator's too old.
Potts bowled to Kame, who pushes this one up to Parkinson. There was a photograph, I've seen it in the last few weeks, and it said this is proper non-league football, who remembers when, and a member of the opposition team was an electrician. And fixed some lights.
That was just last season, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so. You get the announcement, is there an electrician in the house? And one of the opposition players puts his hand up and says, well, I am.
Yeah.
Got my tools in the back of the van. Pops into Kame, who leaves this one alone, and it jags back, taken a long way down the leg side by a tumbling Robinson. And Potts, he had his hands in the air for a while there. That must have been very, very close. Is now the time to talk about players leaving the ball? I remember when Harry Kame left one that hit middle and off, and in the first innings, Lewis Rees left one that hit his off stump.
I think the electrician footballer might have been in the Northern League last season. I think we did a story on it in the breakfast show. Got him on air. Rings a bell.
No, he was an electrician, not a campanologist. That one was pushed out into the offside by Harry Kame. End of the over. 23 without loss. Derbyshire, that was a maiden over. First from Matthew Potts. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 7. 7 to Kame, 10 to Rees. Derbyshire trail by 109. Haven't even got to the news yet.
Next over starts, and Rees flicks a ball from Rain off the leg stump and out through deep mid wicket for 4.
You'd have had Dunstan footballer Phil Turnbull on, presumably.
Was that the one?
November 2021. Yeah, that's the one that's coming up for all the results.
Were they away somewhere when it was an away game?
Marine. FA Trophy game at Marine, which is Crosby, of course.
Yeah.
Not far from McGull.
Rain round the wicket, bowls. Rees plays this to short mid wicket to Cast, no run. Saw a team called Runcorn Linnets play at Sunderland RCA in the FA Vars.
2 teams playing Runcorn.
Yeah, and they're real arch rivals, aren't they?
I think the Linnets are the newer team.
Yeah.
The upstarts.
The Liverpool FC, they brought 200 to a game at Rye at Connery Welfare in the Vars. Rain balls, Rees cuts, it's gone to point to
I think there are two of those supporters teams. There's AFC Liverpool,
Yeah.
and there's Liverpool FC,
FC,
or
yeah.
something. They've got something else in there. He played for Hartlepool United and South Shields. This chap.
Well, the team that was Liverpool FC, they came up to play Ryhope Colliery Welfare. They brought about 200 fans with them, and the pubs of Ryhope had never known such business. And there was this big banner hanging on the back of the fence at the ground. As, this is defended by Reese off Rain, and it was something along the lines of Liverpool FC, an Alcoholics Anonymous meeting gone wrong, or something like that was this big banner. They were noisy.
There was supposed to be some kind of FC United of Manchester protest team.
Yeah. This is played by Reese to square leg, no run. Picked up by Cos. Yeah, I think this backstory was it was supporters who felt they were getting priced out of Premier League football, so they'd started a community club, something like that. Rain balls. Ball's gone off towards mid-wicket, no run, end of the over. Just had an email from Durham Cricket Club, which is about kids' summer coaching courses.
There's AFC Liverpool and the City of Liverpool.
City of Liverpool FC, that was them.
Yeah. I've just got to go. I didn't think they could call themselves Liverpool FC. I think that one's already taken.
You're right. You could be right there, yeah. I wonder where they play. Press release here, Durham Cricket's partnering with Carbon Homes and Durham County Council to deliver free summer cricket courses with food, aiming to remove barriers to participation and introduce more children to the game. New over from Potts here, first ball is bowled to Kame, it's defended on off stump. The initiative will introduce more children to cricket while supporting families and pupils in receipt of free school meals through the holiday period. It will run in local cricket clubs and schools across the county during late July and August, with 20 All-Stars cricket programmes and 4 Dynamos cricket camps being delivered by Durham coaching staff. Potts bowls again. This one's rolled out the back of the hand and is played safely away to mid-off by Kame. Helicopter flying past. In addition to this, Durham are giving free junior membership to participants who sign up to the free summer programmes. Potts in to Kame, it's a bouncer. Kame ducks out the road of it. So if you search Durham Cricket, free cricket summer programmes, then find out more. There's a bit on the Durham website you can have a look at. All-Stars involved as well. That's been very popular in the Northeast. My youngest daughter's done a couple of years of All-Stars, and the clubs in our area are packed out with kids doing All-Stars courses. Potts in. This is left alone. Now that bounces and then shapes away awkwardly for the keeper, who ends up between first and second slip, having taken that one.
I can confirm that the Northwest clubs have lots of kids on a Friday night.
Yeah. And while the kids are being coached on a Friday tea time,
the bars are doing a roaring
the
trade.
bars are very busy, yes. Whitburn Cricket Club is a giant beer garden.
Yeah, absolutely.
A lot of the time.
Absolutely.
You can have Potts back now if you want.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
He's in the bowls Kane. Ooh, he has a go at that one outside the off stump. Didn't need to play at it, but couldn't resist, and it goes through to Ollie Robinson at a decent height as well. Good bounce. He's on 7, Kame. Reese has 14, 27 without loss. I was about to go mad because I got a list up of I asked for football teams in Liverpool, but the link I clicked on was football teams in Merseyside. I hadn't spotted it, and it mentioned Tranmere. I was about to send a nasty letter to the website until I realised as Potts is in again and bowls. Last time he does leave it alone outside the off-stump, Harry Kane. It's not taken cleanly by Lee Robinson, who looks really crestfallen. He also looks like he might have hurt his left hand, which is not good news. Ben Rain is going off, so we're going to see a change in the bowling. It'll be Bryden Cars, surely. Rain just going off to change his boots, no doubt. Have a bit of a rub down. It's not Bryden Cars at all. Who's coming on to bowl? Oh, it's Pretorius. He's going to come on to bowl from the City end with Derbyshire on 27 without loss. 17 overs left in the day. The visitors still lead by 105. Rees has 14. Harry Kane has 7. Couldn't make head nor tail of the weather forecast that I heard before the programme. Wonder why Twiggy was ringing me. Sent me a message now. He won the golf day.
Yeah, and I bet he's ringing to say he got a hole in one as well.
He was at Mickleover Golf Club today.
Pretorius. Oh, good ball, first ball. He nearly fell over as he bowled it, but that nipped through quickly and playing a miss from Rees.
I think he played at Mickleover. He's not from Mickleover Golf Club, but they were playing a captain's away day or something. I don't really understand golf, if I'm honest.
Quite an expensive thing to be a golf club captain, because you're expected to put on quite a few events across the year and provide the prizes and stuff. Another play and a miss from Rees. Just probing line here from Pretorius, just outside the line of off stump. Rising ball there.
What was that club you said the other day? Trent something or other, the golf club?
Trent Lock.
Yes, that's where he's a member, I think.
I've played there a couple of times.
But the captain, it was the captain's away day at Mickleover Golf Club.
It's quite pleasant down there. I'm surprised you haven't been, because there's a couple of nice pubs on where the Erewash Canal meets the Trent, and the River Soar comes in there as
Derbyshire
well.
bowled their overs a bit quicker. Might be half a chance.
Pretoria City end. Rees cuts that down into the ground. It goes out into the covers.
I've just got a chance to go to Sweet and Spicy and Long Eaton and get home, eat me 12-inch hot and spicy, and get to bed. And before I know what's happening, it's time to get up again.
It's a nice spot. Go for a lovely walk along the river as well. I know you're not into walking unless there's a pizza or a kebab shop at the end of the route, but
yeah, I will if I have to.
Pretorius bowls. That passes the off stump and then swings down the leg side. Taken by the keeper. I was last at Trent Lock a couple of years ago in Durham, played in the one-day cup final. We went and had a meal in the pub there. It was a nice pub.
What are these one-day cup finals you speak of?
Well, the tradition is to play them on a Thursday in
Yes.
a foreign city that doesn't normally host cup finals.
Yeah.
In the middle of August, 2 days after the semi-final.
They've moved to a Saturday again now, haven't
Have they?
I believe so. But I bet it's of no consequence to me, clearly.
Rees gets a single here. He played the ball out into the covers. It ricocheted one way off one fielder and then went the other, so he got a run off towards mid-off. I think it was originally heading out towards the covers. Trying to see who that is who dived on top of it. Deleda. He dived to his left and deflected the ball away past Borthwick. Came back into his crease as he defends this one from Pretorius. That wasn't a bad over, actually.
No, it was decent. Yeah. Decent. David Griffin's Twitter feed informs me
28 for none, the score.
that for only the 11th time in Derbyshire history, the two first innings totals have aggregated more than 1,000 runs here at Derby. Imagine that one. In May 2007, Derbyshire 801, Somerset 530. There won't be much time for anything else, would there, after that?
You might be missing your hot and spicy on that occasion.
Blimey.
I bet it was a draw.
No, I'm not sure about that, actually. I'm not 100% either, but I'll look it up in a minute. I've got a feeling it might not have been. Potts begins a new over from the racecourse end, driven nicely by Lewis Rees for 4 runs down to long off. Over pitched by Potts, unusually. And Rees moves up to 19, Derbyshire 32 without loss. I've got a feeling that it wasn't. But it's going to take a couple of clicks before I can... I'm looking at the wrong team for a start, so that's not going to help it at all, is it really? Here comes Potts again. He's bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Rees, who gets one down the leg side. Robinson anticipates, and like some wicket keepers who would have to dive for that, just moves across smartly to his left, takes it in his stride, and returns it towards the bowler's end. Potts is down on his haunches there just for a moment. I think he's swallowed a fly. I don't know why. Perhaps. You all know the rest.
Was he living in a shoe?
No, I think that was an old woman. This one is defended by Lewis Rees. I don't think the woman who swallowed a fly lived in a shoe, did she?
Did she not?
No, I think that's a different woman altogether.
Was she eating curds and whey?
Now you're talking.
Yeah.
Yeah, now you're talking. No. So that came in 2008, did I say? No, 2007. That's why I can't find it in 2008. It wasn't that one. Here comes Potts again in and bowls. That's left alone outside the off stump by Rees to go through to the keeper. It was a draw. Derbyshire 801 for 8 declared. Somerset 530 all out, and following on 309 for 4. There aren't many players who, well, there are none, obviously. Tom Lungley played in that, currently an umpire, though. Ian Harvey. Hassan Adnan, so 2 current umpires. There's Potts around the wicket, bowls to Rees, who goes on the back foot and cuts it away out towards the point boundary. Carse is giving chase. Gets there now. The batsman comfortably through for a couple of runs. Rees moves to 21-34 without loss. And they trail by less than 100 now, 98 runs. The deficit. Simon Katic made 221.
Played at Durham, Simon.
And there were further centuries for Ian Harvey and Bota. In the match. Here is Potts in bowls. That's left alone outside the off stump by Rees. Is bowling over the wicket at the moment to the left-hander. It's the end of the over. 12 gone, 15 to go. 34 without loss. So that's about an hour. So the fanciful half-6 finish. 34 without loss. Trailing by 98. And Ben Rain is back on the field. Jersey 41 for 3 in the 8th over, so they're not. Mark Watt, 2 overs, 1 for 10. 7 dot balls in 2 overs, Mark Watt.
Pretorius, start of a new over from the City end, bowling to Came. It's a leave.
David Warner's out.
How many for this time?
28. Bowled by Chris Wokes. Australia 87 for 2.
Is that his top score of the series?
It won't be far off, will it? He's had a shocker. Labuschagne and Smith in. Sort of batsmen who generally have to make a mistake to get out.
Pretorius to Came. You can just let that one go through to the keeper. It's wide of off stump.
Message said now from Dominic. Oh yeah, yeah, I can do that. Lewis Rees wants a drink. They've been out there for 12 overs.
Here's delivery number 3 of this over. It's defended by Came. Firmly played back to the bowler. No run.
Let's ask Griff, which of those games, which aggregated more than 1,000 runs in the first 2 innings, actually ended in a result one way or the other? I think I've only seen one of them prior to this. No, I've seen 2, beg your pardon. Game at Leicester, against Leicestershire, rather, at Derby.
Victorious, oh, nearly an edge there. He was fishing a long way outside of the line of off stump came that time. What was he thinking of?
No need, is there? No need to play that at all.
What was he thinking? Why did I say he had nice legs?
Harry Kane, Shamewell.
Yeah. They've put them all on BBC Sounds, but each Shamewell only lasts about 3 or 4 minutes, so you're constantly going back to the BBC Sounds and then the reintroduction of the piece. Pretorius bowls. It's a Yorker length ball wide of off stump through to the keeper.
That's what he should have done with the previous one. Lewis Rees just removes a washer from the pitch.
Last ball of this 13th over. It's played by Kame to wide mid off for 1. Gets a single as it forces Lees to go across to his left of field, and by the time he stopped it, he was down on his knees. Sun is shining. End of the over. Cars is going to come into the attack.
It was a good throw from Lees, wasn't it? Because he was almost flat.
Yeah.
And he managed to get it back straight into the wicket-keeper's gloves.
Upper body strength.
Mitch Wagstaff brings the drinks out for the batsman. I'm going to get 4 overs from Bryden Cars. If things go according to the script. I'm having a conversation with Scott Borthwick at the moment. His letters on the back of his shirt are tiny because his name's so long, and they're actually curved. He'll be bowling initially to Harry Kame, who's 8 off 46 balls. Cars runs away from us and bowls to him, and he leaves it alone outside the off stump to go through to wicketkeeper Robinson. It's raining at Edgbaston, which is a fair old way from here anyway. Gloucestershire 86 for 1 in reply to Glamorgan's 450 for 6 declared in the game at Cheltenham College. Day 2 there. And Sussex now lead by 28 at Headingley, but they are 6 down. 176 for 6 in their second innings. And still in considerable trouble. Cars on his way into bowl to Kame, and just goes back into his crease and dabs it into the offside. There is no run. Clearly no longer raining in Loughborough as it was earlier on today. There is a game of cricket going on there that I don't really understand. South and West under-18s against London and East under-18s. So Don Topley was excited by regional cricket the other day. Don't take much. Cars is in. Bowls wide of the off stump and driven down. Thickish outside edge, really, in the end, to a wide third man. There is nobody down there. Why would there be? And Kame picks up a boundary. Only his second. He moves to 12. Derbyshire 39 without loss. And they trail by 93. Slip fielder suggested there should be a change of field, but they're getting no response. Mainly because Scott Borthwick's got his back to them. The Durham skipper and Cars in the sunshine. Bowls to Kame, who leaves alone outside the off stump. Goes through at a good pace, doesn't it?
I'm starting to think this might not be over tonight, Dave.
Yes, yes. It's becoming less and less likely with every over that passes, certainly.
There's only 13.2 to go.
Yeah, soon be finished. Sometime around 6:45.
I went into the Exeter Arms last night.
Did you?
Nice pub.
Yeah.
Quite a few cricket fans in there who'd made their way from here.
Cast in, wide of the off stump, left alone by Kane. You got anything planned for tonight then? Oh dear.
No. Just been rattling around on my own every night in Derby. Teams stay up the road out of town, don't they? I stayed up at Bredsall once before, but there's nowhere to go around there where you can just walk, you know, because you're up in the countryside.
That's always the problem with the countryside.
Yeah, it's not near anything.
It's out in the country.
Yeah.
Carson bowls and Kane has a go at that one. Doesn't time it at all, and it dribbles towards Borthwick in the covers. It was a no ball. 41 without loss.
The scorers haven't spotted the no ball. Now they have.
I think they've dropped off in there. What's that?
You've just woken them up, bashing on the window.
Sorry, Jane. I didn't mean to wake you up. His cast in and bowls. That one is driven very nicely by Harry Kane for 4 out to the wide long off boundary. Completes the over as well. 14 gone. 13 to go. Harry Kane moves on to 16 and Derbyshire are 45 without loss. Lewis Rees 21 and they trail by 87.
Somebody posted on Facebook yesterday on the county cricket page about a letter that it might have been it might have gone in the private eye, because they normally have a person called Sir Herbert Gussett, don't they? Right.
That kind of thing. Yeah, absolutely.
So I don't know if it was in private eye or the Times. I can't remember. It was basically somebody claiming to be a member of an MCC member who could categorically deny without doubt that nothing actually happened and was shouted and nobody was kicked when the Australians came back to the long room because he was fast asleep in the corner at the time. Pretorius comes into bowl. I'll have a new over, tries to York Rees, gets a bit of bat on that late, plays it away from leg stump. There's a sort of polite inquiry here from the bowler to the umpire, not out though. And he said the Australians completely guilty of breaking the spirit of cricket by waking a number of us up well before we were expecting our lunch.
Yes. Unpleasant scenes.
Yeah.
Ridiculous booing of the Australian team.
Over pitched and driven away through. Is it going to go for 4?
Yeah, I think so.
Yes, just Clark can't catch it. 4 in front of the pavilion. Now I would describe that as a half volley.
Yes, no, I'm all over the half volley there, Martin. I was hoping you might bring the half volley out there.
Yeah.
It wasn't a good delivery, really, was it? As he said, too wide as well.
Yeah.
5 minutes away from my busiest time of the day.
Pretorius follows that up with a better ball, but it's left by Rees. Can you think of any moment of peril in this innings so far?
Not really. That wasn't self-inflicted, really, when they've sort of played at deliveries that they shouldn't have done. The ball hasn't gone in the air near any fielders or anything like that. It's moved a little bit, but mostly after it's gone past the stumps.
It's been a tidy start so far from these two. Another attempted Yorker there, and it's played away by Rees to mid-on.
Nobody's left one that's crashed into the stumps yet.
No.
Which is good.
Floodlights remain on. Lots of grey cloud around, but plenty of bits of broken cloud as well, so some brighter patches here, there and everywhere, really.
There is no rain in the forecast for now.
No. Pretorius, it's another lead from Rees, just lets that one go through to the keeper.
I'm saying that. I don't think there is. No, there isn't. Rain due to start about 11 tonight.
Until Monday.
Well, yeah, certainly through until Sunday. There might be enough rain overnight tonight to kibosh the start tomorrow, certainly. And then it really depends. I mean, if they'd have got 6 wickets tonight, they'd have hung around all day, wouldn't they?
That one's played back to Pretorius. Stops it, end of the over.
I think if Derbyshire lose no more than 1 wicket before the close in the remaining 12 overs,
They've won.
that wasn't going to be the end of the sentence, no. There's almost certainly not going to be a result one way or the other, because there just won't be the time tomorrow. But if they could pick up 4 or 5, possibly 6, then apart from it being an alarming collapse by Derbyshire, then Durham would be very keen to hang around tomorrow to pick up what would be their 6th win of the season. They've got 5, haven't they? Is that right?
Durham's
Cast begins a new over. Just tucks up Harry Kane, and it almost dribbles into the stumps. He just turns around and kicks it away. For a moment, he didn't have the first idea where that ball was. I don't know why I think it's 5 wins so far.
It is?
Is it?
Yeah.
That's why I think it then. I thought it was. Tommy Fleetwood has sunk a 58-foot birdie putt. That's a long way on links greens. That one's wide of the off stump and cracked away by Harry Kane to the backward point boundary for 4. It was a slightly risky shot in the sense that his bat was a long way from his body, but as soon as he made good contact with it, he was okay. Raced away to the boundary, moves on to 20, 53 without loss, 50 up for Derbyshire.
Huge rock fall at Broadchurch Cliffs. Massive section of cliffs fallen down into the sea there on the south coast.
Is that where Broadchurch is? Where the TV show Broadchurch?
Oh, I don't know.
It's somewhere on the south coast, I think, isn't it? It's supposed to be cast bowls, and it's left alone by Kame to go through to wicketkeeper Ollie Robinson.
That is a massive landslip, that.
What on earth?
Seatown, Dorset.
Who is the chair? That's very good. There's a bloke at the back of the permanent temporary stand who's got cards that say dot ball and no shot, and another one that says kick it Barnstonworth, which is from Golden Gordon.
Yeah, 8-0.
8-1.
8-1 was it?
Yeah, left alone outside the off stump, that one.
Golden
By
Gordon.
Harry Kane. Barnstonworth United. Agatia.
Crapper.
Agatia.
Yeah.
I wish I'd seen him earlier, because I would have had my binoculars on him, and he would be able to tell us
Where's
what
this?
was happening. Well, looking at the photograph that David Griffin's put on Twitter, he's sort of at the back of the permanent temporary stand somewhere. He's holding up these cards that say dot ball and no shot and kick it Barnstonworth in Gar's cast. That's excellent. And this one is defended by Harry Kane. Back towards Bryden Cast. 1 ball of his second over remain. Then we'll have 11 more. Derbyshire 53 without loss. I think he must have gone, because the photograph looks like it's at the back of the stand.
Yeah.
Which is a real shame. I hope he's back soon. I was trying to read the shirt, but it says Sparks. It's the guy with the
Sparks,
Sparks t-shirt.
Yeah.
I thought it said Sharks, but that's just my eyes.
Married in it? No, was it married in alien?
Town ain't big enough for the both of us,
Yeah.
certainly. That one is wide of the off stump from Bryden Cast, who immediately turns right. Doesn't go back to the umpire. Now he's just remembered he's left him his sweater and his specs and his cap. He didn't look massively happy about something there, Bryden Cast, does he? He's taken his cap and his glasses, popped them on the top of his head. 53 without, blimey, look at the time.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go next door.
53 without loss. 25 to Reese, 20 to Kame. over begins, bowled by Pretorius. It's outside the off stump, the first delivery, left alone by Lewis Rees. Goes through to Ollie Robinson behind the stumps. Update for Radio Derby's news coming up. Then I've got a couple of updates, 1/4 and 1/2. It's all go. Miguel Pretorius bowls a full delivery that's dug out by Lewis Rees into the onside. A tumbling stop by Bryden Carse. They're coming back for the second as well, and they do get back for the second. Carse has hurt his right knee now. No, it's not Carse, I beg your pardon, it's Alex Lees. Carse is out on the cover boundary, that was Lees. Rees moves on to 27, 55 without loss. The first innings, Derbyshire didn't do so well, as I mentioned earlier. At one stage there was 61 for 2, 55 without loss. Next delivery driven by Rees up towards Ben Rain in the floppy sun hat at mid-off. Sun shining brightly, 10 overs to go. Around about 40 minutes worth. Here's the update. Derbyshire are 55 without loss in their second innings here, Pam. They bowled Durham out for a 575. That meant that the visitors had a lead of 132. And it's all gone quiet. That all went very well. I thought it was a good report as well, but I clearly wasn't being heard. Here is Pretorius in and bowls to Rees, who drives out to the extra cover boundary for 4. He moves on to 31 now, 59 without loss, Derbyshire. Nice shot. It was wide enough for him to have a real go at it. Just waiting to see if Dominic comes at the top of the show. If he does, I'm ready for him. And I'm more than happy to oblige. Well, I'm contractually forced to oblige, in all honesty. One ball of the Pretorius over remains. He bowls, and that one is pushed out into the offside by Rees. Came set off as though he fancied a quick single there, but it wasn't on. And it is the end of the over. 17 gone, 10 remain today. Harry Kame has 20, Lewis Rees has 31, and Derbyshire 59 without loss, trailing by 73 runs. Bryden Carse is okay, which is good news. He didn't look massively happy at the end of the last over, but he's okay. He's having a little change in the field here. There are only 2 slips and a gully now. Not quite as attacking as it was earlier on. So I'm just slightly distracted. I'm still listening to the sports scene at 6, but now clearly they're not going to come to me. They're going to play Oasis. I didn't get into the 6 o'clock news because whoever was in control of the fader didn't fade it up. Carse begins a new over, a short delivery that came ducks underneath, taken above his head by Ollie Robinson. Good pace, but not the kind of bouncer that ought to trouble an opening batsman. Who's that stretching? Is it Parkinson? Yeah, Parkinson's just asking which end he's going to be bowling at. But he seems to be asking Ollie Robinson rather than Scott Borthwick. We've just given the thumbs up to somebody away to our left. As Carse is on his way in again, past the umpire. Nicely left by Harry Kame. It's always good when the ball doesn't clatter into the stumps, and that one didn't. Lewis Rees just goes halfway down the track. And presumably has a quiet word with Harry Kane just to make sure he's okay. Concentrating. 9 overs and 4 balls left in the day's play. If Derbyshire can get through to the close unscathed, that will be a very good effort indeed. Having been out in the field for so long, there's a slight delay now because I think we're going to need a fielding helmet. We are. Graham Clark has raced off to get his fielding helmet. And what it means is there's a couple more fielders moving around. Scott Borthwick is having a conversation with Matt Parkinson. And Matt Parkinson, rather like one of those puppies, as Borthwick walked away, he just followed him. And now he's going out to field at point. Slightly backward point. Ultimately, short leg in place. In comes Cars and bowls, and that's left alone by Kane to go through to the keeper.
Funny set of circumstances for Parkinson, isn't it? The England set up last year and then out on loan this year.
Out on loan and already signed for another club for next season and the 2 seasons after that. He's gone down to Kent, isn't he? So he gets loaned. He was loaned up to Durham earlier in the season, wasn't he? When
played that one game
against Derbyshire.
Derbyshire.
Now he's back. Did he play last week?
Yeah.
So it's his 3rd game of the season for Durham.
4th, actually.
Is it 4th? Yeah. Cars goes in, bowls, ducks underneath it, Kane. Goes through to Robinson.
Because he played against his twin brother at Leicestershire.
Oh, yes.
As well.
Yes, he said. Yeah. I'd forgotten.
Damo says he thinks Durham really looked like the fizz has gone out of the bowling attack here. But it's a dead pitch as well, curated only for the bat to flourish.
I think the fizz has gone out of the pitch, in all honesty, Damo. You're absolutely right. There's barely been any fizz in the pitch.
Take tomorrow off and call it a draw, and then come back after the 100's done. Well, Durham are at Scarborough in a county championship match starting on Tuesday.
Cars is in again and bowls to Kane, and that one dies as it gets through to Robinson wide of the off stump. Has to go down on his knees and almost grub along the floor to collect it.
David Griffin's obviously bored. He's just taken a picture of a load of birds flying past. He says another century today of birds flying over the ground. I reckon there's exactly 100 here.
Yes, I mean, that kind of day, isn't it, really? Durham batted nicely, but Cars is in and ball. That's a good leave. Outside the off stump, it was angling back towards the stumps. It was collected a long way down the leg side by Robinson. But Kane survives. He's on 20. Rees has 31. 59 without lost Derbyshire, trailing by 73 with 9 overs left in the day's play.
That was a good leave.
One of the best. Yeah. It was a fraction away from being a disastrous leave.
Yeah, off a half volley. Parkinson's going to come in and have a twirl.
I think they can turn those lights off, by the way. They're not adding anything to the sum of humanity, are they?
I'd like to see the electricity meter whirring away.
I don't think they cost that much. I don't know. Somebody did tell me because I was asking, because they sometimes seem to be on unnecessarily.
Yeah.
Dominic Dietrich is a self-confessed non-cricket understander. I just heard him say that he's just updating people with the score because they didn't open my fader. He's just said Derbyshire are 59 not out. Which we all know what he means.
Yes.
Now Josh is claiming my fader was open. They're all pointing to a glitch.
Yeah. Well, the fader might be open, but if they haven't selected you on that fader, then
I know.
I've given you Q.
I had Q.
You had Q.
It was one of my best updates. I was halfway through it by the time Pam said, "Oh, Dave Fletcher isn't there," which surprised me a bit.
Yeah. It's always the best reports nobody hears, isn't it?
Josh, I'm not blaming you, honestly.
Like spin then here from Parkinson. Right arm over from the city end. Rees on the back foot punches the first ball out to Beddingham at short mid-wicket.
I might have been heard starting my report, and then when Pam said we can't, Dave Fletcher isn't there, I just stopped. It's a good job I didn't say, oh, that's blank typical.
Similar shot to the last one from Rees. This time it goes past Beddingham to Pretorius at mid-on. Parkinson bowls again. That's hammered off the... what's that? Hit the ankle of Graham Clark. It's short leg. He's got shin pads on, but I think it's gone behind the shin pad and whacked him in the ankle. He fell down there. Doing well to mask the pain. Next ball played up to mid-off, top ball. How many overs left? Half an hour.
Too many.
Yeah, 8.2. 6:45 job.
Yeah, more easily. Yeah, absolutely.
That is met on the bounce and turned past short leg out towards deep square leg for one.
I like the shout of catch there.
Yeah.
So Clark was going to be able to react in the millisecond that he had before the ball went past him. I had a lot of catch it yesterday when the ball's racing along the ground.
The in the hole morons were out in force at the
Oh,
golf the other day as well.
yes.
They should be locked up.
Certainly should be thrown out.
Yeah. Maybe put in the stocks.
Yes, yeah. All of the above.
Yeah.
All of the above.
Parkinson bowls. A little nibble off towards the leg side this time from Kame. End of the over. Quite a bit of dust coming up off the square there as that one was played. To short mid-wicket.
Does seem remarkably dry.
It does, doesn't it?
A couple of times dust has come out. There was when they've attempted a Yorker and Rees has dug a couple out.
Yeah. There was a big cloud of dust came up off a Rees shot a couple of overs ago.
Yeah. Which is sort of counterintuitive, really, because it's by no means dry.
Off-road driving's counterintuitive.
Is it?
In a 4x4, you have to do lots of things that you wouldn't normally do, like
Turn the wheel the wrong way to go around a corner, that kind of thing.
and take your hands off the steering wheel.
Oh no, can't do that. Bryden Cast begins a new over from the racecourse and bowling to Lewis Rees, who drives it down the ground. Now, has that got the legs to? Yes, it has, to get all the way to the boundary. Ben Rain looked for a moment like he might be able to get across to cut it off, but he couldn't. And Rees moves to 36, 64 without loss.
You don't have your thumbs inside the steering wheel. They've got to be on the outside, because if you hit a rock or something and the steering wheel
Right.
jams sharply, it can damage your thumbs. Going downhill with your foot off the brake and the accelerator and letting the engine management system do it for you. Starting in reverse on a hill.
What?
That was quite a scary one.
Why would you do that?
It was to teach you how to recover on a stall if you're going up a steep slope, and then you stall, how to get out of it safely by putting the car into reverse, turning the engine back on while it's in reverse and going back. Yeah.
I wouldn't want to do it with my car.
Well, I did it in my car. I had a Hyundai Tucson years ago now, and I was absolutely amazed at what the car was capable of doing. It was in a quarry in Robin Hood's Bay. What over is this for cars? Right, so this is his fourth.
This is the last one, isn't it? They've just had to dry the ball, which is why there's been a slight delay. Cars is in and bowls, and the Hoyt pulls that one into the ground, bottom edge, and it dribbles out backward a square on the offside. Might have hit his toe as well, as he tried to pull it away to square leg. Just slightly short of a length. Perhaps didn't get up as much as he thought it was going to. But it didn't look very good. And He's batted nicely so far, Lewis Rees, with 36 off 52 deliveries. 64 without loss. Deficit 68 now. Cars around the wicket is on his way in again. Rees this time turns it into the leg side, but straight to Matt Parkinson at mid-on.
Weather forecast on net weather for the cricket grounds.
Oh, yeah.
So Derby tonight, it's going to be raining all the way from 1 o'clock till about 7.
Yeah. What's it saying then? Don't tell me it's not going to rain.
Well, it's suggesting there will be gaps.
There will be the odd gap. According, yeah. There's a gap at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
7, 8 and 9, no rain.
But look at it by, it's just horrible. Here's Cars in again and balls. That one is played off the back foot out into the offside square. They go through for a quick single as an enormous shy at the stumps. Who's that? Is that Matthew Potts? I think it is. He absolutely hurled it at the stumps. He missed them. It was backed up, but he put everything into that. 65 without loss. Rees moves on to 37.
Then it's saying rain between 10 and 12, then nothing until about 4. Then there's pictures of there's like 2 zebras there. There's 2 elephants. There's like a little wooden ship thing. They're all going in 2 by 2. Don't know what that is.
That's at 3 o'clock, and the 3 o'clock is
4 o'clock. It's got here.
Oh,
it
right.
starts.
Met Office says 3. It's going to absolutely hammer it down. But there will have been so much rain.
Yeah.
I mean, the outfield will be saturated, won't it, by then?
It's basically what you're reckoning is we're just coming to collect our kit tomorrow.
Potentially. But I've been wrong before, remarkably. Cars is in and bowls. That's struck the pad, but was going down leg side. Harry came, couldn't get anything on it. Getting towards the end of the last question, I think, or the last answer of an interview, and I've got to do an update after that, so I might disappear in a minute.
Okay.
After this ball.
If the game finishes early tomorrow, I'd normally call into MacArthur Glen and have a look around on my way home, but I've already been, and I didn't buy anything yesterday.
Well, I might have restocked. Final ball of Bryden Carsey's 4th over the wicket. Bowls to Harry Kane, who pushes it out into the offside and sets off for what would have been a nonsensical single. Parkinson shies at the stumps and misses. It is the end of the over.
7 to go.
65 without loss. 20 to Kane, 37 to Rees.
$6 now. 17 overs lost today. So what's that then? That's 352, 369. $369 overs lost to the weather this year for Durham. Parkinson, right arm round, bowls. Rees plays this to Jones at mid-wicket, no run there. Motorbike passing by on the bypass outside. The Hexagon roundabout. Rees down the track, launches this one up towards the canteen in the far corner, and it's 6 runs. He's put it over the fence. Somebody sitting in the 2 rows of seats in front of that, the boundary bar, has gone to retrieve the ball. And it might have been scuffed up a bit on its way across the concrete there. Rather casual there, Rees. He moves on to 43. He's up for 9 in the first game, but he got 56 not out and 66 not out in Chester Street this year. Is the ball beyond repair? No, umpire says play on with it. Clark's at short leg, Potts at first slip, keeper standing up. Parkinson, right arm round to the left-handed Reese. It's played down into the ground and it bounces back into the bowler's hands. Parkinson in again, tapped off to short mid-wicket. No run there. Jones fielding in that area. Reese bat raised as Parkinson bowls again, and he's forward to defend the ball on this occasion, and it rolls back up to the bowler.
Was it a big six? I couldn't see where it landed.
He hit
in
it,
the
it
end.
went over the fence where the Daffabet sign is and skidded across the concrete.
Right.
To the canteen
Sort
in the
of
corner.
lost it.
Yeah. Balls again, they're appealing for LBW and not given. I thought that looked a bit leg side-ish. That's the end of the over. 6 to go, Wavy Davy. We're nearly there, Bonnie lad.
Mark Wood is weaving his magic in the Ashes. He's taken 3 for 15 in 5.5 overs, including most recently the wickets of Steve Smith for 17, caught by Johnny Bairstow. That's the second Bairstow catch off Wood in the second Australian innings, and Travis Head caught by Ben Duckett for 1. So Marnus Labuschagne is there with Mitchell Marsh. 108 for 4 Australia now, and they still trail by 167.
Ooh. I watched the highlights of yesterday's play in the conservatory in the pub last night. Had the whole place to myself as well, so I was able to turn the sound up.
Oh, yeah, I watched them off on the iPlayer, including the minute and a half they wasted on somebody having a floodlight named after them. Ben Rain is back. He's going to be bowling from the racecourse end now this time.
He's going to break this partnership now. He's the partnership breaker.
Somebody's going to have to do it. 71 without loss, as I say. Trailing by 61. Rain is in and bowls to Kame, who pushes the first delivery out into the offside. Parkinson fields. And there is no run. We're not the only game still going on. Sussex currently 200 for 7 at Headingley in their second innings, leading by 52. There aren't many others, in fairness.
So the Yorkies will fancy winning that one, but it'll chuck it down all day tomorrow.
Well, it doesn't matter if they win or not, does it really? 'Cause the points deducted. And Gloucestershire 107 for 1, trailing Glamorgan by 343. At Cheltenham College, as this next delivery from Rain is pushed into the offside. The bat was a fair way away from the body there. Harry Kame.
I don't think they should have any points deducted this year. They had a terrible start in the county championship and don't appear to be going anywhere in it. They had a dreadful 2020 campaign, didn't get out of the group there. So what's the point of hitting them with points deductions now?
No, I couldn't agree more, Martin. Could not agree more. It was just that bizarre thing that came out with recommendations. We were down at New Road, I think, when they came out. And nothing seems to have been done since. Rain in and bowls to Kame, who edges this one. It almost went directly between first and second slip, who both, one moved to his right, one moved to his left, and it looked like both had an opportunity to catch it, and it's gone down to a very fine third man for 4 runs.
I think that has gone to the left-hand side of Beddingham's head at second slip.
Yes.
He's got a wide-brimmed hat on.
Yes.
And Jones has turned to try and grab it, but the hat's in the way.
And they were very close to each other, weren't they? They were really close to each other. So
that was your moment, nearly the partnership breaker.
The first real chance either of these two has offered. Kane moves to 24, 75 without loss, trailing by 57 now, Derbyshire.
Yeah, it was just slightly to the left of Beddingham's ear.
He did well to get out of the way of it because it was travelling. Rain bowls and Kane defends this one into the onside square. In comes Clark to do the fielding. But Harry Kane offers a chance. Hasn't offered many. Dua Lipa I've just had to listen to. Very, very soft, to be fair. It's Craig Forsyth's testimonial tomorrow at Pride Park, playing Stoke City. Derby County. 10 years at one club. You don't get it very often, do you?
No.
Rain is in, and that one is defended by Came. Out into the onside once again. It's Clark who does the fielding.
I presume there's a bit of needle between Stoke and Derby, is there?
No, not particularly.
A50 needle? No?
No. It's all to do with Nottingham Forest.
Huh?
Yeah, all to do with Nottingham Forest. It's weird because obviously Stoke is in Staffordshire, Burton is in Staffordshire. Burton went to Port Vale in what they were describing as a Staffordshire derby, and Port Vale fans were point blank refusing to call it a derby. Rain is in. That one is turning to the leg side. I think it's more to do with history, isn't it, than anything else. That one is going to come back for 2. Will he think about 3? Brighton Cast gets to the ball now, and yeah, they're going to come back for 3 as Cast returns it from the mid-wicket area. Kane moves to 78 without loss. Last ball of the over, that as well. Reese has 43, the deficit's 54.
Burton's big day out at the Wembley of the North.
Well, that's what I kept calling it, that.
Yeah.
I love Vale Park. I've always enjoyed going there. It's such a huge expanse of precious little, really. But yeah, it's a
Inner city Burslem.
It's a magnificent football ground. But then Derby fans refuse to call the game against Burton a derby, and
Well, every game's a derby for them.
the derby.
Yeah. Parkinson, City end, bowling to Kame. He snuffs out the first ball, forward to that one, just pushes it on the offside. So Clark remains at short leg, Potts at first slip, keeper standing up. Got Beddingham in at mid-wicket. Couple of fielders in the colours. Cast as a backward point, mid-off, mid-on. And a long leg. Parkinson balls again, came forward to this one. It just comes off the bottom corner of the bat and trickles to short leg. Two wickets tonight, somebody's shouting.
In hope.
Parkinson in again. Bit of wider delivery, that one. About 5th stump and played away safely on the offside by Kame. Couple of pigeons flying by.
A long way behind that other group.
Yeah. Parkinson balls. This is defended. It rolls back to the bowler. I thought he was going to try and pull that thing up.
Yeah, get it pulled out.
Just start bashing away at the ground to get the next ball is pushed off towards the covers. They think it's a sort of protective metal ring off the cover, or you know these signs they put on the grass. And the pin.
They're calling it an eyelet.
An eyelet, yeah.
Which I didn't know what an eyelet was, but I've looked them up and I now know.
Yeah, eyelet's in the stream. Parkinson bowls. Forward comes the batsman. The ball goes off the point. It's a maiden.
An eyelet it's sort of more than a washer, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it's a protective ring, which
they sort of put on, slap on something. Yeah, I don't want to buy one.
You're going to get adverts for eyelet companies forevermore now.
Yeah.
Knowledge that your phone's listening to you. We were sitting in a field in Yorkshire a year or two ago having a family picnic discussing varicose vein operations. Somebody was having one, I can't remember who. And then every advert on my phone for the next week on YouTube, Facebook was all for varicose vein operations.
It is remarkable, isn't it?
Yeah.
No matter how many times I say Rolls Royce, Rain is in, and that one is defended by Reese back towards him. We're in the 24th over, just 3 plus this one to go.
Yeah, apparently, you see, you've got to check the microphone settings on all the different apps because YouTube had got access to the microphone, and I think Facebook had, so they turned them off.
You just sort of give them, without knowing, permission there.
So go in and turn off microphone settings.
Rain his way in again. Balls to Rees, who clips this one nicely into the leg side. There might be two here. They've run one. There will be two. And there will be a comfortable two to Pretorius as well, who came around from long leg. Rees moves to 45. 80 without loss. It will be when they get put on the scoreboard. Jane's distracted again. Certainly that run, those 2 runs haven't been added. What's going on next door? Unbelievable. That delivery hasn't been added yet. This next one is pushed out into the offside by Rees, and there is no run. Still hasn't gone on. Come on, Jane, wake up. Could you,
yeah,
in a moment, I've just been asked if I'm okay for another update.
Right.
Not that anything's happened since the last one, but
rain around the wicket from the racecourse end, our end of the ground. Rees plays the ball down into the ground. It bounces back up and hits his glove and then drops back just in front of him again. It's a strange scene, this, because the ground is bathed in beautiful, bright sunshine. Yet, looking wherever we can, there's just dark grey clouds. So there's a gap in the cloud to the northwest of us, where the sun's coming from. It's like a huge searchlight shining on the ground at the minute. Looks like a nice evening out there. Rain balls. Rees plays this to Potts at mid-wicket, no run. Well, if this is only going to be about bonus points, Durham win the match 7-5 on that score. And they had a 47-point lead going into this round of games at the top of the table. Plus the 5 for the draw. So they'll take another 12 points from this week's games, this week's game. Beddingham's left the slip corner and has gone in a short mid-wicket. Rain bowling to Rees. Rees flicks it away down to fine leg for 4. There's nobody down there. It's hit the fence between the temporary permanent stand and the old pavilion. So 84 for none at the end of that over. 3 overs to go. And the deficit is 48. Parkinson to continue from the city end. Kame is on 27, Rees 49, but Kame is on strike. And it's 84 for none. Parkinson bowls, Kame plays it out to Borthwick in the covers, no run. Pigeons are back again. One saying to the other, well, they were around here somewhere.
it's not a flock, is it, that?
No, that's
by
2
any
of them.
manner of means.
Parkinson bowls, Kame a little shot round the corner there towards square leg, no run. Rain was in quickly to field it. Does look like it could be raining any minute now to the south of Derby.
Yeah.
Off in the direction of Lowborough. Parkinson bowls. Kame kills the ball on the bounce. Goes for a little walk towards square leg.
Do you know who you're talking to yet?
Hmm?
Do you know who you're talking to yet?
No. In comes Parkinson, bowls, defended. 2 balls left to the over, and then 2 to go.
Well, it's a lot better than I thought it was going to be.
This performance with the bat.
No, time finishing.
Oh. Yeah, it's roughly where I thought. I thought quarter to. Yeah. That's going to be about 22, isn't it, by the time?
Well, these two have done well.
Yeah.
Came off that one chance.
Next ball is played to backward point by Kame. 2 cars, no run.
We've also had a lot more cricket than we perhaps thought we were going to do this morning when we had whatever it was, which I've written down at some point. Where's it written down? It's here somewhere. With 3 overs and then another 4 overs and 5 balls.
Gone down the leg side, taken by the keeper, end of the over to Maiden.
It was in the morning session. We were due to have lunch at 1:10, then it was brought back to 1 o'clock, and by the time they went off for lunch, it was cracking the flags. Doing 378 for 5 at the interval. We started the day on 364 for 4. Pretorius, the man out this morning, led before wicket, excuse me, to Sam Connors, his 4th wicket of the innings. He was out for 36. And that decent stand between Ollie Robinson for 23 and Graham Clark for 7 were dismissed at 419 for 7. Derbyshire still had a slight lead. But Matthew Potts and Bryden Cars put on 109 for the 8th wicket before Potts went for 64. Cars went for 80 and Matt Parkinson for 3. As Ben Rain, who was the not-out batsman at the end, he made 23 balls, the first ball of the penultimate over of the day, and it's pushed by Lewis Rees out into the offside where Matt Parkinson does the fielding. 5 for 115, Sam Connors, the pick of the Derbyshire bowlers. A couple of wickets today as well for Zach Chappell. 2 for 86 he finished with, a wicket for Anuj Dal, and 2 for 81 Lewis Rees. Spare a thought for Nick Potts, whose 11 overs went for 100 runs. In goes Rain again. That one's guided backward a square on the offside by Lewis Rees. I don't think we're going to see a shot in anger from the final 10 deliveries of the day's play. I'd be surprised if we did, unless it's a particularly bad delivery. Haven't bowled poorly by any means, Durham, but these two have batted really nicely. Got that deficit down to just 48 now. No doubt in 27 overs, Durham would have been looking for 3 or 4 wickets as Rain bowls. I said there wouldn't be a shot in anger, and there it is, out to the backward point region. And Lewis Rees gets to 50. Really nice shot off the back foot, cut away, and Rees's half century is up off 69 balls with his 8th 4. He's also hit 1-6 in that. As I said earlier, he's batted really nicely, Lewis Rees.
His 3rd half century against Durham this year.
Yes, he got 1 in each innings, didn't he? That
56 and 66.
That was his, yeah, that was his first game of the season. Remarkably. Batting at 7, he's opening the batting here, and he waits as this next delivery is turned into the leg side. And they go through for another single, and Rees moves to 54, 89 without loss. Derbyshire trail by 43 runs now. Haven't quite made the game safe. If there was a full day tomorrow, it would be very far from safe. Do I want to do a final hit into the Q2 headlines?
He's just finishing them on it.
Yeah, I'd have thought so. It's the 29th half century of Lewis Rees's career. The final ball, no, the penultimate ball of the over from Ben Rain is defended out into the offside by Harry Kame. And then we can recap at the end. Blimey, I'll never get away. I'll just say yes to everything. It's the 37th time he's got to 50 in first-class cricket. He has 8 centuries. Rain in again. again, bowls, and that one is striking the pad. Big appeal for leg before wicket, a shake of the head from umpire Jack Shantry. And the penultimate over of the day comes to an end with Rees on 54, came on 27. Derbyshire 89 without loss, trailing by 43. Better reply to that. We've only got one over a spin to go, haven't we? So I don't think it's going to last longer than this Belinda Carlisle song.
Is it Heaven? Is it?
No, it's not. I don't recognise it. He said it was Belinda Carlisle, but I don't recognise it. No, it's not one with which I am familiar. I'd swap the headphones around so you could tell me what it was, but do you want to hear it?
Go on then.
Go on, you ready? I don't recognise it at all.
No, that sounds to me like she's gone back in the recording studio.
Yeah, churned something out.
Yeah. Parkinson bowls the start of the final over of the day to Rees. It's defended, pushed off the point. Comes the bowler, and nearly an edge there from Rees. He went back into the crease and then tried to push it that once, ended up in the keeper's gloves.
Well, I said before he wouldn't play any more aggressive shots just before he played one.
Comes in and bowls. It's a leg side-ish delivery. Met on the bounce by Rees, played short to Jones at mid-wicket. The other website that everybody has suggested using is yr.no, which is the Norwegian Weather Service website, which is actually quite good.
They take it seriously, though, weather, don't they?
Yeah. Tomorrow, they're suggesting rain 3, 4, 5 in the morning, and then 11, 12, 1, 2, 3,
There
4.
we go. That'll do it. That should just about do it, shouldn't it?
Yeah.
2 balls to go, and then we can wrap up pretty sharpish.
Yeah. 89 for none. Oh, he's trying to sweep. The ball's pitched outside of a leg stump, though. Off stump. Look to try and pull it through the leg side.
Oh.
Oh. They're coming to you all of a sudden. Last ball of the day. 27 overs they've batted out. They haven't lost a wicket. They are 89 runs to the good. They trail by 43. Rees on 54, came on 27. And he pads up to that, and the ball hits the back of his heel and ricochets to short leg. And that's the end of the day's play. So that's probably it from us for this week. We'll hopefully try and get on air tomorrow, but the weather may be against us, so it could be this is the last action we see.
If you tune in round about 11 o'clock, I'll come on and say that the covers are on, and we'll speak to you when it stops raining.
Yeah. So 89 for none.
Trailing by 43. Rees has 54. Kame has 27. Thanks for your company today. Thank you, Martin. And we'll speak to you tomorrow.
Cleared.